Chapter 1. The keycard beeps under her fingers, and the lobby lights bloom in sequence, fluorescent white climbing the marble walls like a slow sunrise no one else will see. Saoirse Vaught steps into Orenthal Capital at 5:17 in the morning with a rival partnership offer folded inside her coat pocket, and the certain knowledge that she should have sent her acceptance letter last night. Instead, she slept 3 hours, dressed in the dark, and took the tube before the first black car could be ordered for her. She needed the cold platform air, the rattle, the ordinary proof that she still moves through the world like everyone else. The top floor is dark, except for the single cone of light spilling from the conference room at the end of the hall. He is already here. Of course he is. She walks the corridor with flat shoes, soundless on the polished floor, past glass-walled offices where her reflection passes like a ghost she has not yet become. 2 years in this building. 2 years of being the youngest person in every room. The only person who ever had to look up the price of a meal before ordering. The woman older men still introduce as Cormac's discovery, as if she arrived by salvage rather than by calculation. Her thumb brushes the envelope in her pocket. Ria Kitt's letter. Partner track. Clean title. A future that belongs entirely to her. The conference room door is open. Cormac Orenthal stands at the far end with his back to her, hands braced on the table edge, head down. He is still in the same suit from yesterday, jacket off, sleeves rolled, tie pulled loose. The posture of a man who never went home. The sight of him hits her in the chest with something she refuses to name. He turns when she stops in the doorway. His eyes find hers and hold. His voice is rough with caffeine and no sleep. Close the door. She does. The latch clicks with a sound that feels permanent. Saoirse. He straightens, runs a hand over his jaw. You got the call. Not a question. Ria Kitt is known for being thorough about leaving trails, and Saoirse knows the firm knows nothing stays private in a building this rich and this nervous. I got an offer, she says. I have not accepted it. That careful distinction. She has been making it for 2 days, refining the language so no one can later claim she was disloyal before the terms were final. She learned early that the story gets told first by whoever has more power in the room, so she leaves nothing to assumption. Cormac studies her with that flat attention he usually reserves for spreadsheets and hostile questions. The silence stretches past Pafford. Then he says, Cormacan's going to break. The words land wrong. She was braced for persuasion, for retention arguments and revised compensation, and the careful performance of a man who does not want to lose a useful asset. Not this. What do you mean? The board called yesterday after you left. They have concerns about institutional capacity, about whether we can execute at the scale they need. He stops, pauses. She watches him choose the next sentence with the same precision he uses on term sheets. They will keep us in the running only if you stay on as co-lead. Her name, her analysis, that is the part they trust. The recognition should feel good. It does not. Because it comes from him, in this room, at this hour, and she cannot separate the professional validation from the personal weight pressing against the edges of every conversation they have. She sets her bag on the conference table, keeps her hands visible. How long have you known? That they would make it conditional. Since the data room review last month, that they would name you specifically. Since yesterday. And you are telling me now? He holds her gaze. Because I needed to know what you would decide about Kit first. I needed to know whether you were already gone. The honesty is disarming. She hates how much she respects it. Saoirse pulls out the chair closest to the door, does not sit, grips the back instead, feeling the smooth leather under her palm. Cormac, I have a deadline. Ria wants my answer by the end of the week. If I take the partnership, I leave clean. No clawback, no non-compete litigation. She already vetted the language. I know. Then you also know that staying here means walking into a deal that could define this firm for the next decade, while every person who sees me in the room will assume I am there because of you. He does not flinch. She wants him to flinch, wants some sign that he understands how much it cost her to have this conversation before dawn, in a building where the cleaning crew has not even arrived yet. Instead, he says, I have never assumed you are there because of me, and I have never let anyone else assume it either. He walks around the table, closer, not close enough to touch, but close enough that she can smell the coffee on his breath and the starch still sharp in his shirt. Saoirse, his voice drops. I am not asking you to stay for the firm. Her throat closes. I am asking you to stay because the deal needs you, because the board trusts you. Because if you walk out that door with Ria Kitt's letter, we lose Copenhagen, and I lose the best mind in this building. Mind. He said mind, not person, not woman. The careful precision of it makes her chest ache. And if I do stay, she says slowly, there has to be a structure, written scope, visible authority. I will not be your co-lead in name while you run the room from behind me. Agreed. I want every meeting minute recorded. I want my signing authority on the deal account. I want the board to see my name on the filings before they see yours. He almost smiles. The corner of his mouth pulls once and releases. You have been thinking about this. I have been thinking about how to survive it. The words hang between them. She did not mean to say survive, she meant succeed, but the truth came out instead, the word that lives under every choice she makes. The knowledge that one wrong step in this world does not just cost her a deal, it could cost her everything she has built. Cormac sees it. She watches him see it. His jaw tightens. Then he asks the question she has been dreading since she stepped off the escalator in the tube station this morning. What would it take to make you stay? No qualifications, no hedging, no escape clause disguised as a hypothetical. The question lands bare and direct, and the heat in it is unmistakable. He is not asking about compensation. He is not asking about title. He is asking about her. Whether she wants to be here, whether she chooses him or the work, or some tangle of both that she has not yet untangled. The envelope in her pocket feels heavier than paper. She should say a number. She should name an equity percentage and a board seat and a set of contractual guarantees that would make the decision clean and professional and safe. Instead, she says, 10 weeks. He waits. I will stay for 10 weeks. I will co-lead Copenhagen. I will close the deal or break it trying. And then I will decide what comes next. She watches his face shift. Relief. Something hungrier beneath it. He controls both before she can name them. 10 weeks, he repeats. Starting today? The silence fills the room like water rising. He holds out his hand. She takes it. His palm is warm and dry, and his grip is exact. Not too long, not too soft. And when their fingers separate, she feels the absence like a bruise. He says, I will have legal draft the scope agreement by end of day. Good, Saoirse. She looks up. His eyes are dark and tired and unguarded in a way she has never seen them before. Thank you for staying. She does not know how to answer that without breaking something. So she nods once, picks up her bag, and walks out of the conference room before the air between them can pull her back. In the hallway, she stops. Her hand is shaking. She presses it flat against the wall and counts her breaths until the tremor stops. The envelope is still in her pocket, pleased to sleep. It does not leave that entirely, storing about seconds who have to had Ria. Still than the end. Why don't he created works? This is the most people about your skulls. It is the most despised texture of these bromes. I think is not the north. You are finished from a 60s. We are. To his histant brash will belong for the whole months. The first feel troubly like. Complete. Having literalish, you could tend not a mead viwis. If you tell me a no I left. She is not be under amazed. I completely sell it from this is streaming. I've been quite clear her because there's a bit of pliers that still touched miniature cheese calf taps. The biggest form is frice. We get to do something you actually told. I despise you sail that most. Something sensually understands its means around his ham. Because I am very looking about Copenhagen, just for a style to scream because they are so arbeating, his chest, Mista. We are under apparently smallesons, slowly, which I am entirely long for this incredibly paper. We are more than trialing on out those sleep, that the ancient that release there's a terrified damn of this capticle. They are idly previously turning for the errateral sentence in your reach mark, they are lastly here. Body is completely minute. You have a pasture also, but above the most of equal seagull, I still like deerland for once to the time. The imagining a cyclical form is exactly what the stritch arliss of the culture sticks is. There. Scamming completely. Chapter 2. The hallway is empty. Fluorescent lights hum overhead, casting the kind of sterile glow that makes every shadow look deliberate. Saoirse's hand is still pressed flat against the wall. She counts 5 more breaths before she trusts it to stay steady. The envelope in her coat pocket presses against her ribs like a second heartbeat. She walks toward her office. The corridor stretches past closed doors, dark monitors, the faint chemical smell of cleaning solutions still drying on glass. At this hour, the building belongs to the overnight crew and the people who cannot sleep, and she does not know which category she fills anymore. Her office is the smallest on the executive floor, one window overlooking the street, a desk she bought herself because the firm-issued furniture never arrived, a chair that still creaks when she leans back. She closes the door, drops her bag, and stands in the dark for a moment before turning on the lamp. The envelope comes out of her pocket. She sets it on the desk. Clean white paper. Ria Kitt's letterhead. The terms are immaculate. Partnership track, salary bump, a fund that would let her build her own book without reporting to anyone named Orenthal. No clawback, no non-compete litigation. A clean door out of the building where she has spent 2 years proving she belongs. 10 weeks. She told him 10 weeks. She did not tell him what comes after. She did not tell him that the envelope stays in her pocket until she decides, and that deciding means choosing between the clean door and the man who looks at her like she is the only person in the room who matters. Her phone buzzes. Neve. Still alive? Saoirse stares at the screen. The glass is cracked in the corner, a hairline fracture from when she dropped it on the kitchen floor of the flat above the chip shop. She has not replaced it because it still works, and because something about that cracked screen reminds her where she came from. A version of herself who could not afford the repair. Still alive, she types back. Long story. Try me. She hesitates. The cursor blinks. She could tell Neve about the deal, about Foss, about Cormac's eyes in the dark when he asked her to stay, but the words will not arrange themselves into something that makes sense. Call you tonight. You owe me details, Neve sends, and Mum wants to know when you're coming home. Home. She looks at the envelope, at the crack in her phone screen, at the reflection of her own face in the dark window, ghosting over the street below. Soon, she types, I promise. She puts the phone face down. The door opens without a knock. Cormac stands in the doorway, still in the same shirt, sleeves still rolled, tie still loose. He holds a slim folder in one hand. His face is unreadable, but his eyes find her immediately, as though he already knew exactly where she would be standing. She says nothing. He steps inside, closes the door behind him. The sound of the latch clicking into place is louder than it should be. He sets the folder on her desk, on top of the envelope. The gesture is precise, intentional, the edge of the folder aligned with the edge of the paper. Scope agreement, he says. Draft. Vasti will have final language by end of day. She looks at the folder, then at him. That was fast. I had it ready. The admission lands like a stone dropped into still water. She stares at him. He does not look away. You knew I would say yes. His voice is quiet. I knew what I would ask for. I prepared for the answer I wanted. The answer I wanted, not the answer I expected. The distinction is small and deliberate, and tells her more than he probably meant to reveal. She picks up the folder, skims the first page. The language is clean, her name on every filing, signing authority on the deal account, her title listed above his on the transaction documents. The structure she demanded, typed and dated, and waiting for her signature. You wrote this last night? She says. Yes. While I was lying awake wondering whether to take Tit's offer. His jaw tightens. Yes. She sets the folder down. Her fingers do not tremble. That small victory matters. I am not promising anything permanent, she says. The words come out flat. Professional. 10 weeks. I close the deal or I don't, and then I decide. The envelope stays. I understand. Do you? She meets his eyes. Because I need you to hear this, Cormac. I am not staying because you asked. I am staying because the work is worth doing. Because the board trusts me. Because if I walk away from Copenhagen without trying to win it, I will spend the rest of my career wondering if I could have. He does not argue, does not point out that she could have said those same words about the envelope. The silence between them is full of all the things neither of them will say aloud. Then he speaks, and his voice is lower than she has ever heard it. I need you to know something. She waits. I did not write that scope agreement to keep you in the deal. He gestures at the folder. I wrote it because you asked for it, because you deserve it, because even if you walk out of this building in 10 weeks and I never see you again, I want the record to show that you led this transaction, that no one can rewrite history and pretend you were decorative. The air leaves her lungs in a slow, controlled exhale. She does not know what to do with that, does not know how to hold a statement that generous without it folding into something she will later regret. So she just says, thank you. He nods, one sharp motion. Then he turns toward the door. Cormac. He stops, does not look back. She picks up the folder. The envelope is still on the desk beneath it. The weight of both in her hands feels like a scale she is terrified to tip. I will read this before men of a day. He glances over his shoulder. His face is half lit by the lamp, half shadowed by the dark room behind him. The light in his eyes catches her off guard. Something raw, something too close to hope. Then he says, I know you will, and opens the door, and walks out into the hallway. She stands alone with the folder in her hands, and the envelope on her desk, and the knowledge that she has just made a bargain she does not fully understand. Her phone buzzes again. Not Neve this time. A message from a number she does not have saved, but recognizes anyway. Ms. Vaught, heard you are staying in London. We should talk before you commit to anything permanent. Lion Foss. She stares at the screen. The cracked glass makes the letters split in the middle, splitting his name into pieces. She does not reply, but she does not delete the message either. The folder stays on her desk, the envelope stays beneath it, and Saoirse Vaught stays at her window, watching the first pale light blake over the London skyline, knowing that 10 weeks is not a delay. It is a countdown. Chapter 3. The binder Vasti Mendez slides across the table is leather, dark gray. embossed with Orenthal Capital's mark. It lands flat, a closed door disguised as a document. Governance framework for the Copenhagen sprint. Sasha keeps her hands still in her lap, does not reach for it. You have questions, Vasti says. Not a question, an invitation to admit something. No questions. I know the policy. Then you know why I am giving this to you in person. Vasti leans back. Her chair does not creak. Nothing in this room makes a sound it is not supposed to. Clause 14 is the one that matters for a deal this size. Prohibition on undisclosed personal relationships that create a reporting line or influence transaction decisions. Sasha nods, keeps her face empty. Penalty ranges from written censure to dismissal and clawback of carried interest. Vasti continues. The language is calm, recited. This applies to everyone, including the founder. The pause that follows is thin and sharp as a blade. Sasha holds it, does not fill it, does not look away. Vasti watches her for a beat longer than necessary. Then she opens the binder to a flagged page. The attestation. You certify you are not currently in a relationship covered by Section 14. The pen appears beside the binder, black ink, heavy. Sasha picks it up. The metal is cold. She thinks of Cormac's face in the dawn light, the folder he placed on top of her envelope, the raw edge in his voice when he said he wanted history to show she led the deal. She signs. The letters come out clean, legible, no tremor. Vasti takes the binder back, closes it. The sound is final. Welcome to Copenhagen, Director Vaught. It is the first time anyone in this building has used the title aloud. Sasha thanks her, stands, walks to the door, her legs work. Her breath is steady. She has signed nothing untrue. She is not in a relationship. She is in a 10-week negotiation with herself. The hallway is quiet. She passes the main conference room. The glass wall is fully transparent today, light flooding the long table, the empty chairs, the whiteboard showing the Copenhagen deal structure in blue ink. Cormac is inside. His jacket is off, sleeves rolled to the elbow. He is standing at the board, marker in hand, not writing, not moving, just standing there like he lost his train of thought the moment she appeared in his peripheral vision. He turns. The movement is slow, deliberate, as if he knew exactly where she would be and timed it. Their eyes meet through the glass. No one else is in the room, no one else in the hallway. She should keep walking. Her office is 20 feet away. The door is open. She can disappear into her spreadsheets and her envelope and her unanswered messages. She stops. His hand drops to his side. The marker clicks against his thigh. He is not signaling her to come in. He is not doing anything that would look like anything to anyone watching. He is just looking. The distance makes it worse. The silence. The transparency of glass. She can see the line of his jaw, the faint shadow of a night without sleep, the way his chest rises and falls like he is steadying himself. This is not a violation of the policy, not yet. It does not need to be a violation to feel like a trap. She holds his gaze. 1 second, 2. She feels the binder in her hands, feels the weight of her signature on the attestation. Feels the lie forming in the space between them, not spoken, not acted on, just breathed. A door opens further down the hall. Vasti steps out, sees her, sees Cormac through the glass. Says nothing, just waits. Sasha breaks the look first, looks down at the floor, walks into her office, closes the door. Her hands are steady. That small victory matters. She sits at her desk. The envelope is still there, still beneath the folder Cormac left. She pulls the folder aside, taps the edge of an envelope against her palm. Her phone lights up. The unsaved number. Foss. Tick, caught, Miviet. Offers have half-lives. So do deals. She stares at the cracked screen. Her jaw tightens. She types one line. Does not send it. Enjoys it. Locks the phone. Another buzz. Not a text. A calendar notification. Client dinner. The Dorchester, 1900. Mandatory. +1C, Orenthal. She stares at the screen. The crack runs through the words, splitting his name in half. She has 10 weeks. She has signed the policy. She has a rival offer in her desk. And tonight she has to sit next to him at a long table full of people who would love to see her fail and pretend he is just her boss. She looks up. The glass wall in her own office is smaller, frosted at the edges, but she can see the corridor. The conference room door is still closed. He is still in there. She picks up the envelope, pulls out Rhea Kitt's letter, reads the first line for the 100th time. Partnership. Clean slate. No conflicts of interest. She folds it, puts it back. The 10 weeks are still burning. Chapter 4. The Dorchester's private dining room smells like old money and beeswax. Saoirse arrives at 7 precisely. The dress is the best thing in her wardrobe. Black, simple, cut high at the neck, sleeves long enough to cover the burn scar. She bought it 3 years ago for an interview she didn't get. It still fits because she hasn't been able to afford a better one. The maitre d' takes her coat. She smooths her skirt, checks her phone. No messages except the cracked reminder of Foss's half-life comment, still unanswered. She pockets the phone and walks in. The table is a polished oval that seats 12. 8 men are already seated. One woman, a partner from the firm's legal counsel, nods at her from the far end. Cormac is not here yet. A server pulls out her chair. She sits. The tablecloth is starched linen. The water glasses are hand-blown. The atmosphere is calibrated warmth, the kind that costs more per square foot than her monthly rent. The man to her left is silver-haired, heavy-jowled, wearing a tie that costs more than her dress. He introduces himself as Hartley. Some fund, some title. She forgets it as soon as he speaks. So you're the one Orenthal's betting Copenhagen on. Not a question. An assessment. She smiles with her mouth closed. I'm the one leading the analysis, yes. Young. He says it like it's a diagnosis. How old are you? 25? 24. He nods slowly. The man across the table leans forward. His eyes are pale, watery, amused in a way that feels rehearsed. And what exactly qualifies a 24-year-old to value a media asset with a 100-year institutional history? The table goes quiet. The partner from legal looks at her plate. The server hovers with a wine bottle. Saoirse waits. Lets the silence stretch. She learned this from Cormac. Let them feel the loath of their own question before you answer. 4 years of sector analysis, she says. 2 years inside Orenthal's portfolio. A master's thesis on Nordic media consolidation that the target board has already read and cited in their internal committee notes. She pauses. Also, I bothered to read their last 3 annual reports, their competitor filings, and the regulatory transcripts from the Danish Competition Authority, which is more than the previous advisory team did before they lost the board's confidence. The pale-eyed man blinks. Hartley's glass stouts halfway to his mouth. She reaches for her water, takes a sip. The ice clinks. But please, she says, continue questioning my qualifications. I find it helpful to know exactly who underestimates me before the negotiation starts. The partner from legal hides a smile behind her napkin. Hartley sets his glass down. The Institute of Chartered Accountants examination requires 3 years of supervised practice. Did you sit it? Passed it in 18 months. Accelerated program? Shift work. She says it flat. I studied between closing shifts at my family's takeaway. The fryer oil burns teach you focus. The table is silent. Cormac chooses that moment to walk in. He is wearing a dark suit, fresh shirt, tie knotted perfectly. He looks like he slept. She knows he did not. His eyes find her immediately, a fraction of a second. Then he shifts to Hartley, extends his hand, makes the room remember he owns it. Hartley, good to see you. Sorry I'm late. The Copenhagen documents ran long. He takes the empty chair. It is beside her. Of course it is. The server pours wine. The conversation resumes. Hartley shifts to real estate. Someone asks about the wine list. The server clears plates. The room exhales. Saoirse does not look at Cormac. She does not need to. She can feel his attention like a hand on her spine. The dinner stretches through dessert, coffee, small talk that no one remembers. She answers 2 more questions about the deal structure, deflects one about her background, and learns that Dunbar's fund is positioning for a media-accepted downturn that she privately believes will not come. By the time the plates are clear and the goodbyes begin, her jaw aches from smiling. She steps into the lobby. The air is cooler. The marble floor echoes. Cormac appears beside her, close enough that she can smell his cologne. You handled that well. I handled that better than well. He almost smiles. Yes, you did. The car pulls up, black, discreet. He holds the door for her. I can get the tube, she says. You can also get in the car. She looks at him. The lobby light catches the shadows under his eyes. He is as exhausted as she is. He is still standing, still holding the door. She gets in. The door closes. The interior is warm, leather, soft lighting. The partition is up. He settles beside her, not touching, close enough. The jet is available for the Copenhagen run, he says. Friday morning, we can prep on the flight. She nods. The jet. She has never been on a private jet. She will not let him see that matter. Fine. He turns his head, looks at her in the dim light. You are not my protégé, Saoirse. The words hit somewhere unexpected. I know. Do you? He does not look away, because Hartley will tell everyone at his club that you are. That you are young, talented, and clearly being positioned by a senior partner. He will leave out the part where you made him look like a fool in his own investment thesis. I didn't make him look like a fool. He did that himself. Cormac's mouth moves, almost a smile, almost. Friday morning, he says. I'll send the car. The car stops. Her building, the narrow door, the flat that costs too much and contains too little. She reaches for the handle. Saoirse? She stops. When you close Copenhagen, he says, and you will close it, that room will be yours, not because I gave it to you, because you walked in and took it. She does not turn around. Her hand stays on the door handle. The words sit in her chest like something she cannot swallow. She opens the door, steps out. The cold air hits her face. The car waits until she is inside the building. She climbs the stairs, unlocks the flat, stands in the dark. Her phone lights up. Not Foss. A text from Cormac. 2 words. Friday morning. She stares at the cracked screen. The 10 weeks have not started yet. Why do you know? This was my glasses. Why you think, obey. I learned enough to read regulatory filings, 4 months of Duolingo, and a tutor who charged £20 an hour. Hartley laughs. It is not a warm sound. And what does that tutor think of you dining at the Dorchester? The question lands with a precise, casual cruelty. Cormac's jaw tightens. He does not intervene. Saoirse meets Hartley's eyes. She thinks I'm still paying off the lessons. And then anyone who spends £5,000 on a suit still can't pronounce regulatory capture correctly in any language. The table freezes. Hartley's face reddens. Then Dunbar laughs. A real one. She's got you there, Hartley. She's got you. The tension breaks. The conversation shifts. Someone asks about the wine list. The server clears plates. The room exhales. Saoirse does not look at Cormac. She does not need to. She can feel his attention like a hand on her spine. The dinner stretches through dessert, coffee, small talk that no one remembers. She answers 2 more questions about the deal structure, deflects one about her background, and learns that Dunbar's fund is positioning for a media sector downturn that she privately believes will not come. By the time the plates are cleared and the goodbyes begin, her jaw aches from fliving. She steps into the lobby. The air is cooler. The marble floor echoes. Cormac appears beside her. But the feeling is already here. The one she cannot name. The one that has nothing to do with deals or deadlines or the envelope still sitting in her desk. She is in trouble. Chapter 5. The car arrives at 5:47 a.m. Saoirse has been watching from the window since 5:15, coat on, bag packed, coffee cool in her hand. She did not sleep. She lay in bed watching the ceiling crack cast shadows and told herself the tension in her chest was the deal. The car is black, German. The driver wears a cap and does not meet her eyes when he opens the door. She gets in. The interior smells of leather and something clean, cedar maybe. The seat is heated. There is water in the door pocket, glass bottles. A tablet mounted in the back of the driver's seat displays her name, Saoirse Vaught. Destination, Farnborough. She has never flown out of Farnborough. She did not know she was flying out of Farnborough until this moment. The city slides past. Gray morning, wet streets. A man unlocking a newsagent. A woman walking a dog. The ordinary world she still belongs to, receding in a heated seat she did not pay for. The driver does not speak. She watches London thin into suburbs, then motorway, then the low buildings and chain-link fences of an airport she has only seen from the motorway. The gate opens without the driver slowing. A security check exists, but happens behind tinted glass while she waits in the car. No queue, no taking off her shoes, no one asking if she packed her own bag. The car stops on the tarmac. The jet is white, small, sleek in a way that feels purposeful rather than ostentatious. A staircase is already down. A steward stands at the bottom, young, polished. She steps out of the car. The wind hits her face. The air smells of aviation fuel and cold. She grips her bag strap and walks toward the stairs. Cormac is already inside. She sees him through the window as she climbs. He is seated at a table, laptop open, reading glasses on. He looks up when she enters. He takes the glasses off. "You're early." The car was early. The car was precisely on time. She settles into the seat across from him. The leather is cream. The table is polished wood. There is a notebook with her name embossed on it. A pen. A glass of water. She does not touch any of it. The steward appears. "Can I offer you something before takeoff, Ms. Vaught?" Her name. The steward knows her name. "Coffee, black." "Of course." The steward disappears. The door closes. The engines change pitch. Cormac watches her. "You look like you're waiting for the bill." She meets his eyes. "I'm waiting for the catch." There is no catch. There is always a catch. He leans back. His shirt is crisp. No tie, dark jacket hanging behind him. He looks different in daylight. Softer around the edges. Or maybe she is looking differently. The jet is a tool, he says. Speed, privacy. You can work the whole flight without interruption. That is the only reason I use it. That is the only reason you should. And the cost? It's already accounted for. The firm pays a management fee. The flight is a line item. You are not costing anyone anything by sitting in a seat that would be empty otherwise. She wants to believe that. She does not. The steward returns with coffee in a porcelain cup. Not paper, porcelain. The saucer has a small chocolate on it. Saoirse wraps her hands around the cup. The heat seeps into her palms. Real. Grounding. Tell me what you're thinking? Cormac says. I'm thinking the Copenhagen Target Board has 3 constituencies. The founding family still holds 30%. The institutional investors hold 40%. The remaining 30% is scattered among pension funds and small holders who will follow whoever offers the highest multiple. He blinks. That is what you are thinking? You asked. He studies her. I did. She drinks the coffee. It is good. Better than good. It is the best coffee she has had in months, possibly ever. Perp is rec, already assessing. Mr. Hartwig, Chapter 6. The car is black. The driver is silent. Copenhagen slides past the tinted windows in grays and muted blues. A city built from water and stone and severe lines. Saoirse presses her palm flat against the leather seat and counts the bridges they cross. 3. She stops counting. The headquarters is a glass cube near the harbor. No logo, no flag, just a nameplate by the entrance, brass and understated, the kind of understatement that costs more than grand gestures. She steps out. The wind hits her face, cold and salt-tinged. She does not shiver. Cormac walks beside her. He does not offer advice. He does not reach for her elbow. He simply matches her pace, hands in his coat pockets, and lets the silence say what it needs to say. The lobby is white. White walls, white floor. A single reception desk in pale ash wood. The air smells of coffee and clean nothing. The receptionist looks up. Ms. Vaught, Mr. Hartwig is expecting you. Saoirse shows her teeth in what might be a smile. Good. The lift is glass. It rises through the building, past floors of open-plan desks and heads bent over screens. No one looks up. No one notices. The 7th floor opens onto a corridor lined with meeting rooms. Each one is identical. Glass walls, white tables, chairs that cost more than her first month's rent in London. Emil Hartwig is waiting at the end of the corridor. He is younger than she expected, early 40s, fair hair, sharp cheekbones, eyes the color of the harbor. He is dressed in a dark gray suit with no tie. His handshake is brief and dry. Ms. Vaught. Mr. Hartwig, thank you for the time. You said you had a valuation model. I said I wanted to share it. He considers this. His eyes slide to Cormac, standing a step behind her. Mr. Orenthal? Emil? The 2 men exchange nods. Something passes between them, old and unresolved. Saoirse steps forward, breaking the line of their attention. Shall we? Hartwig leads them into a meeting room. The table is white. The chairs are black. The windows look out over the harbor, where a gray ship moves slow and deliberate through the cold water. She sits. Cormac sits beside her. Hartwig takes the chair across. He does not offer coffee. You have 30 minutes, he says. The board session starts at 11. Preben does not like surprises. Saoirse opens her bag, pulls out her laptop, pulls out the notebook Cormac gave her, the one with Hartwig's number already inside. She sets it on the table, face up, so he can see the name. Hartwig looks at the notebook, looks at her. You came prepared. I came ready. He pushes the document back across the table. You meet Pribben in 40 minutes. He will test you harder than I did. I expect he will? He does not like London. He does not like people who borrow prestige. If you try to trade on Orenthal's name, he will dismiss you in front of the whole room. Saoirse closes her laptop. Then I will not trade on his name. She stands. Thank you for the time, Mr. Hartwig. I will see you at 11. She walks out. Cormac follows. The corridor is empty. The lift doors close behind them. In the lift, Cormac says, That was good. That was a start. He gave you something. He gave me a warning. Same thing. The lift descends. The floors slide past. Saoirse looks at her reflection in the glass. She looks young. She looks tired. She looks like someone who has never had a safety net. She looks like herself. The lift opens. The lobby is still white. The receptionist is still behind the desk. She points toward a door at the far end of the hall. The boardroom. Mr. Breck is waiting. Saoirse walks. The door is heavy, wood, not glass. She pushes it open. The room inside is large, dark paneling, a long table, 10 chairs, all empty except for one. Preben Breck sits at the head. He is older than she expected. Silver hair, deep lines cut into his face. His eyes are pale and sharp, the kind of eyes that have been reading people longer than she has been alive. He does not stand. Ms. Vaught. Mr. Breck. Thank you for the time. Dyfin, I will see you at 11. She walks out. Cormac follows. The corridor is empty. The lift doors close behind them. In the lift, Cormac says, That was good. That was a start. He gave you something. He gave me a warning. Sing thing. The lift descends. The floors slide past. Saoirse looks at her reflection in the glass. She looks young. She looks tired. She looks like someone who has never had a safety net. She looks like herself. The lift opens. The lobby is still white. The receptionist is still behind the desk. The first is real. The second is dead. Hartwig leans back. His face gives nothing. Why is it dead? Because the Danish Competition Authority already ruled on this question. September of last year, they blocked a similar structure on the grounds that vertical integration in a market this concentrated reduces downstream competition. The judgment is 17 pages. I have translated the relevant sections. Most people skip it. I read it. My speaking is slower than I would like. And you translated a regulatory ruling? The relevant sections. Why? The question lands like a blade. Because your board has not updated its WUSC assessment since the ruling was published. The vertical integration thesis is unsupported. If you proceed on the current assumptions, you will overpay. If you overpay, the deal fails. If the deal fails, the institutional investors lose confidence and the founding family loses their exit window. She pauses. I am here to make sure that does not happen. Breck's face is unreadable. And who speaks for you, Ms. Vaught? Mr. Orenthal or the firm he built? I speak for myself. The firm employs me. Mr. Orenthal recruited me. But I do not need either of them to tell me what I see in a balance sheet. Silence. Breck takes a breath. Then he says, Good. He leans forward. Because borrowed prestige will get you nowhere in this room. You stand alone. You fail alone. Do you understand? Saoirse meets his eyes. I have never had a choice. The corner of Breck's mouth moves. It is not a smile. It is something sharper. Then show me. He pushes a stack of papers across the table. The board packet. Updated this morning. You have 15 minutes. Then the room fills. Saoirse pulls the packet toward her. She does not look at Cormac. She opens the first page. The words are in Danish. She does not reach for a translator. She reads the word, hangs in the air between them. Borrowed. Borrowed city. Borrowed name. Borrowed warmth from a man who should never have been close enough to lend it. She does not flinch. Borrowed. She repeats, tasting the shape of it. His fingers are still resting on the page she gave him. So, over the stake. Saoirse still came. He still looked the door, standing, and we think like a table back. You let me trade me? I said, not look at it, tasting the shape of it. His fingers are still resting on the page she gave him, but I don't like it. The page is from her own translation, the ruling she paid for in hours she will never get back. Is that what you see when you look at my analysis? Borrowed intelligence? I see a woman who arrived in a private jet. He says it flat, without judgment. That jet is not yours. The notebook you used is not yours. The name on the deal documents. Not yours. The work is mine. Is it? He pushes the papers back across the table to her. Your analysis is precise. Your Danish is functional but not fluent. You have done the reading, but you sit beside the man who pays you, in a room his reputation opened, and you tell me the work speaks for itself. His voice is soft, almost kind. I believe the work. I do not yet believe you can hold the room without him in it. Cormac shifts. She feels him ready to speak, to defend, to fix. She puts her hand flat on the table before he can open his mouth. Then test me. Breck's eyebrows lift. Not with questions. Put me in front of your board. Give me the valuation presentation. Mr. Orenthal will not speak. He will not add. He will not correct. She holds Breck's gaze. When I finish, ask them if they believe I work for myself. The seconds stretch. Breck looks at her hand on the table, small, steady, unprotected. He looks at Cormac. Cormac says nothing. 11 o'clock, Breck says. You have 20 minutes. If you stumble, I will not catch you. I know. She gathers her papers, the translated judgment, the valuation model, the notebook with her name on it. She stands. The door opens behind her. The board begins to file in. Chapter 7. The board takes their seats in silence. 10 chairs, 10 faces, all men except for one woman near the far end, gray suit, reading glasses already on. No introductions, no coffee. Breck does not offer pleasantries. He nods at Saoirse. She stands. The table stretches between her and the nearest board member. No podium, no screen remote, just the printed packet she read in 15 minutes and the valuation model she built on a laptop that cost £800 3 years ago. She does not open with her name. Your current offer values the company at 4.2 times trailing revenue. That multiple assumes 2 growth drivers: Nordic advertising consolidation, which is real, and vertical integration into content production, which is not. She slides a single page toward the center of the table. The Danish Competition Authority ruled against vertical integration in a similar case last September. Structural separation. No behavioral remedies. The full text is 17 pages. I have translated the relevant sections. The woman in the gray suit picks up the page. You are using the Geo-Nordic precedent, she says. That ruling applies to broadcast infrastructure, not content. Broadcast infrastructure and content production share the same downstream market in the authority's analysis. Paragraph 43. The concentration concern is not the asset class, It is the control of distribution pathways. If the target owns both the content and the pipe, the same logic applies. The woman reads. Her expression does not change. Saoirse does not wait. Your institutional investors have been briefed on a 3-year exit window. That window narrows if the deal closes on the current assumptions and the regulatory challenge arrives before year 2. You will be in litigation instead of integration. The multiple will compress. The founding family gets their payday. The institutions take a write-down. She lets that land. A man at the far end clears his throat. And what do you propose? Lower the offer and lose the family? No. No, structure the consideration. Split it. Cash upfront for the family. And earn out on the institutional tranche that ties the multiple to actual advertising revenue performance over 24 months. The institutions get downside protection. The family gets liquidity now. Everyone stays aligned on execution. Why would the family accept that? Because the alternative is no deal at all. She meets his eyes. If you proceed on the current valuation and the vertical integration thesis collapses, the institutions will sue. The family will be tied up in litigation for years. They will not get a clean exit in this cycle. A split structure gives them certainty and speed. That is worth more than a theoretical peak multiple that cannot survive regulatory scrutiny. Silence. The woman in gray puts down the page. She is right. Breck shifts in his chair. He looks at Saoirse. Not through her, at her. Where did you find the September ruling? I translated it, last week, after I read the target's data room and saw no updated risk assessment. You read Danish? Enough to understand the regulatory landscape. I am not fluent. But I do not need to be fluent to see that your board has been operating on assumptions that were invalid 8 months ago. Another man speaks, older, heavy watch. The London team has not flagged this. They have not read it. It is only published in Danish. She does not say it with triumph. She says it flat. Fact. The woman in gray laughs, a short, sharp sound. Breck taps the table once. Ms. Vaught, you have made your point. He looks around the room. I want an updated valuation model with the split consideration structure by end of week. Legal will review the earnout language. We reconvene Monday morning. He turns back to Saoirse. You will present the revised case. It is not a question. The room stirs. Chairs scrape. The board begins to rise. Saoirse stands still. Cormac has not moved. He has not spoken. He has not uncrossed his arms. She has not looked at him once since she began, but she knows he has watched every second. The woman in gray approaches. Director Vaught. Yes. Lisbeth Crow, head of audit committee. They shake hands. Her grip is brief and hard. That was clean work. Do not let anyone in London tell you otherwise. She walks out. The room empties. Emil Hartvig is still in his chair. He has not risen. Saoirse meets his gaze. You wanted to see if I could hold the room without him, she says. I saw. And? He stands slowly. The room is yours, for now. She waits. But? There is a difference between winning the argument and owning the deal. You won the argument. Ownership takes something else. What? Answer one question first. He comes around the table, stops beside her. Who really speaks for you, Director Vaught? The room is empty now except for the 3 of them. Cormac still silent. Emile, watching. Saoirse does not answer, but her hand moves without permission, flat against the table, the same gesture she used to stop Cormac from speaking earlier. A claim. A line. She opens her mouth to answer when her phone vibrates against the wood. The screen lights up face up on the table. A single name. Foss. Section 8. The phone vibrates against polished wood. the name still glowing on the screen. Foss. Saoirse's hand moves before thought. She turns the phone face down. Emil Hartwig watches the motion. His eyes stay on the black rectangle a beat longer than comfortable. You were about to answer my question. I was. And... She slides the phone into her coat pocket, the gesture deliberate, delaying. The work is mine. The analysis is mine. The regulatory read is mine. I learned Danish in 18 hours because no one in London was going to do it for me. Who told you to? No one. I saw the gap and filled it. Emil nods slowly. Something in his posture shifts. Less weight on the table. The harbor eyes lose their sharpest edge. That is what I needed to hear. He straightens. You have tomorrow, the whole day. No board, no formal agenda, but Breck will expect your revised model by 6 p.m. Friday. He will not say it aloud, but he will run your numbers against his own before Monday. I understand. Good. He moves toward the door, then stops with his hand on the frame. One more thing. Director Vaught. She waits. Foss was at the harbor dinner 3 weeks ago. He asked Breck about you specifically. Made it sound like curiosity. It was not. He leaves. The door clicks shut. The room goes hollow with silence. Saoirse stands alone at the table. Cormac has not moved from his chair against the wall. She still has not looked at him. She feels in me. The weight of his attention. The patience in his stillness. Are you going to ask? She speaks to the empty chair where Breck sat. No. Cormac's voice, low, measured. Then what are you doing? Waiting for you to tell me what you need. She turns. He is leaning back in the chair, arms still crossed, tie still pulled loose. His expression gives nothing, but his eyes track her like she is a moving target. I need to call London. Then call. I need to think about what Hartwig just said about Foss. Then think. And I need to know if you are going to tell me about the message he sent you. The air between them goes tight. Saoirse takes her phone out of her coat pocket. The screen is still dark. She holds it up. He sent a text while I was presenting. I have not read it yet. Will you? I do not know. She watches him process that, the flicker in his jaw, the way his fingers tighten across his arm. Why would you not read it? Because reading it means I have to decide what to do with it. And right now, I do not have the bandwidth for another decision. She puts the phone back in her pocket. You are angry. I am careful. That is not an answer. It is the only one you are getting right now. She turns toward the door, stops with her hand on the frame, mirroring Emil's exit. I will have the model ready by Friday. I will be at the office by 7 tomorrow. I do not know what I am going to do about Foss, and I do not know what I am going to do about us. She looks over her shoulder, but I know I am not going to make any of those decisions in a boardroom that is still warm from the chairs. She walks out. The corridor is empty. Gray carpet, gray walls, glass doors at intervals. She walks toward the elevator. Her steps sound too loud. The elevator arrives. She steps inside, presses the lobby button. The doors slide shut. She leans against the wall and closes her eyes. The phone vibrates again. Same name. Foss. She opens it this time. Well played, I heard. We should talk before your schedule fills. She stares at the screen. 3 weeks ago, at a harbor dinner, asking about her specifically. She types, when? The reply comes within seconds. Tonight. Bar at the D'Angler. 8. She does not answer. The elevator doors open into a marble lobby. A young woman at a polished desk looks up and smiles. Director Vaught, Mr. Breck asked me to let you know he is in the West Conference Room if you have a moment. Thank you. She crosses the lobby. The West Conference Room is small. A single table, 4 chairs. Treben Breck sits alone, reading from a tablet. He looks up when she enters. Close the door. She does. Sit. She sits across from him. He sets the tablet down and studies her with those pale eyes. You held the room. I know. Modesty is wasted on me. I am not giving you a compliment. I am telling you what I observed so you can decide if you want to use it. I am listening. Lisbeth will back you on the audit committee. That gives you 3 votes out of 7. If you convert a RUP and the pension fund represented, you have 5. The earn-out structure is smart, but the institutional investors will want a floor on the multiple. Give them that and you lock them in. He taps the table with one finger. The family will resist the split initially. They want a clean exit. But if you frame it as speed over price, they will come around. Their lead seller is retiring. He does not want to spend his final years in litigation. Saoirse holds his gaze. Why are you telling me this? Because I want this deal to close, and I think you can close it. But there is always a but. He leans back. Foss is circling. I do not know whoa, and I do not want to know, but I have been doing this long enough to recognize a man who is not patient. Foss has been patient for 6 months. That means he is close to something. He waits. Saoirse says nothing. Whatever he is close to, do not let it touch my board. It will not. Good. He picks up his tablet again. I want the model by 6 p.m. Friday. You can email it. I do not need a song and dance. Understood. She stands. Director Vaught. She pauses. You have a future that extends far beyond being someone's discovery. But you will have to claim it cleanly. No shadows, no favors, no debts that look like gifts. He looks at her directly. People like Foss collect leverage. Do not let him collect yours. She leaves the room. I am going to take tomorrow. You mean that? I mean, I would call you tomorrow. Good. That is all I ask. The line goes dead. Saoirse pockets the phone. The wind picks up off the water. She turns her collar up and starts walking toward the hotel. 2 blocks later, she stops. Cormac is leaning against a lamppost at the corner, hands in his pockets, tie still loose. Watching her. He says nothing. She says nothing. The distance between them is 15 feet. Neither of them closes it. After a long moment, he pushes off the lamppost and turns, walking the other direction. She watches him go. Her phone vibrates one more time. She does not look at it. She keeps walking. Chapter 9. The number lands in her phone at 7,000 feet. Sasha stares at the screen. Copenhagen area code. Not Breck. Not Emil. A landline she does not recognize. She lets it ring twice, then sends it to voicemail. Cormac is across the table, laptop open, reading glasses on. He has not spoken since they boarded. The jet hums through gray cloud. Coffee cools in a cup neither of them has touched. She sets the phone face down. You are going to tell me eventually. His voice is flat, not accusatory, just stating a fact. I will tell you what you need to know. That is not how this works. She looks up. His gaze has not left the screen. This works however I decide it works. Fine. He closes the laptop, removes the glasses, sets them on the polished wood between them. Then tell me what you decided about Breck's strategy. The shift is deliberate, a tactical retreat to the one ground she cannot refuse. He wants the earnout tied to advertising revenue performance, not EBITDA, not operating profit. I read his email. Then you know he is right. I know he is asking for a structure that makes London nervous. She leans forward. London is not the one voting. Copenhagen is. If we force a clean multiple, the institutional investors will walk. They want certainty, not theoretical peak. Breck is giving us the path. We take it. He is giving you the path. The correction lands sharp. She holds his gaze. Then I will take it. He watches her. The cabin hums. The clouds thin, then thicken again. You think I am too aggressive for this? I think you read the rue wrong. Explain. She does not flinch. You walked into Hartwig's office like you already owned it. The handshake, the open stance, the way you looked past him at the whiteboard before he finished speaking. That works in London. It does not work here. You were not in the rue for that. I was outside the window. He is quiet. She continues. Breck does not respect force. He respects weight, precision. He wants to see that you have done the work before he lets you do more work. If you come at him like a buyer, he will shut down. If you come at him like a partner, he will open. You analyzed my handshake. I analyzed your strategy. A beat. And you are better than that. The words hang. He leans back, the leather creaks. Outside, the sky turns from gray to pale blue as the jet banks west. You are right. She blinks. What? The handshake. I saw his shoulder tighten. I knew it was a mistake. He picks up his coffee, drinks, sets it down. I did it anyway. Why? Because I am used to being the force in the room. The admission is quiet, honest. It sounds like truth. She feels something shift in her chest, a loosening she did not authorize. So adjust. I already did. He looks at her. I changed the approach before we landed. The next meeting, I sit to your left. You lead, I follow. You are serious? I am serious. The silence fills. She studies him, the lines around his eyes, the way his hand rests on the table, palm open, not defensive. Why? He holds her gaze. Because you read the room better than I did. Because if I keep playing the senior partner, Breck will keep treating me like the threat. And because I told you the room would be yours. I meant it. She looks away. The window, the clouds, the horizon. You did not tell me about Foss? The words come before she can stop them. He is quiet. You did not tell me about the improved offer from Kit. She turns back. That is not the same. It is exactly the same. You have no I need what that I said, right? I don't. I mean to. I know that too. The wheels touch the runway. A jolt. The reverse thrust roars through the cabin. She waits until the plane slows. Why now? He picks up his glasses, folds them, slips them into his jacket pocket. Because I do not want to lose you to someone else's version of the truth. The plane taxis toward the gate. She says nothing. The door opens. The stairs descend. The air hits her face, cold and damp and familiar. She steps off the jet and onto the tarmac. Cormac follows 2 paces behind. She does not look back. But she does not walk faster, and she does not let him disappear. Chapter 10. The flat is too quiet. Saoirse stands in the dark center of her living room, coat still on, bag still on her shoulder. The street lamp outside throws a yellow wedge across the bare floorboards. She has not turned on a light. The flight back feels like hours ago, and like it is still happening. The hum of the engines. Cormac's palm flat on the table. I do not want to lose you to someone else's version of the truth. She presses the heels of her hands against her eyes until she sees sparks. Her phone is in her hand. She does not remember taking it out. 3 missed calls. 2 from Neve. 1 from the unknown Copenhagen number. A voicemail she has not listened to. She scrolls past the Copenhagen alert and calls Neve. 1 ring. 2. A clatter on the other end, then the sound of a television in the background. A quiz show. The same one their mother used to fall asleep to. About time. The voice hits her like a hand on the back of the neck. Familiar. Sharp. Unimpressed by everything. Sarah sits down on the edge of the sofa. The cushion exhales under her. I know. You been ignoring me? No. Busy. Busy. Neve stretches the word into 2 syllables. That what we are calling it now. I am in London. I know where you are. You think I do not track your location like Mom tracks the weather? Saoirse almost laughs. Your texts got buried. Right. Buried. A pause. The television murmurs. Someone on the show gets the question wrong and the audience groans. Mom wants to know when you are coming down. Soon. Soon is not a date. Soon is the best I have got. The silence stretches. Neve sighs, and Saoirse can picture her perfectly. Leaning against the kitchen counter, one hand wrapped around a mug of tea, the same chipped mug their father used before he left. The damp patch on the wall above the radiator. The stack of mail on the sideboard that nobody opens. You sound tired. I am tired. Proper tired. Or running on coffee and nerves tired. Saoirse looks at the ceiling. A crack runs from the light fitting to the corner. She has meant to get it fixed for 8 months. Both. Right. Neve pauses. That bloke still there? The one with the money and the face? Saoirse looks at the ceiling. A crack runs from the light fitting to the corner. She has meant to get it fixed for 8 months. Both. Right. Neve pauses. That bloke still there? The one with the money and the face? Cormac. I know his name. I am not thick. Is he still there? Saoirse closes her eyes. He is complicated. Rich men always are. That is the point of them. They complicate everything so you cannot see the door. The words land sharp. True. Saoirse feels them settle in her chest like a weight. It is not like that. Is not it? It is not. Then what is it like? She opens her eyes, the crack in the ceiling, the yellow light from the street. I do not know. That is a problem. I know it is a problem. Then what are you doing about it? Saoirse presses the phone harder against her ear. I am figuring it out. Figure faster. You are too smart to be someone's secret. The words hit like a slap she did not see coming. I am not his secret. You just said you do not know what it is. That is the same thing. Saoirse stands up, walks to the window. The street below is empty. A car passes, headlights sweeping across the parked cars. I did not call to get lectured. Then why did you call? The question stops her. She looks at her reflection in the glass. Dark coat, dark hair escaping the knot. The phone pressed to her ear. Because I do not know what I am doing. And you thought I would know? You always know. Neve is quiet. The television murmurs. When she speaks again, her voice is softer. I do not always know. I just sound like I do. That is the same thing. It is not, but it works. Saoirse laughs. It comes out hollow. There is a man. Lionel Foss. He is pressuring me to leave. For where? Another firm, better terms, faster equity, a seat at the table. And the price? Saoirse hesitates. I do not know yet. You always know the price. You used to count the cost of everything before you were tall enough to see the counter. This one is different. They always are, until they are not. Saoirse presses her palm flat against the cold glass, the gesture Cormac used on the jet. Chapter 11. The flat is still dark when she moves. Saoirse has not slept. The ceiling crack is still there. The street light still bleeds yellow through the thin curtain. She has been sitting on the edge of the bed for 40 minutes, phone in her lap. Emil Hartvig's voicemail played and replayed until the words have lost their edges. She does not call back. At 6:12 she showers. At 6:31 she stands in front of the wardrobe and chooses the gray suit, the one with the sharp cut that makes her look like she belongs in rooms she had to fight to enter. Flat shoes, hair pinned tight, the cracked phone in her pocket. She is at Orenthal Capital by 704. The building is quiet. The top floor is empty. She lets herself into the small office that is still hers, the one with the window that faces the fire escape, and the desk drawer containing Ria Kitt's partnership letter. She does not open the drawer. She pulls up the scope agreement instead, the one Cormac drafted before dawn the night she agreed to stay. Her name above his. Signing authority. Every filing. She reads it slowly. Then she opens a new document and starts drafting amendments. Tighter reporting lines. She wants the board minutes to record her as co-lead, not advisor. She wants the transaction committee to name her specifically. She wants every document that leaves this building to carry her signature alongside his, so no one can later pretend she was ornamental. The work takes an hour. At 8:13 she hears footsteps in the corridor. She does not look up. She knows the weight of them. Cormac stops in her doorway. He is wearing the same suit from yesterday, fresh shirt, no tie yet, dark circles under his eyes. You are early. So are you. He does not argue. He steps inside. Closes the door. Saoirse watches him do it, the door clicking shut, the glass wall that makes the room visible to anyone passing. He does not sit. What are you working on? She turns the screen toward him. He reads. His jaw tightens. His eyes move slowly across the lines. Then he nods. I want your initials on every change. I think Foss has been collecting leverage for 6 months. I think he has a source inside this firm. I think if the deal goes through and someone later questions my role, I want the paper to answer before I have to. Cormac is quiet. Then he pulls out the chair across from her desk, sits, reads the document again from the top. He takes out his pen. He initials every change. No argument, no negotiation, no protective hand on her arm telling her she is overreacting. He signs. Thank you. He looks up. I should have done this myself, before you had to ask. Saoirse does not know what to do with that. She looks down at the document. His initials are clean, precise. She has seen his handwriting on 100 memos. This is no different. But it is. I spoke to Varsity this morning, he says, before I came in. Saoirse looks up. I told her I want the governance review accelerated. I want the Clause 14 language reviewed for whether it creates perverse incentives to conceal rather than disclose. She goes still. That is your policy. I wrote it. I can revise it. People will ask why. They will ask why I am reviewing the conduct framework mid-deal. I will tell them the Copenhagen board raised governance concerns during due diligence, and I want to address them before the Monday vote. Saoirse sits back. He has thought about this. He has prepared the answer. You do not have to do that. I know. Visti will know what it means. Visti already knows what it means. The question is whether she decides to act on it. Saoirse presses her palm flat against the desk. The same gesture. She catches herself doing it and does not pull away. Why are you telling me this? Because I promised you transparency, and because if I'm going to change the rules, you should see me do it. The silence stretches. Saoirse looks at him. The suit, the dark circles, the hands that signed her amendments without a question. I do not know. He nods. Then I will come find you. He opens the door. The corridor light spills in. He does not look back. Saoirse stands at the glass wall and watches him walk away, his steps steady, his shoulders straight. She presses her palm flat against the cold glass. His figure recedes. She does not move. When he is gone, she pulls out her phone. The screen is dark. No messages, no missed calls. She looks at the document on her desk, his initials in the margin. Clean, precise, permanent. She does not know what to do with any of this. The building hums. The corridor remains empty. Saoirse stands at the glass and waits for the day to start, still pressed against the cold, still tasting the edge of words she cannot say back. Tubbs. Chapter 12. The investor reception fills the St. Ermin's library with the particular hum of money pretending to be comfortable. Crystal decanters catch the low gold light. Dark suits cluster around the marble fireplace. Someone laughs too loudly near the windows, the sound cutting across the room like a dropped fork. Saoirse stands near the far wall, a glass of water in her hand, watching the room settle into its evening rhythm. She arrived alone. Cormac texted 20 minutes ago. Meeting ran long. I will meet you there. He has not told him she already knows where it ran long. Foss's office. The 11 o'clock that stretched past 2, then past 4, then dissolved into a single-line message that told her nothing. The reception was on her calendar since yesterday, a pre-Monday investor gathering. Low stakes, high visibility. The kind of event where handshakes matter more than conversation. She has shaken 7 hands so far. She has smiled at all of them. The room shifts. She feels it before she sees it. A change in the air pressure. The way conversations hesitate, then resume at a different pitch. Lionel Foss enters from the lobby. He does not look for her. He accepts a glass of water from the tray, exchanges words with a silver-haired woman near the entrance, laughs at something she says. The laugh is warm, controlled, designed to be heard. Saoirse watches him. The silver hair, the dark horn-rimmed glasses, the lean frame in a charcoal suit that fits like it was built in him. The thin white scar along his left jawline catches the light when he turns. He looks exactly like his photographs, which means he knows exactly how he looks. She should move, circulate, find a group to stand with. She stays. Foss finishes his exchange with the silver-haired woman, touches her elbow, moves into the room. He takes a path that is not direct but is inevitable. A word here, a nod there, a pause to let someone touch his sleeve and ask about an investment he made 3 years ago. He is crossing the room. He is coming to her. Saoirse sets down her water glass, straightens her spine, keeps her hands still at her sides. When he reaches her, he does not offer his hand. He stops at a respectful distance. He smiles. Director Vaught. Mr. Foss, I have been looking forward to meeting you properly. Have you? I have. He tilts his head slightly. You are harder to reach than most people in your position. She does not take the bait. I have been busy. The Copenhagen acquisition. Yes? He says it like he has already read the file. Praven speaks highly of you. The name lands deliberately. Foss knows she knows he knows Breck. He is showing her the connections without naming them. He is a rigorous negotiator. He is. He does not give praise easily. Foss pauses, which makes the fact that he gave it to you interesting. Saoirse holds his gaze. Is that what you wanted to discuss? My performance in Copenhagen. I wanted to meet you. He says it simply, as if the answer should satisfy. I have heard your name in rooms where names are repeated for a reason, and I wanted to see for myself. See what? Whether the reputation matches the person. Does it? He studies her. The pale gray eyes are clinical, assessing, but not unkind. You are more guarded than I expected. I am in an industry where unguarded gets exploited. True, he nods, but also a convenient shield for someone who does not want to be seen. Saoirse feels the comment land exactly where he intended, between her ribs, where the fear lives. Mr. Foss, if you have something to say to me, I would prefer you say it directly. Directly. He savors the word. I respect directness. He steps a step closer, not enough to alarm, enough to make the conversation feel private in the middle of a room full of people. I have been watching your trajectory, Director Vaught. 2 years at Orenthal, from analyst to director of special projects, a co-lead on a transaction that could define your generation of dealmakers, all before 25. I am aware of my own resume. I am sure you are. He smiles. But I wonder if you are aware of how it looks from the outside. How does it look? Like a woman who earned everything she has. He says it cleanly. Then, and like a woman whose rise is being used to stabilize a firm that may not deserve her. The words hang in the air between them. Saoirse does not flinch. Because you want me to feel that way. Foss smiles. It is not unkind. It is worse. It is understanding. I want you to see the difference between being chosen and being free. He steps back. That is all. Think about it before Monday. He turns, walks back into his jacket. Accept the answer to the question you keep not answering yourself. What question is that? Whether you want to spend your career defending a man's reputation? He lets the words settle. Or building your own. Saoirse feels the room press in. The low gold light, the voices, the trapped air. Mr. Foss, I do not know what you think you know about my situation. I know what I observe. He folds his hands. I observe a woman of uncommon talent who has been given uncommon access to power. I observe a founder who has changed his investment thesis, his deal structure, and his governance timeline in the last 2 weeks. I have been watching your trajectory, Director Vaught. 2 years at Orenthal, from analyst to director of special projects, a co-lead on a transaction that could define your generation of dealmakers, all before 25. I am aware of my own resume. I am sure you are. He smiles. But I wonder if you are aware of how it looks from the outside. How does it look? Like a woman who earned everything she has. He says it cleanly. Then, and like a woman whose rise is being used to stabilize a firm that may not deserve her. The words hang in the air between them. Saoirse does not move. Stabilize how? Orenthal Capital has a governance problem. You know that. You signed the attestations. He says it without menace. A fact. Cormac wrote the policy himself. He also wrote the exceptions. And everyone in the market is watching to see whether the exceptions will protect the firm or expose it. He has not made any exceptions. No. Foss's eyes hold hers. Not yet. The silence is precise. Mr. Foss, if you are trying to warn me about something, I would prefer you say it directly. Directly. He savors the word. I respect directness. He steps half a step closer. Not enough to alarm, enough to make the conversation feel private in the middle of a room full of people. I have been watching your trajectory, Director Vaught. 2 years at Orenthal. From analyst to director of special projects. A co-lead on a transaction that could define your generation of dealmakers. All before 25. I am aware of my own resume. I am sure you are. He smiles. But I wonder if you are aware of how it looks from the outside. How does it look? Like a woman who earned everything she has. He says it cleanly. Then. And why does it feel like you are still borrowing permission to act? The question lands like a bait to her ribs. Saoirse does not flinch. Because you want me to feel that way. Foss smiles. It is not unkind, it is worse. It is understanding. I want you to see the difference between being chosen and being free. He steps back. That is all. Think about it before Monday. He turns, walks back into the room. The crowd pouts for him like water. That I was rewriting rules to protect you. And what did you tell him? That I was rewriting rules because the firm needed better governance, and that if he wanted to test me, he should do it directly. Saoirse looks at him. Did he believe you? No. Cormac holds her gaze. But he does not know what I am willing to lose. The words land between them. Saoirse feels the weight of them, the risk, the trust. You should not have come here tonight. I know. You should have stayed away. I know. He does not step closer. Neither does she. Tomorrow, she says, I need to know what he is planning, and I need to know it before Monday. Then I will find out. How? I have one source he does not know about. Saoirse waits. If I tell you who it is? Cormac says, there is no going back. Then tell me. He holds her gaze. Vashti. The name lands. Saoirse feels the ground shift under her feet. She has been tracking his correspondence for 3 months, ever since he started asking about you. She came to me after the Copenhagen trip and told me she had found a pattern. A pattern of what? Of him using the same intermediary for every move, a woman named Alara Vance. No visible connection to his fund. Clean paper trail, untraceable. Saoirse processes the information. Why did you not tell me this before? Because I was trying to protect you from having to carry it. And now? Cormac's eyes hold hers. Now I am learning that protection without transparency is just another kind of control. Saoirse looks at him. The room hums. The reception continues. She feels the card in his jacket, the one he did not give her, the one she did not take. Tomorrow, she says. Tomorrow. He turns, walks back into the room. Saoirse stands alone, the glass of water still untouched, the voices still rising and falling. She pulls out her phone, finds the voicemail from Emil Hartvig, presses play for the 7th time. His voice fills her ear, urgent, careful, unfinished. Director Vaught, this is Emil Hartvig. I need to speak with you before Monday. There are details we did not cover, matters that should not wait. She hangs up. She looks at the screen. She calls him back. Chapter 13. The car smells of rain and leather and the exhausted silence of people who have stopped pretending to have words left. Saoirse presses her forehead against the cold glass. Copenhagen slides past in smeared light. Street lamps, wet cobblestones, a cyclist cutting through the spray with his head down. Cormac sits on the other side of the back seat, not close enough to touch, not far enough to breathe. The negotiation had run 3 hours past schedule. Breck had pushed on every assumption. Harup had tested the advertising revenue model until the numbers bled. Lisbeth had held the line on governance language that would have taken London 6 weeks to draft. Saoirse had answered every question, in Danish, without notes. She had watched the room shift from skepticism to something harder to name. Respect, maybe. Or the particular stillness that comes when men in expensive suits realize the woman they underestimated has already read the document they barely scanned. Now the adrenaline is draining out of her in slow, chemical waves. Her hands rest in her lap, still, empty. The driver takes a corner too fast. Saoirse's shoulder brushes Cormac's arm. An inch of contact. Linen against wool. Neither of them moves away. Neither of them acknowledges it. The car pulls up to the hotel. Dianglurter, the same brass doors, the same doorman who does not look at her twice because he has seen too many tired executives arrive at this hour to care. Saoirse steps out. The rain hits her face. Cold. Clean. She does not wait for Cormac. She walks through the lobby, past the bar where Foss had wanted to meet, past the elevator where Emil Hatfig's voicemail still sits unplayed on her phone, his voice waiting for her answer. She presses the button. The doors open. Cormac steps in beside her. The elevator rises in silence. The floor indicator ticks. 3, 4, 5. Saoirse watches the numbers change. She can feel him beside her, the weight of him, the heat, the particular stillness of a man who is not going to fill the silence with useless words. 6. The elevator stops. The doors open. They step out into the corridor. Carpet muffles their footsteps. The lighting is low, warm, intimate in a way that feels dangerous. Saoirse's room is at the end of the hall. Cormac's is 3 doors before it. She stops. He stops. The silence stretches. She turns to face him. The corridor is empty. The world is empty. There is only this. The dim light. The wet smell of rain on his coat. The way his dark eyes hold hers without blinking. "It was good today," he says. "It was necessary." It was both. She looks at him. The tiredness is carved into his face, the lines around his mouth, the shadow under his eyes. He has been carrying the weight of Foss and the deal and the secret between them for longer than she knows. She has been carrying her own weight. The partnership offer, the voicemail, the ceiling crack she has not fixed, the sister who tells her to stop asking whether she deserves it and start asking whether she wants it. "Do you want to come in?" she says. The words leave her mouth before she has decided to speak them. Cormac's breath catches. A small thing, barely visible. Yes. She unlocks the door, steps inside, leaves it open behind her. The room is dark, the curtains drawn, the bed turned down. A single light glows by the nightstand. She does not turn on the main light. She stands in the middle of the room, her coat still on, her hair wet from the rain. Cormac closes the door. The latch clicks. He does not move toward her. He stands by the door, watching, waiting, giving her the space to change her mind. "I am not going to make this easy," she says. I know. I am not going to pretend this does not comprehensive. I know. I have a deadline on Monday. I have a voicemail from Amel Hartfade I have not returned. I have a partnership offer in my desk drawer that I cannot keep ignoring. Cormac's voice is quiet. I know all of that. Then why are you still standing there? Because I told you once that I would not make you choose between this and anything else. She remembers the jet, the promise he made before she understood what it would cost. That was before, she says. Before what? Before I stopped wanting to run. He moves then. Not fast, not rushed. He crosses the room in 3 steps and stops a foot away, close enough that she can see the pulse beating in his throat. Sasha. The way he says her name. Not Director Vaught, not a title, just her. She looks up at him. The rain is still in her hair. The exhaustion is still in her bones. The weight of everything she is carrying is still pressing down. But for this moment, none of it matters. She reaches up. Her hand touches his chest, the fabric of his shirt, the warmth beneath. He does not move. I need you to understand something, she says. Tell me. If I do this, it is not because you convinced me. It is not because you offered me something I could not refuse. It is not because I am weak or tired or lonely. I know. It is because I want to. His breath leaves him, a slow exhale, the release of something he has been holding for weeks. And if you walk away tomorrow, he says, I will not follow. I will not ask for an explanation. I will not make it harder. Stop talking. He stops. She rises on her toes. Her hand slides from his chest to the back of his neck, and she kisses him. It is not soft. It is not tentative. It is the kiss of someone who has spent weeks calculating odds and finally stopped counting. His hand finds her waist, pulls her closer. The heat of him presses against her, the taste of rain and coffee and something else. Something she has been wanting since the first morning she saw him across a conference table. She breaks the kiss. Her forehead rests against his hem. Her breath is uneven. I should hate you for this, she whispers. I know. Taking me into your office, putting my name on the deal, letting me believe I had a choice. You did have a choice. Did I? He pulls back, just enough to see her face. You have a choice every day. You have had it since the beginning. I cannot make you stay. I cannot make you want this. I can only offer you the truth and hope it is enough. She looks at him. The dim light, the tired eyes. The man who initialed every amendment without argument, who told her she was never ornamental, who admitted he was afraid she would leave. The truth, she says. Yes. Then tell me one thing I do not know. He does not hesitate. The night before you signed the scope agreement, I stayed in my office until 3 in the morning because I could not stop thinking about you. Not about the deal, not about Copenhagen, about you. The words land. Sasha feels them settle into her chest. You were supposed to be the one thing I kept professional, he says. The one thing I did not compromise. And I have failed at that every day since I met you. She kisses him again. Harder. Her fingers threading through his hair. The rain is still falling outside. The voicemail is still unanswered. The deadline is still ticking. But for now, there is only this. His hands in her hair, her back against the wall. The kiss that tis like a... Chapter 14. Light finds her first. Gray Copenhagen light filtering through the gap in the curtains. The sound of traffic far below. A car horn. A bird. Someone's footsteps in the corridor outside. Saoirse is awake before she remembers where she is. Then she feels the weight of the arm across her waist, the warmth of a body beside her, the slow rhythm of breath against her shoulder. She does not move. The ceiling is unfamiliar. Pale plaster, a light fixture she did not notice last night. The room looks different in daylight. Smaller, more ordinary, less like the place where she crossed a line she cannot uncross. Cormac shifts beside her. His arm tightens fractionally, then loosens as he wakes. She feels the exact moment he remembers, the slight intake of breath, the stillness that follows. Sasha. His voice is rough with sleep. Good morning, she says. It sounds absurd, polite, as if they are colleagues meeting in a hallway. He does not laugh, but she feels his chest press closer against her back. Are you all right? The question is careful. No assumptions, no pressure. She considers it. Her body is tired. Her mind is racing. The voicemail from Emil Hotvig is still on her phone. The partnership offer is still in her drawer. The deadline is still 36 hours away. But she is here, in this bed, with this man. Yes, she says, and she means it. Cormac does not push. He lies still beside her, his hand resting on her hip, his breath steady. The silence is not uncomfortable. It is the first silence she has not wanted to fill. After a long moment, he speaks. You can leave. She turns her head to look at him. What? This does not change anything. If you walk out of this room and pretend it never happened, I will let you. If you need time to think, take it. If you decide this was a mistake, I will accept that. She studies his face, the shadows under his eyes, the lines around his mouth, the vulnerability he is trying to hide behind calm, measured words. And what if I do not want to leave? Then I will be grateful, but I need you to know that the choice is yours. It has to be yours. She sits up. The sheet falls away from her shoulders. She does not reach for it. Let him see her. Let him see that she is not hiding. You keep saying that, she says, that the choice is mine. But you set everything up so that the only choice I had was to stay. That is not true. Isn't it? She holds his gaze. You put my name on the deal before I agreed. You gave me the job before I asked. You told me I was essential before I had done anything to prove it. You made it impossible for me to walk away without feeling like I was abandoning something I built. His jaw tightens. I was trying to show you that you mattered. I know. She reaches for her phone on the nightstand. The screen lights up. No new messages. But she feels the weight of what is coming. The deadline. The decision. I am not accusing you, she says. I am telling you how it feels. To be given everything before you have earned it. To wonder if the reasons you were chosen is because someone wanted you, not because you were the best person for the job. You were the best person for the job. You are the best person. Then let me prove it. Do not make it easy. Do not give me shortcuts. Let me earn this. He is silent for a long moment. Then he sits up beside her. His hand finds hers on the sheet. His fingers interlace with hers. All right? All right, what? All right, I will stop making it easy, but I will not stop wanting you, and I will not pretend that wanting you is a weakness. She looks down at their joined hands. Her cracked screen phone is still in her other hand. The voicemail is still waiting. The offer is still on the table. The secret is still a knife over everything they are building. But for this moment, she lets herself hold his hand. What do we call this? She asks. Call what? This thing we are doing. This thing we cannot tell anyone about. This thing that could destroy everything we have worked for. He is quiet. I do not know. He says finally. I do not think we need to name it. Not naming it does not make it safer. No, but naming it makes it real. And once it is real, we have to decide what to do with it. Is that not where we are? He turns to face her fully. I think we are exactly where we need to be. I think we are moving toward something that matters. But I also think we need to get there on our own time. Not because a deadline forced us, not because the deal pushed us, because we chose it. She lets out a breath she did not realize she was holding. That is the most sensible thing you have said all week. Good. I am full of surprises. She almost smiles. Almost. But then her phone buzzes. A message. She looks down at the screen. Ria Kit. Her stomach drops. Who is it? Cormac asks. She does not answer. She opens the message. Hello, Director Vaught. Checking in before Monday. The offer improves with urgency. Let me know if you have more time, or if you are ready to sign. Best. Ria. The words sit there. Clean. Professional. A reminder that the world outside this room is still turning. Saoirse? She looks up. Cormac is watching her. His expression is neutral, but she sees the tension in his shoulders, the set of his jaw. It is Ria, she says. Ria Kit? Yes. What does she want? She wants an answer. She wants me to choose. He does not say anything. The room is quiet. The light is growing brighter, and Saoirse feels the weight of the choice pressing down on her chest. She could stay in this bed. She could pretend the message does not exist. She could let Cormac hold her and believe that wanting is enough. But the message is there. The deadline is real. And she knows, with a clarity that cuts through everything, that she cannot have both. Not yet. Not until she decides what she actually wants. She sets the phone down on the nightstand. I will answer her later, she says. Are you sure? No. Cormac asks. She does not answer. She opens the message. Hello, Director Vaught. Checking in before Monday. The offer improves with urgency. Let me know if you need more time, or if you are ready to sign. Best. Ria. The words sit there, clean, professional. A reminder that the world outside this room is still turning. Saoirse? She looks up. Cormac is watching her. His expression is neutral, but she sees the tension in his shoulders, the set of his jaw. It is Ria, she says. Ria Tit. Yes. What does she want? She wants an answer. She wants me to choose. He does not say anything. The room is quiet. No? I should have to speak up. We do not always describe this smile easy. No? But naming it makes it real. And once it is real, we have to decide what to do with it. Is that not where we are? He turns to face her fully. I think we are exactly where we need to be. I think we are moving towards something that matters. But I also think we need to get there on our own time. Not because a deadline forced us, not because the deal pushed us, because we chose it. She lets out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. That is the most sensible thing you have said all week. Good. I am full of surprises. She almost smiles. Almost. But then her phone buzzes. A message. She looks down at the screen. Ria Kit. Her stomach drops. Who is it? Cormac asks. She does not answer. She opens the message. Hello, Director Vaught. Checking in before Monday. The offer improves with urgency. Let me know if you need more time, or if you are ready to sign. Best, Ria. The words sit there, clean, professional. A reminder that the world outside this room is still turning. Saoirse. She looks up. Cormac is watching her. His expression is neutral, but she sees. This thing we are doing. His wornness covered the social against. What did you started boating? In friends that I enter of Rita. The shore was Erlin, 1 1 4.4 430, number 1 someone had. Even if they're speaking for this hospic. I cannot know anything. I am begin to make me. I do not know if I just give me a lot, like swastics. My only gloan as the sleepies Upton at would no thing it makes. I cannot either. Just about the face clicks, somehow been 90 through the details, to be the gibeled laudishes of the lone incord liviltation. The sessions wape, shown as apis, will we fied before the pen up ard. Waste it. In fact again, this means of the part of this one, but one else? Well, we want it. I am keep. Chapter 15. The light is different now. Harder. Morning has fully arrived, and with it, the awareness that they are not just two people in a room. Saoirse sits up first. The sheet falls, and she reaches for her phone out of habit. No new messages from Ria. But the old one is still there, waiting. Do you need to leave? Cormac's voice is quiet, careful. No. She sets the phone down. I need coffee. They dress in separate parts of the room. She in the bathroom, he by the window. There is a practical rhythm to it that feels almost domestic until she catches herself thinking about who might see them leave together. The hallway is empty, the elevator is empty, the lobby is busy enough that no one notices two guests taking coffee to a corner table near the back windows. The coffee is good, strong. She drinks it back. Cormac watches her. What? Nothing. You are staring. I am looking. There is a difference? He almost smiles. I am trying to memorize this, he says, the way you look in this light, the way you hold the cup, the way you keep checking the door. She stops, lowers the cup. I am not checking the door. You are. She wants to argue, but he is right. She has been scanning the room since they sat down, noticing who enters, who might recognize them, who might mention seeing the two of them sharing coffee before the office opens. The secrecy feels sweet in the dark. In daylight, it feels different. She leans across the table, touches his hand. Just once. Just long enough to feel the warmth of his skin. Then she pulls away. We cannot do that here. I know. Then stop looking at me like that. Like what? Like I am the only person in the room. He holds her gaze. You are. The words land somewhere deep in her chest. She looks down at her coffee. You cannot say things like that. Why not? Because they make me want to believe them. That is the point. She shakes her head. No, the point is that we have a deal to close, a board to convince, a deadline that is getting closer every hour. We cannot afford to get distracted. Distracted? He says the word with like it belongs to a different language. Is that what you think this is? I think this is dangerous, and I think we both know it. She stands, picks up her cup. Finish your coffee. We have a meeting in 2 hours, and I need to prepare. She walks away before he can answer, because if she stays, she will sit back down. She will let him talk her into another minute, another hour, another night. And she cannot afford to lose herself in him when the deal is still on the line. The office is quiet when she arrives. She takes her usual spot at the conference table and spreads out the Danish regulatory filings. The words are familiar now. She has read them so many times that she could recite the key paragraphs from memory. But she cannot focus. Her mind keeps drifting back to the hotel room. The weight of his hand, the sound of his voice, the way he looked at her across the coffee table. She shakes her head and forces herself to read. 20 minutes later, Cormac walks in. He is wearing a different suit, dark gray, tie pulled tight. His hair is still damp from a shower she did not see him take. He does not look at her. He takes his seat at the head of the table, opens his laptop, and begins typing. Professional, controlled, as if nothing happened. She should feel relieved. Instead, she feels the absence of his attention like a physical weight. The door opens again. Hartley enters, followed by Dunbar. They are talking about the valuation model for the earn-out schedule. Their voice is loud enough to fill the silence. Saoirse listens to them argue about multiples and growth rates. She corrects them when they misquote the Danish precedent again. She does not look at Cormac, but she feels him watching. She feels it like a thread pulled taut across the room. The meeting runs long. By the time they break for lunch, her neck is stiff from holding the same position for 3 hours. She stands, stretches, and catches Cormac's eye for the first time since he walked in. He tilts his head, a small gesture, almost invisible. She knows what it means. Meet me. She waits until the others have left, then she follows him down the corridor to the small kitchenette near the back of the office. He is standing by the window, his back to her. I should not have said what I said this morning. In the lobby. Which part? All of it. I put you in a position where you had to walk away to protect yourself. That was not fair. She leans against the counter. You are honest. That is not the same as unfair. I was careless, and we cannot afford careless. No, we cannot. He turns to face her. How do we do this? He asks. How do we work together, close this deal, and keep what is happening between us from destroying everything we have built? She looks at him. The question is not rhetorical. He is asking her for a strategy, a plan, a way to survive the next 8 weeks without losing either the deal or each other. We do it by being disciplined. We do it by remembering that the deal comes first. We do it by never, not once, letting anyone see what we are trying to hide. That is a strategy for concealment, not for survival. They are the same thing, for now. She pushes off the counter. 2 more weeks in Copenhagen, then London, then the board vote. After that, we can figure out what comes next. And until then? She steps closer, close enough that she can see the flecks of gold in his dark eyes. Until then, we pretend that this morning did not happen. We pretend that we are just colleagues. We pretend that I am not thinking about you every second of every day. His breath catches. Saoirse. Say it back. I am thinking about you too. Every second. Every minute. I cannot stop. She lets herself feel the words. Then she steps back. Good. Now go back to the conference room. I have a call with Breck in an hour. She walks out of the kitchenette without looking back. The call with Breck is productive. He is impressed by the negotiation language. He wants to move the timetable forward. Saoirse takes notes, asks questions, clarifies terms. By the time the call ends, she has secured a preliminary agreement on the earn-out structure. Breck has promised to bring it to the board Monday. She hangs up and stares at her notes. This is what she is good at. Strategy, execution, closing. She does not need Cormac to win this deal. She needs herself. The thought should be liberating. Instead, it feels like a reminder that she is already planning her day around hidden minutes with him. The coffee, the glance in the corridor, the kitchenette. Every gap in the schedule, Every empty room, every moment the others look away. She is building a second life inside the first one, and that second life is getting harder to contain. She opens her phone to check the time. 2 missed calls, both from the same number. The Copenhagen number. Emil Hartwig. The voicemail is still there, still unplayed. She stares at the screen. She knows she should call him back. The vital region allied even sauce. Class light. Because leaving it on her phone feels like leaving evidence at a crime scene. She locks the screen and sets the phone face down. Outside, the Copenhagen light is flat and gray. The meeting is about to resume. The deal is still alive. The secret is still intact. But she has already started planning her escape routes. The coffee shop near the office. The service elevator. The corner of the lobby where the cameras do not reach. The small, hidden spaces where she can be with him without being seen. She catches herself mapping the building like a prisoner learning the guard rotation. And she realizes, with a cold clarity that stops her breath, that the secrecy is no longer a choice. It is a cage. And she is building it with her own hands. Chapter 16. The meeting resumes, but the air in the room has changed. Hartley is talking about revenue projections. Dunbar is sketching something on a legal pad. Cormac sits at the far end of the table, eyes on the documents in front of him, and no one would guess that 3 hours ago his hands were in her hair. Saoirse takes notes she does not need. The words blur. She keeps her gaze fixed on the paper because looking up means seeing him. And seeing him means the mask might slip. The afternoon stretches. Breck confirms Monday's board session. Hartwig is not called back. The unanswered voicemail sits in her phone like a timer she cannot stop. At 4:30 the meeting breaks. People rise, gather papers, drift toward the door. Saoirse stays seated, waiting for the room to empty before she moves. Dunbar lingers. He is standing by the window, phone in hand, scrolling. Not in a hurry, not looking at her. She forces herself to breathe. The door clicks shut. They're alone. Dunbar looks up. Good session. Thank you. That earn-out language was clean. You worked fast. She nods, keeps her gaze neutral. Breck wanted it cleaned up before Monday. Smart. He pockets his phone. You know, when you first walked into that dinner in London, I pegged you for decorative. She does not flinch. And now? Now I think you might be the only one in this room who actually read the Danish filings. He tilts his head. That is not a compliment I give often. She holds his gaze. I do not need compliments. I need the pension fund rep to hold on Monday. He will. Dunbar moves toward the door. I talked to him last night. He likes what he sees. He leaves. The door swings shut. She is alone. She lets out a breath she did not know she was holding and reaches for her phone to check the time. The screen is lit. A notification is visible. A message from Cormac. The first line reads, I need to see you. Alone. 5 minutes in the kitchenette. She swipes it away before she finishes reading. Her heart hammers. Dunbar is already down the corridor. He did not see. He could not have seen. She locks the phone and sets it face down on the table. Then she picks it up again, unlocks it, and deletes the message. The screen is clean. No evidence. She stands, gathers her papers, walks toward the door. But she does not go to the kitchenette. She goes to the bathroom instead, stands in front of the mirror, and stares at her own reflection. Her face is calm, composed, professional. No one would know. She washes her hands, dries them, walks back into the corridor. The corridor is empty. She takes the long way to her desk, past the copy room, past the coffee station, checking every corner, every open door, every possible pair of eyes. No one is watching. She reaches her desk and sits down. The phone is in her hand before she decides to pick it up. She types, "Not safe. Later." She sends it before she can second guess. Then she sets the phone face down and opens the Danish regulatory filing she was supposed to be reading an hour ago. The words blur again. She reads the same paragraph 3 times before she absorbs it. The phone buzzes. She flips it over. One word. Here. She looks up. Cormac is standing at the end of the corridor, near the kitchenette, holding a coffee cup. He is looking at his phone, not at her. But she knows. She looks back at her screen. The filing stares back at her. She cannot focus, cannot breathe, cannot stop thinking about how close Dunbar came, how close the whole thing came to unraveling because of one message, one moment, 1 second of carelessness. She closes the filing. She stands. She walks toward the kitchenette. She does not plan what she will say. She does not know if she will speak at all. She only knows that she needs to see him, that the cage is closing, that the space between them is the only place she can breathe. She steps into the kitchenette. He is there. He turns when she enters. His face is careful, controlled, but his eyes are not. "You deleted my message." "I had to." "I know. I almost sent it to Dunbar." He goes still. "What?" "I was typing an email. The notification popped up. My thumb hit the wrong part of the screen. I caught it before it sent, but I caught it late. He was already walking toward me. He did not see the message, I am almost sure, but he saw me swipe something off the screen. He said nothing. But he looked at me for a beat longer than he should have." Cormac's jaw tightens. "Did he say anything?" "No. He left." "Then we are safe." "We are not safe. We are lucky." He sets the coffee cup down. "Sasha, do not." "Do not what?" "Do not tell me it will be fine. Do not tell me we just have to be more careful. I know we have to be more careful. I know we are risking everything. But I cannot hear you say it, because if you say it, I will have to admit that we are doing something dangerous, and I am not ready to admit that yet." He does not argue. He does not speak. He just stands there, looking at her, and the silence between them is louder than any answer. She breaks first. "I should not have come here." "You should not have? Then why did you call me?" "Because I needed to see you." She closes her eyes. "That makes 2 of us." He steps closer. She does not step back. He reaches out, and his fingers brush her wrist, exactly where the burn scar is, exactly where the skin is different, and she does not pull away. "Tonight," he says. "My room. After the dinner." She opens her eyes. "That is not a strategy, that is a risk." "I know. We cannot keep doing this." "I know. Then why are we?" He does not answer, and she does not need him to, because she already knows. They are doing it because stopping would be harder than hiding, because the cage is built with their own hands, and they are not ready to tear it down. She pulls her wrist free. "I will be there." She walks out of the kitchenette without looking back. The corridor is empty. She returns to her desk, sits down, and opens the filing. The words still blur, but this time she does not try to read them. She sits in the silence, her phone face down on the table, and waits for the day to end. At 6:30 the office clears. Hartley leaves first, then Dunbar, then the junior associates. The Copenhagen team filters out in groups, talking about dinner, about the weekend, about anything except the deal. Saoirse stays at her desk until the floor is empty. Then she stands, gathers her coat, and walks toward the elevator. The elevator arrives. She steps inside. The doors close. She presses the button for the lobby, then changes her mind, presses the floor above hers instead, and gets out in a corridor that looks identical to the one she just left. She walks to the end of the hall. finds a small alcove near the fire exit, pulls out her phone, types, "On my way." She sends it. Then she waits, heart hammering, for an answer that's not come. Chapter 17. The meeting room is empty when she arrives at 7. She expected it that way, planned for it. The early hour gives her time to lay out the Danish competition materials, reflab the structural separation precedent, and build the argument before anyone else walks through the door with their own version of the truth. She works fast, spreads the translated rulings across the table, highlights the passages that kill the vertical integration thesis, annotates the margins with the counterstructure that would satisfy the regulator without cratering the valuation. The door opens. Cormac stops on the threshold, coffee in hand, tie already knotted. "You are early." "So are you." He looks at the table, at the papers, at the highlighted passages she has laid out like a battlefield map. "What am I looking at?" "Monday's presentation. Breck wants a revised valuation model by end of day. The board reconvenes tomorrow morning. If we go in without a structural argument, they will spend the first hour asking questions we cannot afford to answer." He sets the coffee down and walks to the table. His eyes move across the pages, fast, absorbing. Structural separation. Conditional. We ring-fence the content production arm, keep the distribution side under the main vehicle, and offer a sunset clause that expires if the regulator changes its guidance within 3 years. He is quiet for a long moment. Then he looks at her. "That is not the strategy we discussed in London." "I know. You are rewriting the thesis on a Sunday morning without telling me. I am telling you now." The words hang between them. She watches his face, waiting for the pushback, the correction, the instinct to reassert control that he has shown in every room with every other person. He does not push back. "Walk me through it." She does. 15 minutes, uninterrupted. She lays out the regulatory risk, the timeline pressure, the political signal that a structural concession would send to Breck and Hartwig. She tells him the London thesis assumed a friendly regulator and the Danish authority is not friendly, and pretending otherwise will cost them the deal on Monday. When she finishes, he is still looking at the papers. The earn-out structure Breck agreed to on Friday assumes vertical integration holds, which it does not. Which it does not. But we can protect the valuation if we separate the assets on paper and build a contractual bridge that closes when the regulatory environment shifts. It adds complexity. It does not add risk. He picks up one of the highlighted rulings, reads the passage she flagged. Then he sets it down. "You are right." She blinks. "What?" "You are right. The London thesis was built on an assumption I did not verify. You verified it. You found the flaw. You built the fix. The structural separation is the only argument that survives a boardroom challenge." He says it like a fact, like a closing argument. She does not know what to do with the absence of resistance. "I expected you to fight me on this." "I expected myself to fight you on this." He picks up his coffee and takes a long sip. "But I have been running this for long enough to know when I am about to make a mistake. You caught it before I made it. That is the point of having you in the room." The weight of his words lands somewhere between her ribs. She should feel victorious. She is right. She proved it. He admitted it. But the admiration in his voice does not feel like victory. It feels like debt. She pulls her focus back to the papers. "Then we agree on the structural separation approach." "We agree. I will present it. You will back me. I will back you." She looks up. "Do not back me before I need it. Let me make the argument. Let me take the questions. If I stumble, you step in. But do not rescue me before I fall." He holds her gaze. Understood. The door opens again. Dunbar walks in, carrying a leather folder and a paper cup. He stops when he sees them both at the table. Am I interrupting? Strategy prep. Cormac says. Saoirse rebuilt the regulatory argument. Structural separation. It is the right move. Dunbar's eyebrows lift. That is a radical shift from the London thesis. The London thesis was wrong. She found the Danish ruling that invalidates it. We adapt or we lose the deal. Dunbar looks at her for a long moment. Then he nods. I want to see the full analysis before we present. You will have it by noon. He takes a seat at the far end of the table, opens his folder, and says nothing more. The morning passes in a blur of documents, phone calls, and revised projections. Hartley arrives at 8:30, already skeptical, but Cormac cuts him off before he can question the structural separation approach is viable. By 2, Breck's office calls to confirm Monday's board session is still on. Saoirse does not look at Cormac during any of it. She does not trust herself to. The meeting breaks at 3. Dunbar leaves first, then Hartley. The Copenhagen team filters out in small groups. The room empties until only she and Cormac remain. He is standing at the window looking out at the harbor. You saved the week, he says. We saved the week. You saved the week. I would have walked in tomorrow with the London thesis and spent the first hour defending an argument that cannot hold. You gave us a different path. She gathers her papers, stacks them neatly. That is my job. It is more than your job. She stops. I told you. Do not make it more. He turns from the window. I am not making it more. I am acknowledging it. There is a difference. Is there? The question lands between them, unguarded. She should not have asked it. His face shifts. Careful. Controlled. You tell me. She holds his gaze, and she cannot. Because the truth is that every time he respects her, every time he defers to her, every time he admits she is right, she feels the debt compounding. She feels his admiration pressing against the walls she built to keep the imbalance out. She picks up her papers. I will send you the final draft before dinner. Saoirse. She stops at the door. You were right, and I needed to say it. She does not turn around. I know. She walks out into the corridor. The building is quiet. The weekend staff have gone home. The offices are dark. She takes the stairs instead of the elevator, walks down 3 flights to the ground floor, and steps out into the cold Copenhagen air. The phone buzzes in her pocket. She pulls it out. One message. Not because I want to owe you. Because you were right. She reads it twice. Then she deletes it. She walks back to the hotel alone, the papers pressed against her chest, and does not let herself think about what it means that she deleted evidence of a compliment. Chapter 18. The hotel lobby is quiet when Saoirse walks through, the papers still pressed against her chest. Sunday evening in Copenhagen means polished marble, low light, and the scent of wood fire from the lounge. She is halfway to the elevators when she sees her. Vashti Mendez. Sitting in one of the leather chairs near the fireplace, a glass of water untouched on the table beside her, a slim portfolio open on her lap. She looks up as Saoirse approaches. Director Vaught. The formal address lands like a pin slipped into fabric. Small, precise, impossible to ignore. Saoirse stops. Miss Mendez, I did not expect you in Copenhagen. Clearly. Vashti closes the portfolio, rises, and gestures toward the lounge. Do you have a moment? There are procedural gaps in the structural separation filing that need to be addressed before tomorrow's session. Procedural gaps. The words are clean, professional, the kind of phrase that could mean anything from a missing signature to a governance breach. Saoirse's hand tightens on the papers. Of course. She follows Vashti to a corner table away from the fireplace, sets her stack down, and takes the seat opposite. The leather creaks. The fire pops. The distance between them is exactly the width of the table, and Vashti uses every inch of it. I reviewed the revised model, Vashti says. The structural separation approach is sound. The Danish legal team confirms viability, but the filing packet is missing several required disclosures. She slides a printed page across the table. Saoirse looks at it. It is a list. 5 items. Each one a technical requirement for the Monday submission. Source documentation for the Geo-Nordic ruling, signed attestations from both co-leads, a conflict of interest declaration for every senior team member involved in the negotiation. Standard. But the 4th item catches her eye. Disclosure of all material communications between Orenthal Capital Personality and external parties regarding the target company, including but not limited to shareholder representatives, investor intermediaries, and advisory contacts for the period commencing 30 days prior to the initial approach. Saoirse reads it twice. The wording is broad enough to cover Voss's texts, Hartvig's voicemails, Ria Kitt's offer, every message she has kept of the record. The conflict declarations, Vashti says, as if reading her hesitation, are standard for a deal this size. I will need signed copies from everyone on the core team by 9 tomorrow morning. Fine. Your declaration will need to cover any direct contact you have had with external parties who hold a financial interest in the transaction's outcome. Saoirse meets her eyes. Understood. Vashti waits. The silence stretches. Then I will send the forms to your inbox within the hour, Vashti says, and she does not look away. There is one more item. She pulls a second page from the portfolio. It is the Clause 14 attestation. Saoirse's own signature stares up at her. I noticed, Vashti says, her voice perfectly even, that the attestation you signed covers the entire transaction period. It is a standard affirmation that no undisclosed personal relationships exist among the deal team that could create a reporting line or influence transaction decisions. She pauses. You did sign this voluntarily. I did. And you stand by it. The question is not a question. It is a door left open, waiting to see if she walks through it. Saoirse feels the weight of every night she has spent in Cormac's room, every text she deleted, every glance she avoided in meetings, every time she mapped a building for hiding places. She holds Vashti's gaze. Yes. Vashti studies her. The fire pops again. A laugh carries from the bar. The world continues in the background, indifferent to the narrow space between them. Vashti replaces the page in the portfolio. Good. Then we have no problem. She stands. Saoirse does not move. Saoirse? The use of her first name lands like a shift in pressure. Vashti looks down at her. I have been doing this work for 18 years. I have seen deals collapse because of things that were never said aloud. I have seen careers end because someone decided that silence was safer than the truth. She picks up her glass of water. I do not care what anyone does in their private time. I care about what gets filed, what gets signed, what can be produced in a governance hearing if someone decides to ask the right questions. She takes a sip. Then she sets the glass down and meets Saoirse's eyes one last time. Make sure nothing surfaces tomorrow that would make me wish I had asked harder questions tonight. She walks away. The portfolio tucked under her arm, the heels clicking across the marble. The elevator doors opening, closing, carrying her out of sight. Saoirse sits at the table, alone, the list of required disclosures still in her hand. Her phone buzzes. She looks down. A message from a number she does not have saved. I heard you rebuilt the argument. Impressive. But Monday is not about the deal. It is about who can be trusted to close it. You may want to ask yourself why Saoirse flew to Copenhagen on a Sunday night without telling anyone she was coming. She stares at the message. No name, no signature. But she knows. Lion Foss. She locks the phone, places it face down on the table, and does not reply. But the question stays. Why did Vashti come unannounced? And what else does she know? Chapter 19. She sits alone at the table after Vashti leaves. The list of disclosures is still in her hand. The coffee has gone cold. Foss's message glows on the face-down screen, unanswered, but she cannot unread it. Why did Vashti fly to Copenhagen on a Sunday night without telling anyone she was coming? She does not know. That is the problem. Saoirse folds the paper, slides it into her coat pocket, and stands. The lobby is quiet. The bar has emptied to a few stragglers nursing last drinks. A porter nods as she passes, and she nods back. The mechanical politeness of someone who has learned to move through expensive spaces without being questioned. She takes the stairs instead of the elevator. 3 flights. The rhythm of her feet on the treads drowns out the questions for a moment. Her room is cold when she opens the door. She locks it behind her, drops her coat on the chair, and lies on the bed with her shoes still on. The ceiling is the same white as the one in London, the same crack running from the corner toward the light fixture, and she realizes she has not thought about her flat in days. Not about the rent, not about the chipped mug, not about Neve. She reaches for her phone. No new messages. Emil Hartvig's voicemail is still there, unplayed. She has listened to it 7 times since he left it. She knows the weight of his voice, the slight pause before the last sentence. Matters that should not wait. She opens his contact and stares at the call button. Then she locks the phone and places it on the nightstand. Not tonight. Tomorrow is Monday. She do not sleep well. The alarm pulls her from a shallow, restless dark at 6. She showers, dresses in the same practical armor, a dark suit, flat shoes, her hair twisted into the same tight knot, and she is in the lobby by 7. Vashti is not there. No one is there except a receptionist and a bellman polishing the brass rail. Saoirse takes coffee to a corner table and waits. The morning light through the tall windows is thin and gray. Copenhagen in November. The city outside looks damp, the cobblestones slick, the sky a flat sheet of cloud. She drinks her coffee and watches the door. At 7:30, Emil Hartvig walks in. He is early too. Same dark suit, no tie. He sees her before he reaches the reception desk, and he changes direction without hesitation, crossing the lobby toward her table. Saoirse understands. If I present first, she says, I am not just arguing for the deal. I am publicly correcting my own boss. Yes. And if I do not, and Cormac presents, every board member in that room will wonder why London was comfortable staking a multi-billion-pound acquisition on a thesis they had not properly stress-tested. Hartvig nods. Either way, someone loses credibility. The question is whether you are willing to let it be Cormac. She holds his gaze. The approach is sound, she says. That is what matters. Sound does not close deals. Trust does. And trust requires that the person who finds the problem is the same person who can deliver the solution. She is quiet for a moment. That is why you called, she says. Not to warn me, to test whether I would let Cormac take the fall. Hartvig does not confirm it, but he does not deny it either. I needed to know if you were his proxy or your own person. And? He studies her. You answered the question without flinching. That is rare. He opens the folder. Inside is a single page, a draft agenda for today's board session. Her name is listed first, above Cormac's. I have spoken to Breck. Hartwig says, the revised timetable is approved. You will present the structural separation case at 9. Cormac will follow with the financial framework. He will not speak during your section. She reads the agenda. It is exactly what she asked for. There is one more thing. She looks up. The Danish Competition Authority has indicated informally that they would view a structural separation favorably if the timeline is aggressive enough, but they need a single point of contact on the buyer side. One name they can call. One person who can answer without checking with London first. He waits. I told them you. The weight of it settles over her. Does Cormac know? No. She meets his eyes. And the board? Not yet. I wanted you to hear it first. Hartwig stands. Think about it. If you say yes, you own the regulatory path. You become the face of this deal in Copenhagen. That means every risk, every delay, every question lands on you. But it also means no one can take the credit away from you. He moves toward the door. I will be in the boardroom at 8:45. I expect your answer then. His hand is on the handle. If I say yes, she says, I need a side meeting, with you, before the formal session opens. He turns. What about? The old history, between you and Cormac. If I am going to own the deal here, I need to know what I am walking into. Hartwig is still. Come alone, he says, and I will tell you. Chapter 20. He closes the door behind them. The side office is small, a desk, 2 chairs, a window that frames the harbor in gray morning light. No computer, no papers, a room deliberately stripped of distraction. Hartwig does not sit. 15 minutes, he says. Then we both need to be in the boardroom. Saoirse stays standing. Tell me. He looks at her for a long moment. His face gives nothing, but his hands are not still the way they were in the lobby. He is holding something back. 7 years ago, you says, Cormac and I worked together on a Stockholm acquisition. Media. Smaller than this, but similar structure. He was the buyer, I was the target side strategist. She listens. We spent 3 months negotiating. At the end, he walked away, told the board the thesis no longer held, left me in a room with investors who had already spent the money in their heads. He pauses. I lost my job. Not because the deal failed, because I had staked my credibility on closing it, and he pulled out without warning me first. Saoirse processes. He did not tell you he was going to walk. No. Why? He said he was protecting me, that if I knew the deal was collapsing, I would have to choose between loyalty to my board and telling the truth to investors. He said he did not want to put me in that position. The words land like a blade. She hears the echo, the same shape of silence, the same reasoning. Hartwig watches her. You recognize it. It is not a question. He does the same with you. She does not answer. She does not need to. Hartwig sits down. That is why I needed to know if you were his proxy. Because I have seen what happens to the people he tries to protect. They end up holding the loss while he walks away clean. Saoirse holds his gaze. I am not his proxy. I know. Then why tell me this now? He leans forward. Because you asked. And because if you are going to stand in front of my board in 40 minutes and tell them the old approach was wrong, you need to know that the person who wrote that approach has a history of abandoning people at the last moment. The room is still. He will not abandon this deal, she says. You sound certain. I am. Because he told you. She is quiet. Hartwig's eyes stay on hers. Or because you know something about him that the rest of the room does not. The question hangs. Saoirse does not flinch, but she feels the weight of it press against her ribs. I trust his judgment on this transaction, she says. That is what matters. Hartwig holds her gaze. Trust is not the same as certainty. No, but it is what I have. He studies her for a long moment. Your loyalty is to him. My loyalty is to the deal. Those are the same thing. She meets his eyes. Not anymore. The words settle between them. Hartwig sits back. Your name is on the agenda. You will present first. That means the room will look to you, not to him. They will test you. They will ask whether the structural separation is a genuine solution or a last-minute patch from a team that missed the Geonordit ruling. I know. And when they do, Cormac will have to sit silent and watch you answer. He will not be able to rescue you. I told him not to. Hartwig's eyebrows lift. You gave him that instruction. I gave him that instruction. A pause. And he agreed? He agreed. Hartwig processes. Then perhaps he has changed. She says nothing. The silence stretches. There is something else, Hartwig says. She waits. The competition authority's informal indication, the one I mentioned. Yes. I did not tell them you were the single point of contact because I trusted you. I told them because I needed to see whether Cormac would try to take it back. She blinks. You were testing him. I was testing both of you. He holds her gaze. He had pushed back. If he had called me to insist that the regulatory contact be a senior partner, I would have known he was still treating you as a subordinate, that he needed the credit to belong to London. And if he did not? Then I would know he meant what he said about shared leadership. Saoirse's throat tightens. He did not call you. No. So what does that tell you? Hartwig looks at her. It tells me he trusts you. But trust is cheap in a private conversation. It costs nothing to say. The test is whether he holds the line when the room pushes back. She understands. 40 minutes. Yes. He moves toward the door. You asked about the history. Now you have it. The rest is up to you. His hand is on the handle. Saoirse. She looks at him. Copenhagen could save your career, or it could destroy it. The deal does not care which. He opens the door. 8:45. He leaves. She stands alone in the small, stripped room with the harbor light crossing the desk and the silence pressing in. The city she is winning. The city that could destroy her. She checks her phone. No messages from Cormac. No messages from Basti. Only Foss's unanswered text, still glowing at the bottom of the screen. She locks the phone and walks toward the boardroom. Chapter 21. The boardroom is colder than she remembers. Saoirse takes her seat at the long table with the harbor light cutting across polished wood and the faces of 7 people who have already decided whether she belongs here. Libet Crow at the far end, reading glasses on, a pen uncapped in her hand. Breck at the center, expression unreadable. Hartwig beside him, watching her with the calm of a man who has already said everything he came to say. Cormac sits 3 chairs to her left. He does not look at her. His hands are flat on the table, still, waiting. She does not look at him either. The presentation runs 42 minutes. She walks them through the structural separation, ring-fence content production, maintain distribution under the main vehicle, a sunset clause tied to regulatory guidance that gives the board an exit if the environment shifts. She cites the Geo-Nordic ruling, the September precedent London missed, the specific paragraphs that invalidate the vertical integration thesis. She answers Krog's first question before she finishes asking it. She answers Breck's follow-up with a reference to advertising revenue protections in the earn-out structure. No one interrupts. No one asks where Cormac stands. When she finishes, the silence holds for 3 full seconds. Then Crow removes her glasses and says, "That is the first time this deal has been presented with a complete understanding of our regulatory landscape." Breck nods once. Hardfig says nothing. Cormac says nothing. Saoirse sits back and feels the adrenaline drain from her hands. The vote takes 17 minutes. A prode, conditional on final due diligence and competition authority sign off. Breck shakes her hand at the door, his grip firm, his eyes holding hers a beat longer than necessary. "You answered every question. You did not deflect. That is rare." She thanks him. Hardfig passes her in the corridor and says, low enough that only she can hear, "He stayed silent. That counts." She does not answer. She finds an empty alcove near the lifts and lets her Breck out in a long, controlled stream. Her phone is in her hand before she knows she has reached for it. No messages from Cormac, no messages from Basti, one message from a number she does not recognize. "Congratulations on the vote. I am in the lobby. We should talk before you celebrate." Ria. The lobby is all glass and gray light. Real Kit sits in one of the low leather chairs near the fireplace, a slim folder open on her knee, her blonde hair pinned back, her tailored suit the color of winter sky. She rises when she sees Saoirse approach, and her smile is polished, warm, and entirely unreadable. "Saoirse, you look like you just won a war." "Feels like a battle." "Those are the ones that matter." Ria gestures to the chair opposite. Saoirse sits. The folder stays open on Ria's knee. Saoirse can see the edge of a letterhead, the word partnership in bold caps. "I know your deadline is today," Ria says. "I also know you have been busy, so I came to you." "You flew to Copenhagen?" "I flew to Copenhagen because what I am offering you will not wait another week." She turns the folder and slides it across the low table. Saoirse reads, "The terms have improved again. Faster equity vesting, a seat on the investment committee by year 1, not year 2. A signing bonus that makes her stomach tighten. And a title she has not seen before. Managing Partner, Special Situations." She looks up. That title did not exist last week. "I created it. For me. For the right person." Saoirse looks back at the page. The language is precise, clean, aggressive. Someone spent time on this. Someone who knows exactly what she wants. "There is a condition," Ria says. Saoirse waits. "The investor behind this offer wants to meet you in person. Before you sign, a formality, but he insists." The words land like a stone dropped into still water. Saoirse's eyes stay on the page. Who is the investor? Ria's smile does not waver. "He will introduce himself when you are ready to accept." Something cold moves through Saoirse's chest. The offer is not anonymous. The fund is named, but the lead capital partner prefers to make his own introductions. Saoirse reads the fund name again. Institutional, neutral, unfamiliar. "Investor confidence," Ria says, "matters more than anything in a move like this. The people behind you determine whether you rise or stall." The phrase hits her like a hand on a glass wall. Investor confidence. Foss used those exact words in a text 3 weeks ago. She does not remember the exact message, but she remembers the phrase, remembers the precision of it, the way it sat in her chest like a warning. She looks at Ria. Who wrote this offer? Ria's expression holds. The terms committee, standard process, and the phrase, investor confidence. Where did that come from? Ria's smile tightens at the edges. It is a standard term. It is a specific term. A pause. The air between them changes. Ria closes the folder. Saoirse, I am offering you a partnership, a title, a future that no one can question. You will not be someone's discovery. You will not be someone's secret. You will be a principal in your own name with your own mandate. She leans forward. That is the offer. If you want it, you call it before midnight. If you do not, I will assume your priorities have shifted. She stands. Think carefully. Offers like this do not come twice. She walks toward the revolving doors without looking back. The folder stays on the table. Saoirse does not touch it. She sits in the lobby as the gray light shifts and the city moves around her, and she thinks about investor confidence, and a man who has been patient for 6 months, and a script she was supposed to believe she wrote herself. Her phone vibrates. A message. Not from Ria, not from Cormac. From the number that has been glowing at the bottom of her screen all morning. Lion Aw Foss. Congratulations on the vote. I told you that you belonged in the room. Now we need to talk about what happens next. The text stares up at her. She reads it twice. Then she looks at the closed folder on the table, at the title she did not ask for, at the condition she did not surviving. And she understands. The offer was never about her. It was about removing her. She locks the phone, picks up the folder, and walks toward the lifts, the weight of the paper in her hand heavier than it was a minute ago. Chapter 22. The meeting is a trap dressed in mahogany and silver. Saoirse knows it the moment she steps into the investment committee room off Lombard Street. The table is too long for the 6 men seated around it. The air smells of old money and fresh hostility. And the man at the head, Lord Renfrew, has not looked at her once since she walked in. Cormac sits 2 chairs down from Renfrew, shoulders set, voice even. He is performing controlled. But Saoirse sees the tell she has learned to read. The way his thumb presses against his thigh beneath the table, hard enough to whiten the knuckle. She takes the seat they left for her, the one at the far end, the one that says observer, not participant. Renfrew opens with a question about Copenhagen that sounds neutral, but lands like a blade. We heard the board approved. Conditional. What exactly is conditional about it? Cormac answers before she can. Standard due diligence and competition sign-off. Nothing unusual for a deal of this size. Nothing unusual, Renfrew repeats. He looks at the man beside him, a thin figure with silver glasses and a mouth that has not moved since they entered. Laurent tells me the vertical integration thesis was abandoned mid-deal. That sounds unusual to me. Saoirse's stomach tightens. Laurent. The name sits in the room like smoke. Cormac does not flinch. We adapted the structure when the regulatory landscape clarified. That is not unusual. That is responsive. Responsive, Renfrew says. He taps the table once, twice. Or reactive. There is a difference. The thin man, whose name Saoirse has not caught, opens a leather folder and reads from a page without looking up. The Danish Competition Authority issued its Geo-Nordic ruling in September. That was published before the London team presented its initial thesis. Why was the ruling not flagged until your junior staff discovered it in Copenhagen? Saoirse feels the weight of the question shift toward horror. She keeps her face still. Cormac speaks before she can. The ruling was published in Danish only. Our translation pipeline missed it. I take responsibility for that gap. We know you do, the thin man says, and the room goes cold. The meeting runs another 40 minutes. Every question is a probe, every answer a concession they twist into leverage. Renfrew wants to know why the earnout structure changed, why the board moved the timeline forward, why a 24-year-old director presented the revised case instead of the founder. Cormac answers each one without giving ground, but his voice is thinner by the end. The control costs more with every sentence. When they finally release them, Renfrew does not stand. Mr. Orenthal, a word. Cormac's jaw tightens. He glances at Saoirse a fraction of a second, then looks away. Wait for me in the car. It is not a suggestion. She walks out alone. The corridor is long, paneled, silent. Her heels make the only sound. She does not look back. The car is a black Mercedes idling at the curb. She slides into the back seat and pulls the door shut. The driver does not ask where. She waits. 15 minutes pass. 20. She watches the building entrance, the brass doors, the street sweepers moving past. London does not stop for whatever is happening inside that room. 25 minutes. Cormac emerges alone. He walks to the car with the same controlled stride he uses in every room. But when he opens the door and slides in beside her, she sees it. The thing he cannot hide from her anymore. His hand shakes as he reaches for the seatbelt. He does not speak. The driver pulls away. The city flows past the window in gray and silver. Saoirse waits. When he finally turns, his face is stripped of everything except what he was holding back. I am not going anywhere, she says. He looks at her. His dark eyes hold something she cannot name. I know, he says. But the car keeps moving, and the weight of everything he has not said settles between them like a room with no doors. When they pull up to the hotel, the driver cuts the engine. Cormac does not move. Stay, he says. Just for a minute. She stays. The city hums beyond the glass. The air inside the car is warm, close, theirs. He does not let go of her hand. And in the silence, she understands that the fight has already changed. It is no longer about whether she stays. It is about whether they can survive what comes when the truth stops being secret and becomes leverage. His thumb moves across her knuckles. Once. Twice. I should have told you about Foss sooner. You should have. I was trying to protect you. I know. I will not make that mistake again. She looks at him, at the exhaustion in his face, the armor he cannot quite lift back into place. You will, she says, because that is who you are, and I will call you on it every time. He almost smiles. Fair. The word hangs between them, small and true. She does not let go of his hand. And when they finally step out of the car, the cold air hits her face like a wall, and she knows that the next thing that breaks will not come from outside. It will come from the silence he still cannot knock. Her phone vibrates in her coat pocket. She does not look at it, but she feels it, warm against her ribs, like a countdown she cannot stop. Chapter 23. The hotel room air is stale with the night they barely slept. Saoirse stands at the window, watching Copenhagen stir beneath a sky the color of old silver. Behind her, Cormac dresses in silence. The governance review sits between them like a third person in the room. She has been awake since 4, counting the hours until the next meeting, counting the ways this can break. I want to see the scope of the review. He stops with his shirt half-buttoned. It is standard procedure. The timing is not standard. The pressure is not standard, and you are not telling me everything. He finishes the buttons and reaches for his jacket. The controlled movements, the armor sliding back into place. When Renfrew kept you back, what did he say? Exactly what I told you. You told me he wants a governance review. You did not tell me what else he said. Cormac turns to face her. His dark eyes are tired, but the exhaustion is not the kind that comes from one bad night. It is the kind that comes from months of carrying something alone. He asked whether my judgment was compromised. The words land flat. By what? By you. Saoirse does not flinch. She has been called worse by men with less power, but the precision of it, the surgical choice of language, tells her exactly who wrote Renfrew's script. Foss is pushing him. Foss has been pushing him for months. That is how it works, Saoirse. He does not need to be in the room. He just needs to be in Renfrew's ear. She turns from the window. The city falls away behind her. Then what are we doing? I am containing it. You are managing it. That is not the same thing. The silence sharpens. She walks past him to the door, then stops. I am going to the office. There's a due diligence call at 9. Saoirse, she turns. I will handle Foss. You've been handling Foss for 3 months. Look where we are. She leaves before he can answer. The walk to the office takes 12 minutes. She takes the long route along the harbor, letting the cold air clear the fog from her head. Her phone buzzes twice. She does not look at it. When she reaches the building, the lobby is empty except for the security guard, who nods as she passes. The lift takes her to the 4th floor. The corridor is quiet. She lets herself into the temporary office they assigned her. Small, functional, a window that faces the courtyard instead of the city. She sets her bag down and opens her laptop. The first thing she sees is the calendar. There are meetings scheduled she was not invited to. Closed blocks of time. Attendees listed as legal review and external counsel. She scrolls through the entries. 1 at 8 this morning. 1 at 10. A third at 2 in the afternoon that overlaps with the due diligence call she was supposed to lead. She sits back in the chair. Decisions are moving around her. Documents are being reviewed by people she has never met. She pulls up the legal review request log. 3 new entries since yesterday afternoon, all flagged as governance scope, all marked as high priority. She reads the descriptions. 1 covers compensation structure review for the Copenhagen deal team. 1 covers conduct filings for the past 12 months. 1 covers reporting lines and chain of authority for the transaction. The third one lists her name. She closes the laptop. The room is too quiet. The radiator clicks as it heats. The traffic hums below the window. She is alone in a building that is making decisions about her future without her in the room. She picks up her phone. 2 unread messages. 1 from Ria Kitt. The investor wants to meet tomorrow, London, afternoon. Confirm by noon. 1 from Lionel Foss. You should know the scope of the review before it starts. Call me. She stares at the screen. Foss knows about the governance review before it has officially begun, before the formal notification has been sent. Her thumb hovers over the message. Then she locks the phone and puts it face down on the desk. Not yet. She stands and walks to the door. The corridor is empty. She takes the lift to the 3rd floor, where the legal team has set up a temporary workspace. A young associate looks up as she enters. Is Varsty in? The associate shakes her head. She is in London. She is not expected back until Thursday. Who is handling the governance review from this side? A pause. The associate glances at the closed door behind her. Mr. Orenthal requested that all governance documents be routed through his office directly. Saoirse feels the floor shift beneath her. His office. Yes. Not legal review. The instruction came from him directly, at 7 this morning. She thanks the associate and walks back to the lift. The doors close. She stands alone in the mirrored and forward backspin, watching her own reflection watch her back. He is containing it, by removing it from legal, by routing everything through his office, by deciding what she sees and when. The lift doors open on the 4th floor. She steps out and walks to Cormac's temporary office at the end of the corridor. The door is closed. She nods 2 clans. A breed, but was there. I'm no. She stands. The chair scrapes against the floor. If you want to contain it alone, then contain it alone. But do not pretend that keeping me out of the room is protecting me. It is just making me blind. She reaches the door. Saoirse? She stops but does not turn. If you want to see everything, every document, every review request, every calendar block, it is yours. She turns. His hands are flat on the desk. Foss made his move yesterday. Renfrew made his move yesterday. I am trying to build a perimeter you can work inside. I do not need a perimeter. I know. Then stop building one. He holds her gaze. Come here. She does not move. Please. She walks back to the desk. He opens a drawer and pulls out a bound folder, slides it across the desk. The full scope request from Renfrew's office. Every category. Every timeline. Every document request. She looks at the folder. Read it. Then tell me I am wrong to be careful. She picks up the folder. It is heavy. I will read it, she says, and then I will tell you what I think, not what you want to hear. Fair. The answer comes 3 minutes later. A single line. I did. Saoirse stares at the screen. The room tilts. Then she locks the phone and looks out the window at the gray Copenhagen sky. The countdown has not stopped. It has just started a new clock. Chapter 24. Saoirse reads Vashti's reply 3 times. I did. The words do not change. They sit there, flat and final, as if Vashti Mendez has done nothing more than confirm a meeting time. She sets the phone down on her desk, picks it up again, reads it a 4th time. The corridor outside her office is quiet. Late afternoon in Copenhagen. The light through the window has turned that pale gold that comes before the dark, the kind that makes every surface look like it is holding its breath. She should call Vashti, demand an explanation. Ask how long, ask why, ask whose side she is on. She does not. She walks out of her office instead, past the empty reception desk, down the stairs to the 1st floor where the meeting rooms are. Cormac is in the small conference room at the end. She knows because she saw him walk in 20 minutes ago, still carrying the folder with the governance scope. He has not come out. She knocks once and opens the door without waiting for an answer. He is standing at the window, phone pressed to his ear. He turns when the door opens and holds up one finger. She ignores it. She walks to the table and sits. He watches her for a long moment, then says into the phone, I will call you back, and ends the call. What happened? Vashti told Foss about the review. He does not react, not visibly, but his jaw tightens, a muscle jumping along the bone. When did you find out? 3 minutes ago. I asked her who told Foss. She said she did. He sets the phone down on the table. His hand stays there, palm flat, as if he is steadying himself against the surface. Did she say why? No. Did you ask? No. Why not? Because I wanted to tell you first. He looks at her. The expression on his face is not surprise. It is not anger. It is recognition. The look of someone who has just watched a piece of a chessboard slide into place and seen the shape of the game he was too slow to count. She approached Foss. What? She did not wait for him to come to her. She approached him 3 months ago. She told me she was tracking Foss. You knew she would tracking Foss. You knew she had made contact, and you did not tell me that the chief legal officer of your firm had a private channel to the man who is trying to destroy your deal. I told you she was tracking him. You did not tell me she was talking to him. I did not know she was talking to him. Not like this. And you did not know. Until now. The silence stretches. Saoirse thinks of Vashti's face in the lobby last night. The way she said, "I would see it in you." The way she delivered the warning about silence, how it costs careers, how it costs everything. As if she already knew exactly what Saoirse was hiding. She was testing me, Saoirse says. I think so. She flew to Copenhagen to see whether I would tell the truth about the Clause 14 attestation. Not because Foss asked her to, because she wanted to know whether I could be trusted. Cormac does not answer. And when I lied, she told Foss about the review, to see what he would do with the information. Or to prove to herself that she was right about you. Saoirse stares at him. She told Foss because she wanted to confirm that I was hiding something. I do not know. You do not know. That is the truth. Saoirse stands. The chair scrapes against the floor. You have been working with her for 3 months. You knew she was tracking Foss. You knew she had made contact, and you did not tell me that the chief legal officer of your firm had a private channel to the man who is trying to destroy your deal. I told you she was tracking him. You did not tell me she was talking to him. I did not know she was talking to him. Not like this. And you do not think that matters. I think it matters. Then why did I have to discover it by sending a text message and getting a one-line reply? He holds her gaze. Because I was wrong to keep it from you. She lets the words sit. Wrong. Yes. Tell me the rest. There is no rest. There is always rest. He looks at her. The muscle in his jaw jumps again. Vashti came to me 3 months ago with evidence that Foss had been asking questions about you. Before Copenhagen, before the scope agreement, before any of this, she wanted to confront him directly. I told her no. Why? Because I thought I could contain it. I thought if I gave Foss space and time, he would show his full hand and I could counter it without making you the center of the argument. And instead he built the argument around me. Yes. Saoirse stands very still. The room is quiet. The gold light has deepened into orange. Outside, a car door closes somewhere in the street, a sound that belongs to another world. Vashti told Foss about the review because she was testing me, but she also told him because she wanted to force your hand. Cormac does not answer. Saoirse looks at the screen again. The timestamp, the words, the cold precision of Vashti Mendez, who has spent 3 months waving a nut around Lai and Foss and did not once tell either of them that Saoirse was the bait. When does she arrive? Tonight. 9 o'clock. Your office. Mine. Yours. She said she would only show the evidence to you. Saoirse looks at the phone, at the message, at the shape of the storm that is already moving toward them. The countdown has just accelerated. Chapter 25. Vashti arrives at 9:20. Not late enough to apologize, not early enough to pretend this is casual. She walks into Saoirse's office, carrying a slim leather folder and a hard drive the size of a credit card, and she closes the door behind her without being asked. Saoirse does not standing. She has been standing since the last message from Cormac, pacing the space between the window and the desk, watching the street, watching the clock, watching the shape of her own reflection in the dark glass. Vashti sets the folder on the desk. She does not sit. I have everything. Saoirse looks at the folder. Brown leather, no markings. The kind of thing that could hold a dinner menu or a signed confession. Show me. Vashti opens the folder. Inside, printed on plain paper, are screenshots, encrypted message headers, call logs with timestamps, a spreadsheet tracking dates, times, and the content of every communication between Lion Foss and the headhunter who fronted the partnership offer. Saoirse reads the first page, then the second. The recruitment started 8 weeks ago, before Copenhagen, before the scope agreement, before she had ever stood in a boardroom and told Preben Breck that his valuation was wrong. She looks up. He was planning this before I knew the deal existed. Yes. Before Cormac asked me to stay. Yes. Saoirse flips to the third page. A message from Foss to the headhunter, dated the same week as the Dorchester dinner. Subject line, Candidate Assessment. She reads the text. She is sharp. She will test the limits of any structure you give her. Do not offer her a cage. Offer her a door she believes she chose to walk through. Saoirse closes the folder. He wrote that about me. Yes. You proselytized him to stay. Yes. Saoirse flips to the third page. A message from Foss to the headhunter, dated the same week as the Dorchester dinner. Subject line, Candidate Assessment. She reads the text. She is sharp. She will test the limits of any structure you give her. Do not offer her a cage. Offer her a door she believes she chose to walk through. Saoirse closes the folder. He wrote that about me. Yes. He was proselytizing me, before Cormac asked me to stay. Yes. Saoirse sets the folder down. Her hands are steady, which surprises her. She thought they would shake. Why are you showing me this tonight? Vashti meets her gaze. No evasion, no deflection. Because Cormac's meeting with Foss is tomorrow at 10, and because if you go into that meeting without knowing what Foss has been building, you will be negotiating blind. Saoirse holds very still. You said you would only show the evidence to me, not to Cormac. I did. Why? Vashti is quiet for a moment. The only sound in the room is the hum of the building, the distant traffic on the street below. Because I needed to know if you could be trusted with the truth before I gave it to you. And now I know. Saoirse watches her, the woman who flew to Copenhagen unannounced, who stood in a hotel lobby and asked if Saoirse had anything to disclose, who watched her lie and said nothing. You tested me. Yes. On purpose. Yes. You let me lie to you, so you could prove to yourself that I was hiding something, and then you told Foss about the review so he would show his hand. Yes. Saoirse feels the weight of it, the cold precision, the calculation. And if I had told you the truth, in Copenhagen, what would you have done? Vashti does not blink. I would have told you what I was building, and asked you to help me finish it. The words hang in the air. Saoirse looks at the folder, at the evidence, at the shape of the trap that Foss has been building for 8 weeks, and the counter-trap that Vashti has been building for almost as long. You should have told me. Yes. You should have trusted me. Yes. Vashti's voice does not waver. No apology, no excuse, just the admission, clean and exact. Do you understand why I could not? Saoirse understands. Because trust is earned in increments, not demanded. Because Vashti had no reason to believe that Saoirse would choose the truth over the protection of Cormac's silence. Because she has been lied to before. I understand. Saoirse picks up the folder. I need to see Cormac. Vashti nods. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out a key card. No logo, no marking. He is in the conference room on the 4th floor. He has been there since I arrived. Saoirse takes the card. The meeting is tomorrow at 10 p.m. You have until then to decide what you want him to know. Vashti turns toward the door, then stops. Saoirse. Saoirse looks up. I am not sorry for testing you, but I am sorry that you had to be tested at all. The door closes. Saoirse stands alone in the office, the folder in her hand, the hard drive in her pocket, and 12 hours until everything changes. She walks to the elevator. The 4th floor is dark. Most of the lights are off. The conference room at the end of the hall glows through the glass walls, a single lamp burning on the table. Cormac is sitting at the far end, bracket off, sleeves rolled, his hands flat on the table, palms down. He looks up when she enters. She sets the folder in front of him. Vashti had everything. 8 weeks of correspondence, call records, timestamps. He started the recruitment before Copenhagen, before you asked me to stay. Cormac does not open the folder. I know. She stalks. You know. I suspected. I did not have the proof, but I suspected. The words land like stones. When Foss first asked about you, 3 months ago, I knew he was not asking out of curiosity. And you did not tell me. I thought I could contain it. Saoirse stands very still. You thought you could contain it. I was wrong. The room is silent, the lamp hums. Somewhere in the building, a door closes. You have known for 3 months that Lion Foss was building a case against me, that he was planning to remove me from the firm, that he had already started the recruitment play, and you said nothing. I thought I could protect you. She looks at him, the man who has given her everything, the man who has also taken her choices, one, by deciding what she could handle. You do not get to decide what I can handle. He holds her gaze. I know. You do not get to protect me from the truth. I know. If you want me to stay, if you want this to be real, you do not get to keep things from me because you think it is easier. He rises, walks around the table, stops a foot away. I am asking you to give me the chance to do better. She looks at him, the dark eyes, the set of his jaw, the hands that have held her, signed agreements, fought for her in rooms she has never seen. Tomorrow, before you meet Foss, I want to see you alone. When? 7, my office. She does not answer immediately. 12 hours until I have to give Ria an answer. 12 hours until you meet Foss, and you want more conversation. Yes. She meets his gaze. Then make it count? Chapter 26. The conference room light spills across the table, catching the edge of the folder Saoirse has not opened. She stands at the threshold, watching Cormac watch her. You knew. I suspected. Same thing. He does not argue. She walks to the table, does not sit, sets the folder down between them, the hard drive beside it like a second accusation. How long? 3 months. 3 months. He started asking questions about you in July, before the Copenhagen target was even on the board's radar, before any of this. She hears the words, July. July was summer. July was before she had ever spoken to Preben Breck, before the scope agreement, before the flight to Copenhagen, before the night that changed everything. He was preparing to remove you before you had anything to remove you from. The silence stretches. And you decided not to tell me. I decided to handle it. No, you decided what I could handle. He looks at her, no deflection, no defense. Yes, the admission lands clean. She feels something crack inside her chest. Not the bone, the seal. The one she has kept pressed tight since she was 17 years old and learned that the only person who would ever protect her was herself. What else? He holds her gaze. The exit clause. What exit clause? Foss's fund has a provision. If a key person leaves Orenthal Capital during a live transaction, the investor can demand full liquidity within 30 days. He wrote it into the original investment agreement 3 years ago. Her hands are flat on the table now, palms down, pressing. Key person. Me. You are the key person. I am. But the trigger is not my departure. The trigger is a governance failure that calls my judgment into question. She watches his jaw tighten. If Foss can prove that I compromised the firm's governance, that I allowed personal relationships to affect transaction authority, he can call the clause, force the fund to liquidate, buy control of the remaining assets at a discount. He wants the firm. He wants the assets. He does not care about the firm. And you are the target, not me. The offer was never about removing you. It was about proving that I would protect you, that I would compromise the governance structure rather than let you go. She sees it now. The whole architecture. Foss did not need her to accept the offer. He needed Cormac to fight for her. Needed the gestures of love to look like evidence of corruption. He was counting on you to choose me. Yes. And you did. I did. She presses harder against the table. You chose me every time. You gave me the scope. You let me present first. You routed the documents through your office. Every protection you offered me was evidence for his case. Yes. She wants to be angry. She is angry. But the anger does not burn clean. It tangles with something worse. Understanding. She would have done the same. For him. She would have chosen him every time and called it love and never seen the trap until it closed. You should have told me. I know. We could have built a different defense, a transparent one that did not look like concealment. I know. You took the choice away from me. He is silent. I trusted you. He closes his eyes, just for a moment. I know. She picks up the folder, opens it. The pages are crisp. Foss's language is clinical. He refers to her as the candidate and describes her career trajectory as a pattern of upward mobility fueled by asymmetrical access to senior decision-makers. He is calling her a product of favoritism, making her success contingent on Cormac's interest, erasing every hour she spent reading Danish rulings, every sleepless night, every room she won without his name. Do you know what this says? I can guess. It says I am not real, that everything I have done is because you wanted me there. That is not true. I know it is not true, but it is what the evidence will look like if Foss gets to present it first. She closes the folder. The only way to beat this is to be clean. Completely clean. No secrets, no defenses that look like concealment. I know. You took the choice away from me. I did. She presses harder against the table. You chose me every time. You gave me the scope. You let me present first. You routed the documents through your office. Every protection you offered me was evidence for his case. Yes. She wants to be angry. She is angry. But the anger does not go clean. It tangles with something worse. Understanding. She would have done the same. For him. She would have chosen him every time and called it love, and never seen the trap until it closed. You should have told me. I know. We could have built a different defense, a transparent one one that did not look like concealment. I know. You took the choice away from me. He likes in his house. He believes that I was afraid. That is why I did not tell you. She waits. I was afraid that if you knew the truth, you would leave. Not because you could not handle it, because you would see that staying meant fighting. And I did not know if you wanted to fight for this. She looks at him. You should have asked. She walks out. The elevator doors close. She stands alone in the small metal box, the folder pressed against her chest, the hard drive in her pocket, and the shape of the morning ahead pressing against her ribs. 7 a.m. My office. We will walk in together. To the meeting with Foss? To every meeting from now on. She does not smile. Neither does he. But something settles in her chest. Not forgiveness, not trust restored. A beginning. She turns toward the door. Saoirse. She stops. I was afraid. That is why I did not tell you. She waits. I was afraid that if you knew the truth, you would leave. Not because you could not handle it, because you would see that staying meant fighting. And I did not know if you wanted to fight for this. She looks at him. You should have asked. She walks out. The elevator doors close. She stands alone in the small metal box, the folder pressed against her chest, the hard drive in her pocket, and the shape of the morning ahead pressing against her ribs. 7 a.m. My office. We will walk in together. To the meeting with Foss? To every meeting from now on. She does not smile. Neither does he. But something settles in her chest. Not forgiveness, not trust restored. A beginning. She turns toward the door. Saoirse. She stops. I was afraid. That is why I did not tell you. She waits. I was afraid that if you knew the truth, you would leave. Not because you could not handle it, because you would see that staying meant fighting. And I did not know if you wanted to fight for this. She looks at him. You should have asked. She walks out. The elevator doors close. Chapter 27. She does not look back. The elevator doors close behind her, and she stands alone in the small metal box, with the folder pressed against her chest and the hard drive burning a hole in her coat pocket. The fluorescent light hums. The numbers tick down. 4, 3, 2, 1. The doors open onto the lobby. The night porter looks up from his phone. She nods at him. He nods back. That is the whole exchange. She steps out into the London dark. The air is cold and damp. A taxi idles at the curb, the driver scrolling through something on his dashboard. She could take it, go home, lie in the dark and wait for the hours to pass until 7 a.m. Instead, she walks. The streets are empty. Her footsteps echo off the stone facades of buildings that have stood here longer than anyone alive remembers. She does not know where she is going. She only knows she cannot be still. The folder is heavy in her hands. A pattern of upward mobility fueled by asymmetrical access to senior decision-makers. She stops walking. The words are carved into her now. She reads them again under the yellow glow of a street lamp. Clinical. Precise. Designed to reduce her to a variable in someone else's equation. She closes the folder. Her phone is in her hand. She does not remember taking it out. The screen shows 2 messages. One from Ria Kit reminding her the noon deadline is firm. One from Vashti with no follow-up after the last exchange. She should call Ria. Tell her the offer is dead. End the thread before it tangles further. Her thumb hovers. She does not call Ria. She calls Vashti instead. The line rings twice. 3 times. Tell me you are not doing something stupid. Vashti's voice is sharp, wired, still awake at this hour. I am walking through London at 1 in the morning with a folder full of evidence that a man I have never met wrote a psychological profile of me before I ever spoke to him. That is not stupid. That is processing. Stupid would be calling Foss directly. I am not calling Foss. Good. Saoirse stops at a corner. The street is empty in both directions. The city feels like a stage after the audience has left. He knew, she says. Cormac, he's suspected for 3 months. I know. You knew? I told him to tell you. He said he would handle it. He handled it by keeping me blind. Yes. The word lands like a stone. Saoirse presses her palm against the cold glass of a shop window. Inside, mannequins stand frozen in expensive clothes. Unreal. Perfect. I do not know what to do with that, she says. You do. You just do not want to admit it. Enlighten me. You decide whether the silence is a pattern or a mistake. Patterns repeat. Mistakes can be corrected, but you cannot know which it is until you see what he doth next. Saoirse closes her eyes. And until then? Until then, you hold the evidence. You do not show it to anyone. You do not tip your hand. You let Foss think he still has the advantage. He moved the meeting to 8 a.m. He wants me there. I know. Is that a trap? It is a test. He wants to see if you arrive alone or with Cormac. He wants to see if you are the one holding the leash or the one wearing it. Saoirse opens her eyes. What do I do? Walk in alone. Let him think he has won, and then show him the evidence when he is most certain. That is a gamble. That is the only move that works. If you bring Cormac, Foss claims collusion. If you show the evidence too early, he pivots. You wait until he commits. Then you close the door. The wind picks up. Saoirse turns her collar higher. And Rhea? Tell her nothing. Make her wait. The deadline is noon. You have hours. She will push. Let her push. Pressure reveals the cracks. You want to see how deep Foss's architecture goes before you tear it down. Saoirse breathes. I am scared. The admission comes out raw, unpolished, the first honest thing she has said all night. I know. I do not know if I can do this alone. You are not alone. You have evidence. You have leverage. And you have someone who is willing to walk into the room with you. Cormac. No. No. Saoirse goes still. What? I will be at your office at 7:30. We will walk to Foss together. You do not have to. I know I do not have to. I am choosing to. Because someone needs to be in that room who is not compromised by love or fear. The word lands differently than she expects. Compromised by love, as if love is a liability, as if it weakens you. Does it? Saoirse asks. Does what? Love. Does it compromise you? Vashti is quiet for a long moment. Yes, that is why you only risk it with someone worth the cost. The line goes still. Saoirse looks up at the sky. The clouds are low and thick. No stars. Just the orange glow of the city reflected back at itself. 7:30, she says. 7:30. The call ends. Saoirse stands alone on the empty street, the feeder at her chest, the hard drive in her pocket, and the shape of the morning ahead pressing against her ribs. She does not go home. Just talking. And somewhere in the dark, between the street lamps and the silent shop windows, she decides what she is willing to risk. Her phone vibrates again. She looks down. One new message from an unknown number. You are braver than he deserves. See you at 8. She reads it 3 times. Then she locks the screen and keeps walking. Chapter 28. She walks. The city does not answer. The folder stays pressed against her ribs, the hard drive a hard rectangle in her coat pocket. Her phone glows with the unknown message she has read 4 times now. You are braver than he deserves. See you at 8. She does not know who sent it. She does not know if that matters. At 2:47 a.m., she stops beneath a street lamp and texts Vaught. I need to do this now, not at 7:30. The reply comes in 20 seconds. An address in Clerkenwell, a key code, top floor, door is unlocked. Saoirse flags a taxi. The driver does not speak. She watches the wet street slide past, the orange haze of sodium light, the empty pavements. London at this hour looks like a city holding its breath. The building is old brick, converted to flats, industrial windows, a steel door that clicks open at the code she punches in. She climbs 3 flights because the lift smells of bleach. Vaught's door is ajar. A strip of yellow light falls into the hallway. Saoirse pushes it open. Vaught sits at a kitchen table covered in legal binders. She is still in the same clothes from earlier, hair pulled back, no makeup, a mug of tea cooling beside her elbow. The flat is sparse, white walls, a single bookshelf, no photographs. You walked, Vaught says. I walked. Good, you needed the air. Saoirse sets the folder on the table, the hard drive next to it. The 2 objects land with small, final sounds. I have been carrying these for hours, Saoirse says. I need to know what we are actually dealing with. Vaught gestures to the chair across from her. Then sit. We map it. They spread the evidence across the table. Vaught pulls a marker from a drawer and draws on the bare wall, a whiteboard that has been wiped clean. She sketches boxes, lines, arrows. This is the conflict architecture, she says. Saoirse watches the diagram take shape. Foss at the top, the exit clause beneath him, the governance review branching to Renfrew, the recruitment offer feeding from Ria, the dossier labeled in Vaught's tight script pointing at Saoirse's name. 3 pressure points, Vaught says, tapping the board. The governance review, the clause 14 attestation, the exit clause. They interconnect. If one fails, the others collapse. Or they all trigger at once. Yes. Saoirse presses her palms flat on the table. The gesture is Cormac's. She does not stop herself. What is the narrow path? Vaught turns back to the board. She draws a 4th line, a route that bypasses the main architecture. Radical documentation. You preempt every accusation. You file every communication. You declare boundaries publicly. You become so transparent that Foss cannot claim concealment. Publicly, to the board, to Preben Breck, to the Copenhagen team. You tell them before Foss can tell them. Saoirse feels the words settle in her chest, cold and precise. And Cormac. You draw a line, visible, verifiable. If the deal is the priority, you become the sole point of contact for Copenhagen. He steps back. The room sees you leading alone. He will not agree to that. He already agreed to stop protecting you. This is what that looks like. Saoirse looks at the diagram, the line bypassing Foss, the line that puts her at the center. And if I do not want to be at the center of his deal? Vaught holds her gaze. Then you lose. Not because you cannot win, because you refuse to claim the position. The silence stretches. Saoirse looks down at the dossier, Foss's clinical language, A pattern of upward mobility fueled by asymmetrical access to senior decision-makers. She opens it. There is more than the profile. There are notes on Cormac, references to the Stockholm deal, a paragraph about a payment that never appeared on any due diligence report. What is this? She points. Vasti leans over, reads. Her face does not change. That is the part he did not want you to see. He? Cormac. He asked me to cut that page out of the evidence I showed you. Saoirse's hand stops moving. You knew about this. I advised him to tell you. He chose not to. Saoirse reads the paragraph. 7 years ago, Stockholm. A fee paid to a third-party consultant that Cormac authorized without board approval. The deal collapsed before the fee was collected, so it never appeared in any formal record. But Foss found the correspondence, the offer, the intent. He had a dossier on Cormac too. He had leverage on both of you. Saoirse closes the folder. He should have told me. He should have, but he was afraid you would see him the way he sees himself. Which is someone who does not deserve to be trusted. The words land like glass. Saoirse stands up, walks to the window. The sky beyond the glass is beginning to change. A thin gray line at the horizon. Morning coming whether she is ready or not. What do I do, Vasti? You walk into the Foss meeting alone. You let him show his hand. And then you show him that you know more than he thought. You offer a deal. What kind of deal? You give him a way out. A clean exit. 2 weeks to liquidate his position at a fair price. No governance war, no public scandal. He walks away with his reputation intact, and you close the deal without a fight. He will not accept. He might. If you show him the Stockholm evidence first, if he understands that you can destroy him just as easily as he can destroy Cormac. Saoirse turns from the window. That is not a path. That is a knife fight. It is the only path that ends with you in control. Her phone vibrates on the table. Both of them look at it. The screen lights up with a name she has not seen in hours. Cormac. She does not reach for it. The ringing stops. Then starts again. A second call from the same name. Vasti watches. Answer it. Saoirse picks up the phone, stares at the screen. I do not know what to say to him. Then say nothing. Listen. Decide what he is worth after what you just learned. The phone keeps ringing. Saoirse's thumb hovers over the accept button. The screen goes dark. The call drops to voicemail. A third vibration. Not a call. A text. She opens it. I know where you are. I am outside. Please let me up. She looks at Vasti. He is downstairs. Vasti's expression does not shift. Then let him in. The morning is coming. You cannot hide from him forever. Saoirse walks to the door, her hand on the handle. The building's intercom buzzes once. Twice. She presses the release. The footsteps start climbing the stairs. Slow. Deliberate. Each one a countdown. Chapter 29. The train cuts through the gray dawn, past stations Saoirse knew by heart before she knew boardrooms. He wanted Bedhampton, Hilsea, names that mean nothing to the men in London who measure distance in postcodes. She did not tell Cormac she was leaving. She told Vasti instead, one text sent from the stairwell while his footsteps climbed, the words heavy and final. I need air. Back before noon. Vasti's reply came in 3 minutes. Understood. Call me when you are ready. No question, no judgment. Saoirse has been on the platform at Portsmouth and Southsea for 5 minutes, hands in her coat pockets, watching the familiar gray light settle over the station canopy. The chipboard sign advertising a cab company that went out of business 3 years ago. The air smells of salt and diesel and frying oil. She walks. The shop is open when she reaches it. It is always open. The blue fluorescent sign flickers in the same rhythm it has for 15 years. The fryer hums through the wall, and through the glass she can see her mother's back. The same stoop, the same checked apron tied too tight. Saoirse does not go in through the front. She takes the alley beside the building, past the bins, past the rusting gate that never latched properly, up the concrete stairs to the flat above. The key still fits. Nave is at the kitchen table in her dressing gown, a mug of tea cooling beside an open textbook. She looks up when the door opens, and for a long moment neither of them speaks. Then Neve says, "You look like shit." Saoirse drops her bag by the door, sits down across from her sister. "Thanks. You want chips?" "I want..." Saoirse stops, shakes her head. "Yes, chips." Nave does not ask questions. She goes downstairs and Saoirse sits alone in the kitchen that has not changed in 20 years. The same yellow formica. The same crack in the ceiling she stared at through every exam season, every sleepless night, every morning she swore she would get out. The fridge hums, the clock ticks. 7 minutes later, Nave comes back with a tray. 2 paper cones of chips, mushy peas in a ceramic bowl, a bottle of brown sauce that has been in the cupboard since before Saoirse left for university. She sets it down and sits. "Eat." Saoirse eats. The salt hits first, then the oil. The taste of every evening she spent on the stool by the fryer, homework spread across the counter, customers ringing the bell, her mother's voice calling Saoirse, "Customer." It is the taste of before. Nave watches her for a while. Then she picks up a chip and dips it in the peas. "You going to tell me, or do I have to guess?" Saoirse chews, swallows. "He hid something from me. Something important. A payment. Stockholm. 7 years ago. He authorized it without board approval, and when the deal collapsed it never appeared anywhere official. But Foss found it. Foss has it." Nave's eyebrows rise a fraction. She takes another chip. "And Cormac did not tell you?" "No. Because he was trying to protect you. Everyone keeps saying that like it is a defense." "It is not a defense." Nave's voice is quiet. "It is a pattern. You know that, right?" Saoirse sets down her chip, looks at her sister. "What pattern?" "The one where every man who wants something from you decides he knows better than you what you can handle. Foss wants to control you. Cormac wants to protect you. Both of them are deciding for you." The words sit in the space between them. Saoirse feels them land like heat. "You are saying they are deciding?" "I am saying they both assume you need someone else to hold the knife." Saoirse stares at her sister, the girl who stayed in Portsmouth, stayed in the shop, stayed at the kitchen table with the cracked linoleum and the clock that runs 5 minutes fast. "You make it sound simple." "It is simple." Neve meets her eyes. "You just do not want it to be, because if it is simple, then the only person who can fix it is you." Silence. The fryer hums through the wall. Saoirse looks down at her hands. The small burn scar on her wrist. The chip shop scar. The one she got at 13 when the oil spat and she did not move fast enough. "Vashti said I should walk into the meeting alone. Show Foss the evidence. Offer him a clean exit." "And will you?" "I do not know." "Why not?" Saoirse picks up another chip, holds it without eating. "Because if I do, I am choosing. I am saying that I want to win on my terms, not his. That I am willing to fight for something that might destroy me." "And if you do not?" "Then I run. I take Ria's offer. I disappear into a partnership that was designed to remove me, and I pretend I chose it." Neve sets down her chop. Chapter 30. The train arrives at Waterloo with no plan and a locked phone. Saoirse steps onto the platform and the city swallows her. Gray light, damp concrete, the press of bodies moving in every direction. She walks through the station without seeing it, the chip shop still warm in her chest, Nave's voice still repeating in her skull. When did you start thinking survival was the same as winning? She stops in the middle of the concourse. People flow around her. A man carrying a briefcase clips her shoulder and mutters something she does not hear. She pulls out her phone. 3 messages from Cormac, 1 from Vashti, 1 from Foss. She opens Vashti's first. Back? She types, just arrived. Need to buy time on the offer before I walk into that room. Vashti's reply comes in seconds. Ria meeting is at 11. You have 2 hours. Use them. Saoirse locks the phone and starts walking. The building is a converted Victorian townhouse in Fitzrovia. White stucco and black iron railings. A brass plaque so discreet it could be a dentist's office. Saoirse finds it without checking the address twice, as though her feet already knew the way. Ria Kit is waiting in a first-floor room that smells of old paper and fresh coffee. She wears cream silk and a smile that does not reach her eyes. Saoirse scenes about it solidly. Saoirse will be equal to Despiden. I wanted to talk before noon. I am here. Ria gestures to a chair. Saoirse does not sit. The offer has improved. Show me. Ria's smile flickers. She opens a leather folder on the table and slides a single page across. Saoirse reads it standing. The numbers are generous. More than generous. A managing partner title. A seat on the investment committee. A carry structure that would take her 5 years to earn at Orenthal. Start in 4 weeks. She reads it again, then she looks up. This requires me to sign within 48 hours. Time-sensitive opportunities usually do. And start before Copenhagen closes. Ria's expression does not change. The deal will close with or without you. The question is where you want to be when it does. Saoirse sets the page down. I want the full terms. In writing. The fund's allocation schedule. The liquidation preferences. The co-investment rights. The vesting schedule for the carry. Ria's pause is barely a heartbeat, but Saoirse catches it. Saoirse, I am not signing a single-page summary that tells me what I get, without telling me what I lose. The room tightens. Ria's smile turns patient, the kind reserved for people who do not understand how the world works. The full partnership agreement is 112 pages. You want to read it before you decide? I want to know who holds the fund's capital commitments. I want the investor register. I want the management company's governance structure. You are asking for proprietary information before you have signed anything. Then give me a redacted version. I will sign an NDA, but I am not walking into a partnership blind. Ria studies her. The silence stretches. You are stalling. I am being careful. There is a difference? Saoirse meets her eyes. You tell me. Ria's gaze does not waver. She reaches into her folder and pulls out a second document, thinner than the first, and slides it across the table. 48 hours. Signed it before the Copenhagen close, and the offer stands. After that, the terms change. Saoirse picks up the document. It is a letter of intent, binding enough to commit her, vague enough to leave the real terms for later. She reads the closing line. This offer is contingent upon the recipient's availability to commence within 30 days of acceptance and upon the satisfactory completion of the fund's current capital deployment cycle. She reads it twice. The second time, the meaning lands. The fund's current capital deployment cycle, the Copenhagen deal. If she signs, she is bound. If she does not sign before Copenhagen closes, the offer evaporates. Not because the fund does not want her, because Foss needs her gone before the deal is done. She looks up. This offer was never about recruiting me. Ria's smile stays fixed. Every offer is about filling a need. It was about removing me, before the Copenhagen deal closed, before I became impossible to extract. Ria says nothing. Saoirse sets the letter down. I want the full terms, in writing, the fund's allocation schedule, the liquidation preferences, the co-investment rights, the vesting schedule for the carry. Ria's pause is barely a heartbeat, but Saoirse catches it. Saoirse, I am not signing this. You wanted to talk before noon. I am here. Ria gestures to a chair. Saoirse does not sit. The offer has improved. Show me. Ria's smile flickers. She opens a leather folder on the table and slides a single page across. Saoirse reads it standing. The numbers are generous, more than generous. A managing partner title, a seat on the investment committee, a carry structure that would take her 5 years to earn at Orenthal. Start in 4 weeks. She reads it again, then she looks up. This requires me to sign within 48 hours. Time-sensitive opportunities usually do. And stop before Copenhagen closes. Ria's expression does not change. The deal will close with or without you. The question is when you want to be when it does. Saoirse sets the page down. I want the full terms, in writing. The fund's allocation schedule, the liquidation preferences, the co-investment rights, the vesting schedule for the carry. Ria's pause is barely a heartbeat, but Saoirse catches it. Saoirse? I am not signing a single-page summary that tells me what I get without telling me what I lose. The room tightens. Ria's smile turns patient. The kind carrying a briefcase clips her shoulder and mutters something she does not hear. She pulls out her phone. 3 messages. From Cormac Electric. This scory fotish, someone of the water need. In which the story has imagining by NEL, start even your 120 hour. Little completely self. The room tightens. Ria's smile tells them same. If you wanted to talk before noon. I am here. Ria gestures to a chair. Saoirse does not sit. The offer has improved. Show me. Ria's smile flickers. You tell me. Ria's gaze does not waver. She reaches into her folder and pulls out a second document, thinner than the first, and slides it across the table. 48 hours. Sign it before the Copenhagen close, and the offer stands. After that, the terms change. Saoirse picks up the document. It is a letter of intent, biting enough to commit her, vague enough to leave the real terms for later. She reads the closing line. This offer is contingent upon the recipient's availability to commence within 30 days of acceptance and upon the satisfactory completion of the fund's current capital deployment cycle. She reads it twice. The second time, the meaning lands. The fund's current capital deployment cycle. The Copenhagen deal. If she signs, she is bound. If she does not sign before Copenhagen closes, the offer evaporates. Not because the fund does not want her, because Foss needs her gone before the deal is done. She looks up. This offer was never about recruiting me. Ria's smile stays fixed. Every offer is about filling a need. It was about removing me, before the Copenhagen deal closed, before I became impossible to extract. Ria says nothing. Saoirse sets the ledger down. I am not signing this. You are making a mistake. Maybe, but it will be mine. She turns toward the door. Saoirse. She stops. Ria's voice is flat. No warmth, no polish. Lionel Foss is not the only person watching this. There are investors in that fund who have already made their assessment of you. If you walk out of this room without signing, you are not just rejecting the offer. You are confirming every suspicion they have about where your loyalties lie. Saoirse turns back. Suspicions? That you are not your own woman. That you were placed where you are because someone wanted you there. That the only reason you have a seat at any table is because Cormac Orenthal put you in it. The words hit like cold water. Saoirse feels them land. Feels the shape of them. The pattern Nan named. Every man who wants something from you decides he knows better than you what you can handle. She looks at Ria. Then I will prove them wrong. On my terms, not yours. She walks out. The street is gray and ordinary. A bus passes. A woman with a dog walks by. The city does not know what just happened. Saoirse stands on the pavement and breathes. Her phone buzzes. She looks down. A text from an unknown number. Not Foss. A different number. The message is 4 words. He is not your enemy. She stares at the screen. Then she types, "Who is this?" The reply comes in seconds. Someone who wants to a win. She waits. No follow-up. She locks the phone and puts it in her pocket. The morning stretches ahead. She has 2 hours until out. Chapter 31. The conference room door opens at 8:47 a.m. Cormac walks in alone. No assistant, no coffee, no folder tucked under his arm the way he usually carries one, like a shield he does not need. He is wearing the same suit from yesterday. The jacket is fresh, the tie is different. Dark gray silk, knotted tight enough to cut off conversation. He does not look at her. He takes the seat at the head of the table, the one he always takes, and sets his phone face down on the polished wood. His movements are precise, deliberate, the kind of control that costs something to maintain. Vashti is already seated at the far end, a slim legal pad in front of her, reading glasses pushed up. She glances at Cormac, then at Saoirse, and says nothing. The silence stretches. Hartley and Dunbar file in behind him, carrying laptops and the smell of station coffee. Dunbar nods at Saoirse. Hartley does not. 9 o'clock start? Hartley checks his watch. We start now, Cormac says. His voice is flat, professional. The voice he uses with investors he does not trust. Saoirse feels the shift like a pressure change. She has seen him cold before. She has watched him close a negotiation by going still and letting the silence do the work. This is different. This is cold turned inward, a door closing from the inside. She opens her laptop. The governance review timeline, she says. We need to finalize the document submission schedule before we fly to Copenhagen. Vashti has the draft. She slides a printed page toward Cormac. He does not touch it. Renfrew's office confirmed receipt of the preliminary filings last night, he says. They will have a response by end of week. That is not enough time, Vashti says. If they flag anything in the deal documentation, we need a window to respond before the board session. Then prepare for them to flab everything. Cormac's eyes stay on the center of the table. He is not looking at anyone. Saoirse watches him. She knows what he is doing. He is building a wall in full view of the room, brick by brick, so that no one can claim later that he gave her special treatment. So that the governance review finds nothing to question. So that every decision he makes today is defensible, documented, clean. It is the right move. It hurts more than his pursuit ever did. Hartley, Cormac says, the valuation model needs a sensitivity range on the earnout structure. 3 scenarios: conservative, base, aggressive. I want it by Thursday. Thursday is tight. Then start now. Hartley nods and pulls out his phone. Dunbar clears his throat. The Danish side is asking about the structural separation timeline. Dilek wants to know if we can deliver the ring fencing framework before the regulatory submission. We can, Saoirse says. Cormac does not look at her, but he does not correct her. She takes that as permission. The precedent from the Geo-Nordic ruling gives us a template, she continues. The ring fencing language is already drafted. I sent it to Amalish to Ermid on Sunday. He confirmed the target board's legal team has no objection. Emil affirmed. Dunbar raises an eyebrow. Directly? Directly. Good. Dunbar makes a note. That saves us a round of correspondence. Saoirse feels Cormac's attention shift. Not toward her, toward the space where she is sitting. Like he is measuring the distance between them and calculating whether it is safe to cross. He does not cross it. Let me see the correspondence, he says. She emails him the thread without comment. He reads it on his phone. His face gives nothing away. Then he sets the phone down and looks at Vashti. The governance review? What is the worst case? Vashti removes her glasses. Worst case, they flag every interaction between you and Saoirse for the past 3 months. Every late meeting, every after-hours email, every private conversation that was not logged in a formal calendar. And the remedy? There is no remedy. If they find proximity, they document it. If they document it, the board votes on whether it constitutes a conflict. If the board votes yes, the exit clause triggers automatically. Cormac does not flinch. Then we give them nothing to find. He stands. I want every communication between myself and any Orenthal Capital employee routed through the central server from now on. No private correspondence, no off-record conversations, no closed-door meetings that are not on the calendar. He looks at Vashti. You will attend every session between myself and the deal team. If I say something that could be interpreted as preferential treatment, you will note it in the record. Understood. Effective immediately. Vashti nods once. Saoirse feels the room tilt. She understands the logic. She understands that he is protecting them both, that the only way to survive the governance review is to leave no trace of the thing that cannot be proven. But understanding does not stop the cold from spreading through her chest. She looks at him. He still will not meet her eyes. The rehearsal runs for 2 hours. They walk through the presentation slide by slide. Vashti takes notes. Hartley challenges every assumption. Dunbar plays the skeptic, pushing back on the earn-out structure, the regulatory timeline, the integration costs. Cormac answers every question. Precise, controlled. His voice unchanged. He does not once say her name. At 10:47, Vashti closes her legal pad. I need to prepare the governance submission. Saoirse, can you review the conflict declarations before I file them? Send them to me. Done. Vashti stands. She looks at Cormac. The boundaries you set this morning, they are the right call. He says nothing. Vashti leaves. The door clicks shut. Hartley and Dunbar exchange a look. Dunbar gathers his laptop. We will have the sensitivity ranges by Thursday, he says. Anything else? One thing. Cormac's voice is quiet. The room waits. He is standing at the head of the table. He is not looking at anyone. Saoirse watches him and says hers factor geo. The governance review timeline, she says. We need to finalize the document submission schedule before we fly to Copenhagen. Vashti has the draft. She slides a printed page toward Cormac. He does not touch it. Renfrew's office confirmed receipt of the preliminary filings last night, he says. They will have a response by end of week. That is not enough time, Vashti says, if they flag anything in the deal to Keekenbrett. Day but to be able. But for the first time in days, she is not afraid of the space. She is learning to stand in it. Her phone buzzes a third time. Versti. Renfrey wants an emergency call. He is refusing to approve the governance timeline unless Cormac submits to a personal interview. He wants to question Cormac under oath. Chapter 32. They are 3 minutes into the call when Preben Breck asks the question that changes everything. Who will own the deal once it is signed? Saoirse sits in Vashti's borrowed office, the speakerphone on mute between them. Across the line, Preben's voice is calm, deliberate. The voice of a man who has spent 30 years learning to hear what people do not say aloud. The governance structure we submitted, she says, places execution authority with the deal team. The buyer-side integration committee reports to the target board for 18 months. After that, operational control transfers to Orenthal Capital's management committee. That is what the document says. It is what the deal says. A pause. Preben makes a sound. Not quite a hum, not quite agreement. I have read your ring-fencing framework, he says. Emil sent it yesterday. It is elegant. It solves the vertical integration question, the regulatory timeline problem, and the governance vulnerability in a single structure. I am impressed. She waits. She knows what comes after impressed. But frameworks do not sign deals. People do. And the people in this room need to know who is making the decisions once the papers are filed. Saoirse looks at Vashti. Vashti's face is unreadable. I will be the buyer-side lead for the first 18 months, Saoirse says. That is in the terms. You will be the lead, Preben repeats. Or you will be the lead in name while someone else makes the calls from London. The accusation is precise, unadorned. Preben exhales. Then you understand why I needed to ask. Because love compromises judgment. No. His voice is sharp. Because love makes you fight for the wrong things. It makes you protect the person instead of the deal. It makes you bend the structure to keep them safe until the structure no longer holds anything. She thinks of Cormac, standing at the head of the table this morning, saying, I had to step back so the room could see you. She thinks of his text, still warm in her pocket. I will watch from the back, where I belong. She thinks of the dossier Foss has built on her, the investor network that believes she is only in the room because of who she sleeps with. There is no way to prove I am real except to do it, she says. I cannot give you a guarantee that will satisfy your lawyers. I can give you my record. Your record is 2 years at Orenthal's. Before that, a business degree paid for with shift work. Before that, a chip shop in Portsmouth. Preben's voice is not unkind, it is thorough. That is a remarkable story, but remarkable stories do not always survive the pressure of a £300 million acquisition. I am not asking you to trust my story. Then what are you asking me to trust? She feels the weight of the question. She could give him the standard answer. The deal thesis, the regulatory precedent, the integration timeline, the numbers. Instead, she gives him the truth. You are asking whether I am Cormac Orenthal's creature. Whether everything I have done was handed to me by a man who wanted me in his bed. Whether the moment the structure bends, I will call him and ask him to fix it. Preben does not interrupt. I cannot prove I will not call him, she says, because I do not know what I will do when the structure bends. I have never run a deal this size alone. I have never had to make the call without someone to backstop me. She stops. The silence stretches. But I know this, she says. I will not call him because I am afraid. I will not call him because I do not trust my own judgment. I will only call him if the deal needs something he can provide that I cannot. And I will tell you when I make that call. Before I make it. Preben says nothing for 6 seconds. Then he laughs. It is a low, surprised sound, a sound that has not been planned. That is the first honest answer I am heard in this entire process. She lets herself breathe. Emil warned me you would test the structure until it broke, she says. It is not the structure I am testing. I know. Another pause, shorter this time. One more question, Preben says, and I need you to answer it without the lawyers in the room. Vashti looks at her. Saoirse nods. You are on speakerphone, Preben says. Take me off it. Saoirse looks at Vashti. Vashti's jaw tightens, but she reaches over and presses the mute button on her own line. I am alone now. Good. Preben's voice shifts, loses some of its cool reserve, becomes something closer to human. The question is not about governance. It is about you. Asked it. Are you in love with him? The question lands like a stone dumped into still water. She could lie. She could deflect. She could say it is none of his business because it is not. Instead, she thinks of Cormac's mess this morning, the way he looked at her for 3 heartbeats before he walked out. The text he sent after. I had to step back so the room could see you. Yes. The word is quiet, unadorned. Preben exhales. Then you understand why I needed to ask. Because love compromises judgment. No. His voice is sharp. Because love makes you fight for the wrong things. It makes you protect the person instead of the deal. It makes you bend the structure to keep them safe until the structure no longer holds anything. She thinks of Cormac, of the 3 months he spent trying to contain Foss alone, of the dossier he added Vashti to hide from her, of the Stockholm payment he buried. She thinks of her own silence, the Foss attestation, the secret she has been carrying since the first night in Copenhagen. I know what it costs. Then you also know that the only way to protect it is to make sure the structure is strong enough that you never have to choose. She looks at the window, the gray London sky. I am building that structure. I know, Preben warned me, you would test the structure until it broke. She says, it is not the structure I am testing. I know. Another pause, shorter this time. One more question, Preben says, and I need you to answer it without the lawyers in the room. Vashti looks at her. Saoirse nods. You are on speakerphone, Preben says. Take me off it. Saoirse looks at Vashti. Vashti's jaw tightens, but she reaches over and presses the mute button on her own line. I am alone now. Good. Preben's voice shifts, loses some of its cool reserve, becomes something closer to human. The question is not about governance. It is about you. Ask it. Are you in love with him? The question lands like a stone dropped into still water. She could lie. She could deflect. She could say it is none of his business because it is not. Instead, she thinks of Cormac's face this morning, the way he looked at her for 3 heartbeats before he walked out. The text he sent after. I had to step back so the room could see you. Yes. The word is quiet, unadorned. Preben exhales. Then you understand why I needed to ask. Because love compromises judgment. No. His voice is sharp. Because love makes you fight for the wrong things. It makes you protect the person instead of the deal. It makes you bend the structure to keep them safe until the structure no longer holds anything. She thinks of Cormac. She looks at Saoirse. So the question is not whether the structure holds. It is whether Cormac can survive the interview without destroying everything you have built. She leaves. The door clicks shut. Saoirse sits alone in the borrowed office, the silence pressing down. Her phone buzzes. She looks down. A text from the unknown number. Tomorrow decides everything. Do not let him carry the weight alone. She reads it twice. Then she types, "He is not carrying it alone." She sends it before she thinks. The reply comes in 5 seconds. Good, because he is about to be asked what he is willing to sacrifice. She stares at the screen. Then she locks the phone and walks to the window. The sky is dark now. London spreads beneath her, a constellation of lights and movement. She presses her palm to the glass. Tomorrow, Prebinal will give her the room. Tomorrow, Cormac will face Renfrew under oath. Tomorrow, the deal will either close or collapse. And somewhere in the dark between those 2 hours, the structure she has built will either hold or break. She thinks of Cormac, of his text this morning. "I will watch from the back, where I belong." She reaches for her phone, types a message. "What did Renfrew ask you?" 3 dots appear, then they vanish. She waits. The dots appear again, then the reply. "He asked me if I would burn the deal to keep you." She stares at the screen. Her fingers move before she can stop them. "What did you tell him?" A longer pause this time. Then the response arrives. "I told him I would not have to, because you are the one who will close it." She reads it until her screen ims. Then she looks out at the dark city. "I will watch from the back, where I belong." She thinks of Prebin's voice on the call. "I want to watch you stand in front of them and prove what I already believe." She thinks of the Ziatia Foss has built, the investor network that has already judged her, the secret she has carried for weeks. She thinks of tomorrow, and she wonders if she can carry it alone. Her phone buzzes one last time. She looks down. A text from Vasti. "Renfrew just confirmed the interview, 8 a.m. Cormac will not have a lawyer in the room." She reads it, then she types back, "He does not need one. He has me." She sends it. The screen locks. Outside, the city keeps moving, and somewhere in the dark, the countdown begins. Chapter 33. The war room forms in the conference room on the 32nd floor, the one with the long walnut table that seats 14. Sasha claimed it at 9 p.m. by walking in and laying her laptop at the head, and no one questioned her. Hartley and Dunbar arrive first, still in their office suits, carrying paper cups of coffee that smell burnt. They take seats on opposite sides of the table, watching her with the careful neutrality of men who have not decided which way the power will settle. Vashti comes in 10 minutes later with a legal binder under one arm and a thermos in the other. She sets up at the far end, away from the main cluster, her laptop open to the conflict architecture diagram she drew on her wall 12 hours ago. Cormac arrives last. He does not walk to the head of the table. He does not pull out the chair beside her, the one where he sat through every Copenhagen negotiation, the one that signals senior authority. He takes the seat against the wall, in the second row, behind the junior analysts who have been pulled in to run numbers. Saoirse watches him do it. He meets her eyes once, a flat acknowledgement, then looks down at the tablet in his hands. The room goes quiet. Dunbar clears his throat. "Right then, Saoirse, you have the floor." She pulls up the Copenhagen model on the main screen. They work through the valuation first, the earn-out structure, the regulatory sunset clause, the ring-fencing framework Hartbig's team already approved. She walks through each assumption without looking at her notes, and the junior analysts type furiously behind her. Dunbar pushes back on the minority interest treatment. He thinks the target board will reject the proposed cap. "They already approved it," Saoirse says. "The Mokosgrafine Krilligem. Email confirmed Sunday. Hartvig is not the whole board. Prebin is." She does not raise her voice. "And Prebin told me the framework holds. If the cap becomes a sticking point in the room, I will handle it. Dunbar opens his mouth, closes it. Cormac says nothing. Saoirse moves to the talking points. She has written them herself, a sequence of arguments that start with the deal's logic and end with the governance structure she built. No deflection, no hedging. Every objection Preben could raise, answered before he can voice it. She reads through the first section aloud. Hartley interrupts her halfway through. That is too direct. You cannot tell the board they got the multiples wrong. They did get the multiples wrong. They know it. Preben knows it. If I pretend otherwise, I lose the credibility I spent 6 weeks earning. It is a political room, not an academic one. It is both. She turns to face him. And the only way to survive a room full of people who know the numbers better than I do is to admit what they already know. The question is whether I can show them a path forward that makes the numbers work anyway. Hartley looks at Cormac. Cormac does not intervene. She has the room, he says. Let her run it. The words land like a door closing. Hartley sits back. Dunbar turns to the next page of the talking points without another word. Saoirse keeps going. At midnight, the coffee runs out. The junior analysts are flagging. They're typing slower, their questions fewer. Dunbar has stopped pushing back and started taking notes. Hartley is quiet, working through his own copy of the framework with grudging attention. Saoirse steps into the hallway to breathe. The corridor is dark, the floor silent around her. She leans against the wall and presses the heels of her hands into her eyes until shapes bloom behind her lids. She has not slept in 30 hours. The door opens behind her. Cormac. He stops a few feet away, far enough that anyone watching would see nothing more than 2 colleagues taking air. You are running them into the ground, he says quietly. I am running myself into the ground. I know. He looks at her for a long moment. You should take a break. 40 minutes. Let them work the legal safeguards with Vashti. I do not have 40 minutes. You do. Preben's call is not until 9. The Renfrew interview is at 8. That gives you time. She looks at him. That's not defeated the lightning. And the only way to survive a room full of people who know the numbers better than I do is to admit what they already know. The question is whether I can show them a path forward that makes the numbers work anyway. Hartley looks at Cormac. Cormac does not intervene. She has the room, he says. Let her run it. The words land like a door closing. Hartley sits back. Dunbar turns to the next page of the talking points without another word. Saoirse keeps going. At midnight, the coffee runs out. The junior analysts are flagging, they're typing slower, their questions fewer. Dunbar has stopped pushing back and started taking notes. Hartley is quiet, working through his own copy of the framework with grudging attention. Saoirse steps into the hallway to breathe. The corridor is dark, the floor silent around her. She leans against the wall and presses the heels of her hands into her eyes until shapes bloom behind her lids. She has not slept in 30 hours. The door opens behind her. Cormac. He stops a few feet away, far enough that anyone watching would see nothing more than 2 colleagues taking air. You are running them into the ground, he says quietly. I am running myself into the ground. I know. He looks at her for a long moment. You should take a break. 40 minutes. Let them work the legal safeguards with Vashti. I do not have 40 minutes. You do. Preben's call is not until 9. The Renfrew interview is at 8. That gives you time. She looks at him. You are not going to tell me to slow down. No. His voice is steady. You set the pace. I am only telling you that you will need strength for tomorrow that you do not have tonight. She holds his gaze. Then she nods. 40 minutes. 40 minutes. He turns and walks back into the conference room. She does not watch him go. She finds the small office 2 floors down, the one with the couch nobody uses. She lies down with her coat over her legs and her phone in her hand. The screen shows the unknown texter's last message. Tomorrow decides everything. Do not let him carry the weight alone. She reads it once. Then she locks the phone and closes her eyes. She does not sleep. She lies in the dark and runs the talking points through her head. The valuation, the earnout, the ring fencing, the governance structure, every number and every name and every argument she will need to make. The unknown texter's words circle back. Do not let him carry the weight alone. She thinks of Cormac in the second row, of his refusal to overrule her even once, of his quiet voice in the hallway telling her to rest. He is giving her the room. He is handing her the deal. He is trusting her to close it. And she does not know if she can. The 40 minutes pass. She returns to the conference room at 1:32 a.m., her hair repinned, her eyes clear. Vashti is at the far end of the table, alone, working through a stack of legal memoranda. The junior analysts are gone. Dunbar and Huntley have retreated to their offices. Cormac is where she left him, in the second row, his tablet dark. Safeguards are done, Vashti says without looking up. I have drafted the disclosure memo. Preemptive. We file it with the board before the presentation, not after. She slides a single sheet across the table. Saoirse picks it up. It is 2 pages, dense, precise, a structure that maps every communication, every decision, every transaction authority for the past 6 weeks. And at the bottom, a recommendation. Full voluntary disclosure of the governance review, including the Clause 14 attestation and her relationship with Cormac. Saoirse reads it twice. Then she looks at Vashti. This saves the firm. This saves the firm if Foss does not move first. Vashti meets her eyes. If he triggers the exit clause before the memo is filed, it does not matter how transparent we are. The liquidity clause activates. The deal freezes. Orenthal Capital is dead. Saoirse looks at Cormac. He has not moved. When do we file? Dawn. Vashti checks her watch. 5 a.m. Before Renfrew's interview, before the presentation, before Foss has a chance to counter. Saoirse nods slowly. She turns to Cormac. You are about to face Renfrew under oath. If we file this, the questions change. They will ask about us. I know. They will ask why you did not disclose sooner. I know. They will ask if I am worth the risk. He meets her eyes. I know. The room is silent. Saoirse looks down at the memo in her hands. The structure is clean. The argument is strong. The timing is tight. And Foss is somewhere in the dark, waiting. She looks up at Cormac. Then we file. He does not argue. He does not overrule her. He nods once. Then we file. Dawn comes cold and gray through the floor-ceiling windows. Saoirse stands at the edge of the conference table, the memo folded into her jacket pocket, watching the city stir beneath her. Vashti is on the phone with the board administrator, confirming the filing window. Cormac is in the corner, tying a tie he pulled from his bag, his jaw set, his eyes tired. The door opens. Dunbar walks in, his coat still wet from the walk. He stops when he sees them. Something happened. Saoirse turns. What? Dunbar holds up his phone. Foss just sent a letter to the full investment committee. He is calling for an emergency review. He claims he has evidence of compromised judgment in the transaction authority. The room goes still. Saoirse looks at Vashti. Vashti's face is unreadable. Didn't he send it? 20 minutes ago. Vashti looks at Saoirse. He moved first. The words hang in the air. Saoirse pulls the memo from her pocket. She looks at it, then she looks at Cormac. His expression is calm, but his hand, she sees, is trembling. The way it trembled in the car after the Renfrew meeting. The way it trembled when he admitted he did not know if Foss would stop. She folds the memo back into her pocket. Then we move faster. Chapter 34. The briefing room feels smaller than it did at midnight. Saoirse stands at the head of the table, the memo still folded in her pocket, dawnlight cutting white across the glass. Vashti is on her second call with the board administrator, her voice flat and professional, filing the disclosure before Foss's letter reaches every committee member. Dunbar is at the window, his phone pressed to his ear. Hartley is typing something none of them will read. Cormac is where he has been for the past hour, in the second row, his tablet dark, his eyes on her. She feels the weight of his attention like a hand on her spine. She does not look at him. Vashti hangs up. Filed. The word lands clean. Saoirse exhales. Then her phone vibrates. She looks down. The screen reads, unknown number. She stares at it for 3 full seconds. Then she answers. Ms. Vaught. The voice is measured, unhurried, the kind of calm that comes from knowing exactly when you hold leverage. I thought you might be awake. Saoirse does not sit. Mr. Foss? The room goes still behind her. She feels the shift in the air, the way breathing stops, the way every head turns toward her back. I understand you have been busy, Foss says. The memo, the presentation, the governance framework. You have been thorough. I respect thoroughness. She waits. I am calling because I want to give you a choice. I made my choice. No. His voice does not harden. It softens, almost paternal. You made a move. That is not the same thing. She watches the dawn light crawl across the table. Here is what happens next. Foss continues. Your memo will be reviewed. The governance committee will examine it. They will ask questions about timing, about judgment, about the reporting lines that led to a sealed presentation in Copenhagen without the founder's name on the first page. They already know the answer. Do they? Or do they know the version you chose to file? She says nothing. I am not your enemy, Ms. Vaught. I know you have been told otherwise. I know Vashti Mendez has built a case against me that makes me look like a man who plays long games with other people's careers, and she is not wrong. The silence stretches. But I am also a man who believes in clean structures, and a woman who sleeps with her boss and presents his deal in his absence is not a clean structure. She is a liability waiting to be exposed. The room is so quiet she can hear her own pulse. You can walk away now, Foss says. Before the presentation, before the board vote, before your name becomes synonymous with the question everyone will ask, did she earn it or did she earn him? She holds the phone. And if I stay? Then you will be remembered as the woman who compromised the house, not the woman who closed the deal. No matter what happens in that room today, that will be the story. I will make certain of it. She should defend herself. She should tell him about the ring fencing, about Preben's trust, about the war room she ran without Cormac's direction, the hours she spent building a case that none of them could have assembled without her. She should tell him she has the evidence, the dossier, the timestamps, the encrypted correspondence that proves he began recruiting her before the Copenhagen deal existed. But she does not. Instead, she asks the question that has been forming in her chest since she read his psychological profile. Did you ever believe I might outplay you? The silence on the other end is different now, not calculating, still. Excuse me? Before you built the profile, before you sent Rio with the offer, before you decided I was someone who would test the limits of any structure and needed a door, not a cage. She lets the words land. Did you ever consider the possibility that I might see through it? That I might choose to stay and fight? Not because Cormac asked me to, but because I could. The pause stretches long enough that she thinks he has hung up. Then he speaks. I considered it. And? I decided it was not a risk worth taking. Then you miscalculated. She ends the call. The phone is cold in her hand. She turns. Vasti is watching her, unreadable. Dunbar has lowered his phone. Hartley is frozen mid-typing. And Cormac is standing. He does not speak. He does not need to. She sees it in his eyes, the thing he has been trying to protect her from, the weight of knowing that Foss has now drawn a line she cannot uncross. The letter is filed, the call is made. The war is public. She looks at him. Then we go. The elevator ride to the lobby is silent. 11 floors, 27 seconds. Sasha does not look at the mirrored walls. She does not check her reflection, does not smooth her jacket, does not pin a stray strand of hair into place. She holds the phone in her hand and watches the numbers descend. The car is waiting, black, tinted, engine running. She gets in. Cormac sits across from her. Vasti takes the jump seat. The door closes. The city slides past. She pulls out the folder. Inside is the evidence, all CL Vasti compiled, the timestamps, the encrypted headers, the record of every message Foss sent through the headhunter, every coded invitation, every calculated approach that predated the Copenhagen deal existed. But she does not. Instead, she asks the question that has been forming in her chest since she read his psychological profile. Did you ever believe I might outplay you? The silence on the other end is different now, not calculating, still. Excuse me? Before you built the profile, before you sent Rio with the offer, before you decided I was someone who would test the limits of any structure and needed a door, not a cage. She lets the words land. Did you ever consider the possibility that I might see through it? That I might choose to stay and fight, not because Cormac asked me to, but because I could? The pause stretches long enough that she thinks he has hung up. Then he speaks. I considered it. And I decided it was not a risk worth taking. Then you miscalculated. She ends the call. The phone is cold in her hand. I am trying to getting the amity. The Foss is after the ground of the incoming ale. The end of a messenger suspending for hun moans is not over entire moment to the corm. The moves of this enikate of Bremens. The moves of one ultimate evers disbassids this hour. You can actually stare with a rabber, or between them protectives, this is your business. Foss who? It's not violent thousands, man. Mrs. Baskey, he's on. I have not really tell themselves are in equal perdition or chess that I completely complete for the degswit to the word trop, until leather every agents. Lovey is welding completely place then relatively getting to be inspirist or by shearing the dividend back then a second. He exalts this neverwation, it's big by the best of Pierslew desks, reigning bream, atch, and clicks. I just think we only got no. We need to get into the room. I just see. Chapter 35. The room is pale wood and glass, a long table facing a wall of Copenhagen sky. 7 board members seated, Preben at the head, Emil Hartvig on the left, Lisbeth Krog in the middle, 3 others whose names Saoirse memorized at 4 in the morning and will not forget. Cormac stands at the back. He does not take a seat. He does not approach the table. He leans against the far wall, arms crossed, and watches like a man who has already given up the right to speak. Preben nods once. Ms. Vaught, the floor is yours. She places nothing on the table. No folder, no notes, just her hands, flat on the polished surface, and the weight of every hour she has spent building a case that does not need paper to hold it. I am going to walk you through 3 things, she says. The structure, the governance, and the question none of you have asked aloud, but all of you are thinking. The room settles. She begins with the structure, the ring-fencing framework, the minority interest cap, the earn-out schedule tied to regulatory milestones, not revenue targets. She speaks in numbers, precise and unadorned, the language of people who trust arithmetic more than promises. She tells them how the vertical integration thesis was abandoned and why, citing the Geo-Nordic ruling in Danish, the relevant paragraph numbers, the precedent it sets for the entire Nordic region. Lisbeth Krog takes off her glasses. Emil Hartvig stops tapping his pen. 17 minutes, no hesitation, no pause to check a figure. She finishes the structural section and waits. Governance, she says. This is where the conversation gets uncomfortable. The room knows. She can feel it in the stillness. I am 24 years old. I do not come from money. I was hired 2 years ago after I challenged a paragraph in my employer's published investment thesis. I have been called brilliant, and I have been called lucky. Some of you have heard the second more often than the first. She lets the silence hold. The firm's founder is standing at the back of this room. He is here because the deal requires his presence, not because he intends to direct it. Every decision I present today has been made within a ring-fenced authority structure that prevents unilateral override. The regulatory contact for this acquisition is me, not him. The reporting line runs through the board, not through the executive office. If you approve this deal, you approve it on terms that survive any change in personnel, any personal entanglement, any accusation of compromised judgment. She does not look at Cormac. She does not need to. Preben's expression has not changed. If we were concerned about personal entanglement, he says, we would not have invited you to present alone. That decision was deliberate. I know. Do you also know what I told my own board when they questioned whether you were real or a front? She waits. I told them you were the first person in 18 months who answered a hard question without looking for someone else in the room first. The words land like a signature. Emil Hartvig leans forward. The governance framework you submitted, the ring-fencing structure, it assumes the London office will not interfere with operational decisions after close. That is a trust assumption. How do you enforce it contractually? I don't. I enforce it through the reporting line and the minority interest veto. If London interferes, the Copenhagen board has the authority to halt distributions pending review. The enforcement is structural, not relational. And if someone in London decides to test the structure, then they test it against a signed governance agreement, a Danish regulatory filing, and a board that has already voted once to protect its autonomy. She meets his eyes. The structure holds, even if the people who built it do not. Hartvig sits back. Lisbeth Krog speaks. The timeline for regulatory approval, you have estimated 9 to 12 months. On what basis? Same basis the Geo-Nordic precedent was approved in 11. Same regulatory team, same notification pathway, same minister who signed off on that ruling is still in post. You have spoken to the minister's office. Preliminary, off the record. They confirmed the pathway is still active. A pause. Lizabeth Krogh replaces her glasses. That is not in any of the materials we received. No, Saoirse says. It was confirmed this morning. I wanted to tell you myself. The room shifts, not against her, toward her. Preben looks at Emil. Emil nods once, almost imperceptibly. We have one question left, Preben says. You mentioned the question none of us have asked aloud. I believe we are there now. Saoirse feels the weight of it, not fear, readiness. You want to know whether I am here because I earned this or because he chose me. You want to know whether the governance framework is genuine protection or elegant cover. You want to know if I will call him when the structure bends or if I will stand alone. She looks at each of them in turn. I cannot prove the future. What I can prove is that I built this framework before anyone asked for it. I structured the regulatory path before the board knew it existed. I negotiated the ring-fencing terms with Emil directly, without Cormac in the room, without Cormac on the call, without Cormac's name attached to a single term sheet clause. You can verify that. Emil already has. Hardbig's eyes hold hers. I have, he confirms. The word lands like a gavel. Preben looks at the room. Any further questions? Silence. Then I suggest we proceed to the vote. He reaches for the tablet in front of him. The door opens. A junior assistant enters, steps to Preben's side, places a single sheet of paper in front of him. The room waits. Preben reads. His expression does not change, but something in his posture does, a stillness that was not there before. He looks up. It appears Mr. Foss has written directly to the board, he says. He requests the vote be postponed pending an independent review of the governance framework. The room turns to Saoirse. She does not look at Cormac. She does not look at the door. She looks at Preben. Did he send evidence with the request? A summary. Of what? Preben reads again. His jaw tightens. Alleged communications between a London executive and the target's regulatory contact outside of formal channels. He claims it constitutes preferential access and voids the competitive integrity of the process. The room goes still. Saoirse knows exactly what Foss is referring to. Chapter 36. The room waits, Saoirse feels the weight of it, the pause between Preben's recess and whatever comes next. The board members do not scatter. They remain in their seats, watching her with the particular stillness of people who have just seen a calculation change mid-game. Preben does not stand. He sits back down. I am not calling the recess yet, he says. I want to hear your answer before the board considers anything else. Saoirse's phone buzzes again in her pocket. She ignores it. You want me to address Foss's letter? I want you to tell me whether the off-record call with Emil constitutes a breach of process. No. Explain. She does not look at Hartwig. She does not look at Cormac. She looks at Preben and speaks to the room. The call was a regulatory confirmation, not a negotiation. I asked whether the Geo-Nordic notification pathway was still active. I did not discuss terms, valuation, or structure. I did not request preferential treatment. I confirmed a procedural fact that is publicly available to any bidder who asks the right question. Then why off the record? Lizabeth Krogh's voice cuts through. Why not through formal channels? Because formal channels take 3 weeks for a preliminary answer. We do not have 3 weeks. The minister's office knows me from the Geo-Nordic filing. I used that relationship to get a faster answer, not a better one. And if the minister's office confirms that the call was only a procedural inquiry, then Foss's allegation collapses. And if they do not confirm it? Saoirse meets Krogh's eyes. They will, because it is the truth. The room absorbs this. Proben looks at Hartvig. Emil, did Saoirse ask you for anything outside the governance framework during your off-record conversations? Hartvig does not hesitate. She asked for regulatory clarity. She received it. Nothing more. Would you stake your professional reputation on that? Yes. Proben turns back to the letter, reads it again, sets it down. Mr. Foss's request for postponement is noted, he says, but this board does not suspend its process based on unsubstantiated allegations from an external investor. We have a governance framework. We have a regulatory pathway. We have a presentation that answered every question this room could ask. He looks at each board member. I am calling the vote now. Saoirse's chest tightens. This is not what she expected. She expected a delay, a scramble, a fight to reclaim momentum. Not a chairman who looks at a sabotage letter and decides to move forward anyway. Proben raises his hand. In favor of approving the acquisition of Breck Media Group by Orenthal Capital Management, subject to final due diligence and competition authority sign-off. Lisbeth Krog's hand rises first, then the woman to her left, then the man at the far end. Then Hartvig. 4 hands. Proben looks at the remaining 3. Opposed? The man across from Krog raises his hand, then the older woman beside him, then the quiet man who has not spoken all session. 3. Proben lowers his own hand. The vote carries. 4-3. The board approves the transaction subject to conditions. A beat of silence. Then the room exhales. Lisbeth Krog's reel removes her glasses and rubs her eyes. Hartvig leans back in his chair, something like relief passing across his face. The quiet man who voted against gathers his papers without looking up. Saoirse does not move. She feels the wind land somewhere inside her, a door swinging open on a room she has been running toward for months. But she does not feel finished. Proben stands. I will inform Mr. Foss that his request has been considered and declined. The board's decision is final. He looks at Saoirse. You have your deal, Director Vaught. I expect your team to have the final documentation on my desk within 72 hours. Yes. He holds her gaze for a moment longer, something unreadable passing between them. Then he turns to address the full room. Thank you for your attention. This session is concluded. The board members rise, chairs scrape against pale wood, voices emerge in low clusters. Saoirse stays seated, the phone in her pocket buzzes again. This time she pulls it out. The message is from an unknown number, different from the others. The vote was never the target. Look at what happened while you were in the room. She stares at the screen, her thumb hesitates. Then she types. What happened? The reply comes in seconds. Foss filed with the Danish Competition Authority. He beat you to the notification. They have opened a preliminary inquiry into competitive integrity. The room around her blurs. She reads the message again, then again. The vote was real. The approval is real. But Foss knew he could not stop the board. So he went somewhere else. Somewhere the vote does not matter. She looks up. Cormac is still standing at the back of the room. His arms are crossed. His eyes are on her. She does not need to speak. He already knows. Something has changed. Chapter 37. The post-vote champagne tastes like nothing. Saoirse holds the flute because it was placed in her hand, because someone congratulated her, because the room expects her to celebrate. But the glass is cold against her palm, and the bubbles do not reach her throat. The gathering spreads through the pale wood reception hall like spilled water. Investors in duck suits, lawyers in quieter suits. The Danish board members clustered near the windows, speaking in low tones that carry the weight of what just happened and what comes next. Cormac stands near the far wall. He has not taken champagne. His eyes find hers across the room and hold. She knows what he is asking. Are you all right? She does not answer. Not because she does not want to, but because she does not know the truth of it yet. The competition authority inquiry. The vote she won. The text that landed like a blade between her ribs. Lisbeth Krog approaches, her glass half empty, her expression unreadable. And Director Vaught. Board member Krog, you handled the room well. I had good material. Krog tilts her head. You had good preparation. They are not the same thing. She holds Saoirse's gaze a moment longer, then moves toward the door, coat over her arm. The woman who voted against Saoirse does not linger for small talk. The room shifts. More people arrive. A cluster of Orenthal Capital's London lawyers who flew in for the result. A junior associate from the target's legal team. Preben Breck moving through the crowd with the practiced ease of a man who has won and lost bigger deals than this. He stops beside her. You are not celebrating. I am calculating. Same thing in this business. She almost smiles. Almost. The competition authority inquiry? She says quietly, so only he can hear. He filed before the vote. He knew he could not stop the board, so he went around it. Preben's face does not change. Competition inquiries open all the time in Copenhagen. They rarely close a deal that has already been approved by the target board. They can delay it. They can, but delay is not death. She wants to believe him. She wants to feel the win. But Foss is not a man who delays for the sake of delay. He delays to create space. Space to maneuver. Space to strike. And she does not know where the next blow will land. A hand touches her elbow. She turns Vasti. There is someone here who wants a word. Vasti's voice is neutral, but her eyes are not. Something has shifted behind them. Who? Ria Kitt. Saoirse's chest tightens. Ria is not supposed to be in Copenhagen. Ria works London. Ria delivers offers from a distance. Did she fly in for the vote? She flew in this morning. She has been waiting in the side conference room since the session started. Saoirse sets down her untouched champagne. Did she say why? She said she needs to hear your own Fauxer in person, before the news reaches London. The news, the approval, the competition inquiry, the resignation she has not yet spoken aloud. Saoirse looks past Vasti toward the doors that lead to the side conference room. Then she looks back at Cormac. He is watching her. She nods once. It is not permission she is asking for, it is acknowledgement. I am about to do something. Do not stop me. He does not move. He does not try to follow. She walks toward the side conference room. The doors are closed. One of the junior associates spots her approach and steps aside, pulling the handle. Ria Kitt is standing by the window, her back to the room, blonde hair, tailored coat, phone in her hand. She turns when the door closes. Saoirse, why is it always? I am not before my letter day. You were in Copenhagen with a man who gave you the deal. Saoirse feels the sting land. She does not flinch. That is not how it happened. It does not matter how it happened, it matters how it looks. And Foss has spent 6 months building a version of events that makes you look like a liability. The only clean exit is the one I am offering. Saoirse looks at her. Ria is not cruel. She is not malicious. She believes she is offering a lifeline, but the lifeline is a cage. Tell Foss his version of events will not hold, Saoirse says, because I will not run and I will not hide, and I will not let him frame my career as a fave I traded for. She draws a breath. Call it whatever he wants. I am still here. Ria studies her for a long moment. Then she picks up her phone. I will tell him you rejected the offer. Do. Ria moves towards door. Pauses. Saoirse? Ria. Foss does not need your answer to move his pieces. He already knows you will stay. He planned for it. Saoirse does not ask what that means. Ria does not offer. The door closes behind her. Saoirse stands alone in the side conference room, the Copenhagen light gray through the window, the sound of the reception muffled through the walls. She pulls out her phone. The text from the unknown number is still there. Their vote was never the target. Look at what happened while you were in the room. She reads it again. Then she types, I know, he filed with the competition authority. The reply comes within seconds. He filed before the board session started. He has also contacted the London desks. By morning, the narrative will be set. Saoirse stares at the screen. Then she types, Who are you? The reply, Someone who wants you to choose your own fight. She pockets the phone, walks back through the doors into the reception. The room has grown louder, more voices, more bodies. The London lawyers are clustered near the bar. Preben is speaking with Hartvig near the window. Vosti is watching the door, waiting for her return. Cormac has not moved from the wall. She walks past them all. She walks to the center of the room, and she speaks. I will make a statement now. The noise drops. Heads turn. She feels their attention land on her like weight. I am formally rejecting the partnership offer from Ria Kitt and her investors. I will not be used as a weapon against this firm, against this deal, or against anyone in this room. A pause. She feels the silence press against her chest. I am also resigning from Orenthal Capital, effective immediately. The room freezes. Someone drops a glass Preben Brett goes still mid-sentence. Lisbeth Crow counts this old. Touch to the door, cat still on. Lasty face is unreadable. And Cormac. Cormac looks at her the way a man looks at a door he did not know was closing. The silence stretches. Then a voice cuts through it. Low. Controlled. From the doorway. Then I accept your resignation. Lord Renfors steps into the room. He is wearing a dark coat. He is not supposed to be in Copenhagen. He walks past the frozen bodies, past the lawyers, past the investors, until he is standing directly in front of her, Saoirse Vaught. You are relieved of your duties effective this moment. Your access to Orenthal Capital Systems is suspended. Your return to London will be arranged by legal. His voice carries, I will be requesting a formal interview with you regarding the conduct disclosure memo filed this morning and your relationship with Mr. Orenthal during an active transaction. He turns to the room. The governance review will proceed as scheduled. Any further business involving Director Vaught will be routed through my office. The room exhales. Then Renfrew looks at Cormac. I expect you in London by morning, Cormac. We have a great deal to discuss. He does not wait for an answer. He walks out. The door swings closed behind him. Silence. Then the room erupts. Saoirse does not hear the words. She watches them move. Mouths opening, hands gesturing, faces shifting between shock, calculation, concealment. Preben Brett crosses to her. His voice is low. You knew he was coming? I did not. Then you walked into the room and lit a match without knowing who was holding the extinguisher. I lit the match because there was only one way to stop Foss from controlling the fire. I lit the match because there was only one way to stop Foss from controlling the fire. He studies her. Then he nods once. You have 72 hours to deliver the documentation. Your resignation does not change the contract. The deal closes on your work, or it does not close at all. He walks away. Vosti appears at her elbow. I will handle the paperwork. Do not speak to anyone else tonight. Vosti. Yes. Did you know Renfrew was in Copenhagen? Vosti hesitates, a pause that lasts too long. I knew he had the same flight manifest. Saoirse feels the ground shift beneath her. You did not tell me. I did not know he would come into the room. I did not know he would do it that way. Saoirse looks at her. She does not know what she believes. Cormac is still against the wall. He has not moved since Renfrew walked in. His face is stone. His hands are at his sides. He does not look at her. He looks at the floor where Renfrew stood. She wants to cross to him. She wants to explain. But the room is watching. The room is always watching. She turns and walks toward the door. Behind her, the noise rises again. Fragments of conversation. The sound of a deal cracking open. She reaches the hallway. Her phone buzzes. Unknown number. Foss just called the London desks. By dawn, every investor will know you resigned before they could demand it. You took the hit before he could land it. She reads it twice. Then she types, "Who are you?" The reply comes slowly. "I will tell you when you are ready. For now, keep moving." She pockets the phone. The hallway stretches ahead of her, empty, gray, leading toward the elevators. Behind her, the door to the reception hall opens. She does not turn. She keeps walking. The elevator arrives. She steps inside. Just before the doors close, a hand catches the edge. Cormac steps in beside her. The doors slide shut. They are alone. He does not speak. He does not touch her. But he is standing beside her, and that is already more than she expected, and she does not know what comes next. Chapter 38. The elevator hums through its descent. They stand on opposite sides of the car, not touching, not speaking. The numbers drop. 14, 12, 10. Each floor feels like a door closing behind her. Saoirse watches their reflections in the polished steel. Two figures separated by 3 feet of air and everything that just shattered. She should have prepared something to say. A script, a version of this conversation she could control, but she has nothing left. No title, no access, no leverage except the truth she already spoke. The elevator stops. The doors slide open onto the ground floor lobby. Pale marble and low light. Empty except for a security guard who does not look up. Cormac does not move. She feels him waiting. Feels the weight of his silence like a hand extended but not yet taken. She steps out. He follows. They cross the lobby together, not quite side by side, not quite apart. The automatic doors open onto a Copenhagen evening she did not prepare for. Cold, gray, the harbor smell sharp in the wind. She keeps walking. Past the taxi queue, past the bicycle racks, past the tourists checking phones and the locals heading home. None of them knowing that 3 floors up, a woman just burned her career to the ground. She stops at the water's edge. The rail is cold under her hands. The harbor stretches dark and flat, the lights of Christian Sean flickering on the other side. She hears his footsteps stop behind her. She does not turn. "I meant what I said." Her voice sounds strange, flat, drained of the heat she carried into the reception room. "I am not coming back to be your protected asset. I am not coming back under a structure that makes my position dependent on your discretion." She turns. He is standing 3 feet away. His jacket is open. His tie is gone. She does not remember when he loosened it. "If you want me back, you rewrite the investor agreement. You clean the governance structure. You formalize my role beyond personal discretion." She holds his gaze. 60 days, named partner, equal footing documented in the articles, or I do not return. She expects him to push back, to ask for more time, to explain why it cannot work. He does none of it. Yes. The word lands like a stone in still water. She blinks. "You do not get to agree just to keep me. I know what you need." His voice is quiet, steady, no performance in it. "You need the structure to hold without me. You need your name to mean something in the documents, not just in the room. He takes a step closer. You needed to leave so you could choose to come back, and I needed to let you. The wind pulls at her hair. She cannot knot his face the way she used to. The mask is gone, but what is underneath is not grief or anger. It is something quieter, something that looks almost like acceptance. You are not protecting me by agreeing, she says. I know. You are not buying time or managing me. I know. I will hold you to this. If the agreement is not rewritten in 60 days, I walk and I do not look back. I know. His hands stay at his sides. He does not reach for her. He does not try to close the distance. He just stands there, letting her say every hard thing, letting her draw every boundary, and the simplicity of that surrender nearly undoes her. Her throat tightens. She turns back to the water. I did not plan to say it that way, in front of everyone. I did not know Renfrew was in the building. I know. I should have told you first. You owed me nothing. She laughs. It comes out hollow. I owed you a conversation. After everything. After standing in a room full of investors and telling them I was done before I told you. He is quiet for a long moment. Then he says, You did what you had to do to make it real. If you had told me first in private, it would have been a negotiation. This way, it is a fact. She looks at him. There is no guarantee Renfrew will let you come back. There is no guarantee the committee will accept a rewritten agreement. I know. Foss will fight it. I know. Then why did you say yes so easily? He holds her gaze. Because you asked for the one thing I should have given you from the beginning. The one thing I was too afraid to offer. He takes a breath. I thought if I kept control, I could keep you safe. I thought if I made the decisions, I could absorb the cost. I thought protection was proof of love. He looks at her. It is not. It is proof of fear. The wind shits. A fairy horn sounds somewhere in the distance. I will rewrite the agreement, he says. I will face Renfrew. I will fight Foss. I will give you the structure you deserve, even if it means giving up every piece of discretion I have held since I founded the firm. He pauses. Because you are worth more than my fear. She feels the crack, right through the center of her composure. She has spent 2 years waiting for the other shoe to drop. 2 years waiting for the price of being chosen to reveal itself. 2 years keeping one hand on the door. And he just handed her the key and stepped back. She does not know what to do with it. I should go, she says. Where? I do not know. Somewhere that is not here. He nods. He does not ask to come. He does not ask where she will stay or when she will call. He just stands there, letting her walk away, and that is what makes her stop. She turns back. 60 days. 60 days. Named partner. Named partner. And after that, we figure out what we are in daylight. Something shifts in his face, the first crack in his composure. I would like that. She holds his gaze one more breath. Then she walks, past the rail, past the bench, past the street lamp casting pale light on wet cobblestones. She does not look back, but she feels him watching. She reaches the corner, her phone buzzes. Cormac. I will find you before I let them close this. She does not reply, but she does not delete it either. She pockets the phone and keeps moving into the dark. Chapter 39. The first text arrives before she reaches the station. A number she does not recognize, London prefix, nothing in the preview but a link. She deletes it without opening. The second comes 40 seconds later. Is it true you resigned? She locks the phone. keeps walking. The third is from a financial news desk number she knows because they called her once for comment on a sector report, and she did not call back. Saoirse Vaught, FTN, can you confirm your departure from Orenthal Capital? She stops on the cobblestones. The wind cuts off the water. She looks at the screen, at the name she built, the firm she just walked out of, and the question that already has an answer someone else wrote before she could speak. She does not reply. She pockets the phone and buys a ticket for the next train to London. The carriage is nearly empty. She takes a window seat, drops her bag on the floor, and watches Copenhagen slide past. The bridges, the harbor, the glass tower where she closed the deal and ended her career in the same hour. Her phone vibrates against her thigh. She pulls it out. Vasti. Do not answer any press calls. Do not respond to texts from unknown numbers. I am locking down the internal comms now. Saoirse types, too late. They already have it. Vasti replies instantly. Then they have the headline. Do not give them the quote. Where are you? Train to London. Good. Stay off email. Stay off social. I will call you when I have containment. Saoirse stares at the word. Containment. As if the story is a spill. As if she is the thing that leaked. She turns the phone face down on the seat beside her. London is grey when she arrives. King's Cross in late afternoon. The light flat and tired, commuters streaming past her without looking. She pulls her coat tighter and walks toward the tube, then stops. She does not want to go home. Home is a flat she rented after the first promotion. Small, clean, no history. She chose it because it had no memories and no expectations, because it was a place to sleep between proving herself, not a place to live. She stands in the station concourse with people flowing around her and realizes she has nowhere to go that does not feel like waiting. Her phone buzzes again. Niamh. Mum called. She heard something on the radio. What happened? Saoirse closes her eyes. Of course it is on the radio. I will call you tonight, she types. I am fine, do not worry. Niamh's reply comes in under 10 seconds. Too late for that. She takes the tube to Clerkenwell. Vasti's flat is the only address that comes to mind that is not her own and not Cormac's building. She texts before she reaches the door. I am coming up. Vasti opens before she knocks. She is still in the same clothes from Copenhagen. No jacket, no shoes. Phone pressed to one ear, laptop open on the counter, a legal pad covered in handwriting that looks like bag plans. She waves Saoirse in without speaking. Saoirse steps past her into the sparse flat. The same bare walls, the same single bookshelf, the same silence that feels like a held breath. Vasti ends the call. 3 desks have the story. Financial News, City AM, and a Bloomberg terminal alert that went out 17 minutes ago. She does not sound accusatory. She sounds clinical, like she is reading a damage report. Renfrew's office did not issue a statement yet, but someone on his team confirmed your resignation off the record. Saoirse sets her bag on the floor. Foss's people are not talking to press. That is how you know he is winning. Vasti turns the laptop toward her. The screen shows an article, half-written. Headline: Orenthal Capital Director resigns amid governance probe. She closes the laptop. Do not read it. I already know what it says. Then you know it is not about the deal. It is about the story they are building, the relationship, the special treatment, the question they will not say aloud but every reader will hear. Saoirse leans against the counter. And your story? Saoirse meets her eyes. My story is that a senior director resigned for personal reasons during a routine governance review. that the acquisition closed on schedule, that the firm thanks her for her contributions and wishes her well. That is not true. It is what I will file until Renfrew gives me something else to say. Saoirse watches her. You are protecting the firm. I am protecting the deal. The firm can defend itself. And me? Vashti is quiet. Then she says, I do not know what protection looks like for you anymore. You removed yourself from the structure. That was your choice. I respect it, but it means I cannot shield you inside it. Saoirse nods. She did not expect shelter. She is not sure she would take it if offered. Her phone rings. She looks at the screen. Copenhagen prefix. She answers, Ms. Vaught. Preben Breck. His voice is level, no warmth, no alarm, just the same measured tone he used in the boardroom. Mr. Breck, I understand you have had a significant day. The understatement lands like a blade. Yes. I also understand you still have 70 hours to deliver the documentation package. She grips the phone. I am aware. Good, because the competition inquiry will proceed regardless of your employment status. The deal closes on the work that was done, not the title of the person who did it. She waits. He waits. Then he says, I do not know what happens next in London. That is not my concern. My concern is whether the person who built the ring-fencing framework and negotiated the regulatory pathway with the minister's office will finish what she started. She feels something tighten in her chest. I will finish it. Good. A pause. One more thing. She waits. Copenhagen is a small city. The business community watches. And what they saw today was a young woman walk into a room full of people who thought they knew what she was, prove them wrong, and then walk out on her own terms. His voice drops. That is not a scandal. That is a reputation. He hangs up. She stands in Vashti's bare flat with the phone pressed to her ear and the dial tone humming in the silence. The story is not written yet, but she just learned who is holding the pen. Chapter 40. She sleeps 3 hours on Vashti's couch. The flat has no spare bed, no guest pillows, nothing jolt-rider than the leather cushion and a folded coat. She does not complain. She does not ask. She lies down in the dark with her phone face up on her chest and waits for dawn to arrive. It does. Gray light filters through the bare window. Traffic hums below. Somewhere in the city, Cormac is facing Renfrew. Somewhere else, Foss is placing the next piece. She swings her legs off the couch. Vashti is already awake. Standing at the counter with coffee. Same clothes, same laptop, same battle plan posture. You cannot stay here. Saoirse takes the mug. I know. You need keys to somewhere that is not your flat and not his building. Somewhere the press does not know. Saoirse drinks the coffee. Black. Bitter. It burns going down. I need to clear my office. Vashti looks at her. Your access was suspended. Then I need someone to let me in. Vashti does not answer immediately. She turns the laptop. The screen shows a building directory, a floor plan, a security rotation schedule for the London office. The morning shift change is at 8:15. 15 minutes of overlap between the night guard clocking out and the day guard clocking in. No cameras in the east stairwell. Saoirse sets the mug down. You have a key card? Vashti pulls one from her wallet, slides it across the counter. This card belongs to a junior associate who is on leave. It will open the lobby door and the 32nd floor. It will not open Cormac's office or the server room. That is all I need. Vashti holds her gaze. Be in and out in 12 minutes. Do not take anything that is not yours. Do not touch the files. Personal items only. Soas picks up the card. I know the rules. The Toot is quiet at this hour. She stands in the corner of the carriage, coat collar up, phone off. No one looks at her. No one knows who she is. Just another woman in a dark coat on a gray morning. She gets off at bank. The building is limestone and glass. Atrium polished to a mirror shine. The night guard is still at the desk, checking his watch. She swipes the card. The turnstile beeps. Green light. She does not look back. The elevator is empty. She rides up alone. The numbers climb. 12, 18, 24, 30, 32. The doors open. The corridor is dim. Emergency lighting only. The cleaning crew has already come through. The air smells of disinfectant and carpet shampoo. She walks to her office. It is not really an office. It is a glass-walled cubicle near the conference room. A desk, a chair, a filing cabinet, a coat hook, a view of the buildings across the street. She stands in the doorway. Her laptop is gone. Her desk is bare. Someone from IT has already been here. The drawers are empty. The filing cabinet is open. They cleared it fast. She moves to the desk, opens the top drawer. Empty. Middle drawer. Empty. Bottom drawer. Her hand stops. A single photograph. She pulls it out. Nave. Her mother. The chip shop. That summer before university when she worked 60-hour weeks and still found time to sit on the seawall and watch the ferries. She does not remember leaving this here. She tucks it into her coat pocket. Then she sees it. A white envelope, tucked between the drawer frame and the desk leg. Not their accident, not placed by IT. She picks it up. No stamp, no address. Her name handwritten across the front. She opens it. The note inside is 2 lines, no signature. The door you walked through is closed now, but I left the window open. She reaches twice to face him. I already told you. 60 days. Named partner. Equal footing. Those terms still stand. Yes. If you lose the firm between now and then, those terms mean nothing. Yes. Then what are you doing standing here with me? Cormac holds her gaze. I am telling you that I will confront Foss openly. That I will not hide behind silence anymore. That whatever the cost, I will rebuild on terms you can respect. Not because I want you back, because you were right. She stares at him. I know, she says. She reaches into her pocket, pulls out the envelope, shows it to him. He reads the note. His jaw tightens. Who left this? I do not know. It was in my desk drawer, after Ike cleared it. Cormac studies the handwriting. I know who will never know the genuine series. I mean, if I would speak you, those terms don't let this. You watch his fiddicks. He stops beside her, does not touch her, does not speak. They stand together watching the water. Then he says, Renfrew wants a full governance hearing. Formal. Recorded. 3 days from now. She does not turn. And you? I said I would attend. Alone? No. She looks at him. Who is with you? Cormac meets her eyes. I do not know yet. I spent the morning refusing to let them frame this as a disciplinary process. It is a governance review. That means the scope is fixed to the transaction, not to the relationship, not to you. Foss will push to expand the scope. Yes. What will you do when he does? Cormac is quiet for a moment. Then he says, I will tell them the truth. That I wrote the conduct policy. That I knew the risk. That I chose to cross the line anyway. That no one else made that choice for me. She watches his face. That will not save you. I am not trying to save myself. The words land. She looks away. The firm needs a clear line between your resignation and any finding. If I protect myself at your expense, it will look like you were the problem, that I was the victim of your ambition, and I will not let them write that story. She feels something shift in her chest. You cannot control what they write. I can control what I say. You can turn what you risk. He does not argue. I am not asking you to wait. She turns to face him fully. I already told you. 60 days, named partner, equal footing, those terms still stand. Yes, if you lose the firm between now and then, those terms mean nothing. Yes, then what are you doing standing here with me? Cormac holds her gaze. I am telling you that I will confront Foss openly, that I will not hide behind silence anymore, that whatever the cost, I will rebuild on terms you can respect. Not because I want you back, because you were right. She stares at him. I know, she says. She reaches into her pocket, pulls out the envelope, shows it to him. He reads the note. His jaw tightens. Who let this? I do not know. It was in my desk drawer, after IT cleared it. Cormac studies the handwriting. I am telling you that I will confront Foss openly, that I will not hide behind silence anymore, that whatever the cost, I will rebuild on terms you can respect. Not because I want you back, because you were right. She stares at him. I know, she says. She reaches into her pocket, pulls out the envelope, shows it to him. He reads the note. His jaw tightens. Who left this? I do not know. It was in my desk drawer, after IT cleared it. Cormac studies the handwriting. I am telling you that I will confront Foss openly, that I know the risk, that I chose to cross the line anyway, that no one else made that choice for me. She watches the face. That will not save you. I am not trying to save myself. The words land, still exactly, the men chan as the big nor. The man and rimshin the skills will bin place sweeping eventually executed this condition person little bit. Sterilly am savory after street prup, top dad. The Junes in heart. Sorts around dry. Whatever day I will fit at me, where were no, if to dial the greeting of a siled story. That will not save you. This is not so, but fond mother coming beformal. We know that I will actually might it my off. I really care. What is that where we move it, and you being? It remembers us, please be. Not just to be noticed, it was a honestly exactly, just as a present communing to me. It wouldn't even just more than the job be so who you need.